Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in the room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb. I'm leaving no remnants, they all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in the room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
check. let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated on focus. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. It's now or never. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Ooh, you love the fame, you are not the same. Girl, when I was with you, strung around the place, makeup on your face. Tell me what's your issue? What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Ooh, thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. Ooh, but now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting, you
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real. It's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it
time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clutch this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. When a hook don't sleep, oh, punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. พูดไม่ได้พูดกันไปพักผ่อนยาวพักก่อน now อย่าเอาไปใครก็ยิงมาแผ่ว Pack it out, back it out กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh When a hook don't sleep oh you punch me All problems are proved in one punch All battles are beat in one punch Put you to sleep with this one punch ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch One day one life one dream one punch If you have one shot better have one punch Eminem said Millie Rabbit I'm the world shark You just catfish Cavity said พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition เพราะลับคือ I'm the best bruh When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh When a hook don't sleep oh you punch me
We've made it to the final week of the regular season. Here in VCT EMEA, the playoff picture is set, but the story is far from finished. Securing that #1 seed could be a massive difference maker. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm in the Riot Games arena in Berlin, Germany. Now, Uli broke the world record here, well, the record in the studio for recording the loudest decibel, so I thought it's only fair we invite you back here so you can reclaim what is rightfully yours.
You want me to yell?
Well, you could reclaim what's yours, Bear. This is your record.
Now?
Not now, but through this week.
I was like, oh, because I will do it.
Through this week.
Oh, yeah.
And you guys might have also noticed that Billy wasn't here last week. She's back now, and I heard you actually spent all your time scouting tier 2. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the tier 2 defender. I have to live up to that name. So yeah, 100% I have been.
I thought you might have, and maybe some of these teams could hire you because we have a lot of teams. After last week, Billy will not be making playoffs.
Yeah, and it's quite sad to see because, you know, as we're getting to the end of the regular season, we are seeing teams start to make changes, which is definitely interesting. And I think as well, the Ascension teams for me have been been a highlight, right? We've seen kind of glimmers of hope from both of them, especially when we kind of, you know, realize that they are going to be fighting relegation this year. So I think that they've been unfortunate in the matches that they've faced, but they've still been able to take maps off some pretty strong teams.
To me, the highlight of last week was a couple of things. Yes, we had short in scores, but long days here in EMEA. We apologize for that, but we're trying to do our best. But the Giant X versus Fnatic, seeing 2 new players coming in week 4 and having the performance that they had was amazing. A super, super close matchup. And everything was made better just because we got Mr. Fallen getting an ace with a Bucky.
We had some very nuts moments last week, but for this week, we have some stakes for you guys, especially on the group on the right-hand side of your screen, because if Liquid loses versus KC, then the winner of our first match here, BBL versus Foot, will be the #1 seed in Group Omega. So I guess BBL and Foot, whoever's winning this game, is praying for Liquid's downfall?
Yeah, I think everybody in that group, after you have already all those slots, is playing for, please, Liquid, don't win. Just let us have a chance.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, like, although the stakes are literally just seeding at this point, it's still exciting, right, for some of the matches that we get to see this week.
It's going to be pretty exciting, I think. Of course, we have the Turkish derby coming up, and we just wanted to inform that we are aware of the earthquake that happened in Istanbul today and wanted to send everyone there our solidarity and support. Stay safe, our friends. And speaking of our friends, we are, I'm sorry to say this, girls, but leveling up the desk. Because in this building right now, we have a Champions winner from Turkey. That's right, CNED is back, and joining us will be Root from the Turkish broadcast. And of course, you have so much history in our league as well, Root. So thank you very much for being here with me today. And let's talk about the Turkish derby. Root, I'll start with you. Tell us why this matters. Give us a bit of a history lesson.
Because probably one of the best 2 teams in the Valorant scene for Turkish scene. So this will be another banger match.
It matters, right, who wins, CNED? It really matters.
Of course, it matters because it's a really big match, and I agree with Ruth. Like, it's one of the big clubs in the Turkey, and the only clubs in the EMEA. So it will be a big match, and I think it will be fun.
And what's this rivalry like? Is it a friendly one? Is it a vicious one? How do the fans feel about this?
Like, for me, it's for, I think, players, it's could be friendly, but I think for the fans, it will be really bloodbath.
Yeah, bloodbath.
I totally agree with Sinet, yeah.
Oh, wow, okay. I mean, we've seen this before. This rivalry, this derby has happened a lot of times in the past, but as of recent times in VCT EMEA, Sinet, you know, in the past you're on BBL, now you're on Foot. You've enjoyed some nice times on the side of Foot. You're always winning in this head-to-head. Why do you think that is in the past, and maybe today could be different?
Like, I think before, until this year, like, Foot had always like better rosters, I would say, but right now I think rosters, like, I think even BBL will get really good upgraded. So, but I think it will be still on the Foot side. Like luck will be on the Foot side, I believe.
I think BBL has a chance this year because this year's squad has lots of potential to beat Foot this year, and also when you look at the actually split performances, BBL is going very well.
Surely if it's any time, Root, that BBL can win, it's today, right? It's this team.
Yes, I totally agree because they are very good individual players. The team chemistry is looking very good, so why not?
Oh, I mean, this would be very crazy for the fans, I think, if they can finally bring a win back. But I don't want to underestimate Foot. CNED, you know, a lot of these players, you've played with them before. We saw Mr. Fallen get an ace as well. So I like the word that you used, even, because it's not like BBL have a good team now. It's all of a sudden in favor of BBL, right? Foot should still have a good chance.
Yeah, of course. Like, I like how Mr. Fallen plays, especially you mentioned, like, how he's fragging IGL, you know, like, became he like, especially last week how he played. I like how he played, you know. I like how he think, how he is yelling, and yeah. What can I say?
I don't think he would want to lose to Yumpy either. I think that head-to-head is going to be very, very interesting. And I also want to quickly, as we take a look at this roster, just talk a little bit about Gaius, because Gaius is such a character. He gives us so many amazing reactions. And CNED, of course, you used to be coached by Gaius. So tell me 2 questions. First, has he ever screamed at you during a game?
Yes.
Has he really? Yeah. Even at you? And does it help when he screams at you?
It depends on the actually how he like talk about. Like for example, in some games we play good Valorant, but we still manage to lose the round. So we need sometimes in motivation and not be scared from the enemy, even if we lose round. So sometimes it helps, but sometimes of course we are not doing good as a tactics. Like we're playing bad, and sometimes it's giving like a tactical information about the enemy.
As you guys saw on that round, so Foot, they lose that round on Lotus, and Gaius is Mr. Falentodas. He's screaming at the captain, telling him what to do. They then went on to win, I think, every single round after that. So, Ruj, as someone that's been in the Turkish scene for such a long time, you've had experience, building teams as well. Tell me about Gaius, and do you think he might still be a bit underrated from the international fans?
Actually, a little, but he's really experienced coach. So he really knows when he talked to your team about motivation. He knows very well this one.
And he really wants to win against BBL, right? There's a little bit of history.
Yes, sure.
Yeah?
Yes, sure.
Can you tell me a little bit about why Gaius could want to win a lot today against BBL?
Like, you sometimes get more motivation to when you play X team.
Yeah.
So,
A little revenge,
I'm stirring a little bit here. For those that know, but of course, one player. Thank you very much, you two, for joining me. I want to see if we do get BBL winning or Foot winning in just a moment. But one player that could have a huge influence in this derby is, of course, Levin, who's already settled very nicely on BBL. What do you think about the new superstar Turkish talent we have on BBL?
Levin's dashing! Decimates Grabinho!
He does look like he's played for years, but he's only just getting started.
Shots, oh, they're going to be pretty good.
Burak dünyanın en iyi oyuncusu olmak istiyor ve bunu herkese göstermek istiyor.
Counter roll on top. Oh, it's gorgeous!
I think his nickname is called Leon or Levin, but I call him Burak by his first name.
Biraz hızlı geldiğimin farkındayım. Yaşayacağım tüm şeylerin riskini, sorumluluklarını alıp geldim. Sadece başarılı olmak istiyorum. Herkese merhaba. Ben Burak. Türkiye'den geldim.
Since the first day of the trials, he instantly impressed me with how vocal he is and how much he wants to learn.
Levin's mental is something that was brought up very early on. Hey, we've got this really young guy. Not many people know too much about him, but here's why we think he's brilliant. Sadece tek bir dueliste takılı kalmıyor. Kendini geliştirmeye sürekli açık. Kendinde bir hata gördüğü zaman bunu çok kolay bir şekilde fixleyebiliyor. O yüzden de gelişimi hızlı bir şekilde ilerliyor. Maçın her anında hem kendine hem de takım arkadaşlarına nasıl destek olabilirim şeklinde oynuyor.
I have seen a lot of young players where they are very skilled, but the mindset is not there. And I think with this guy, he has both of them. You could instantly see that he's good for the game.
Laser Tech'te Yampi'den daha iyi olacağımı düşünüyorum ben. Çünkü o frenzi oynuyor, eğimi yok.
İlk tanıştıklarında Elias da birazcık bence kendini gördü Burak'ta. Çok iyi anlaşıyorlar öncelikle. Sadece oyun içerisinde değil, oyun dışında da beraber vakit geçiriyorlar. Birbirine Türkçe şakalar yapıyorlar.
Hamburger sipariş ediyorum. Bakıyor, kafasını çeviriyor. Cheeseburger istiyor, cheeseburger. Bana alay ediyor.
For me, I see him as like a little brother.
Yani Yampi'yle olan bağımız çok saçma gelişti.
He's never lived in another country, for example, and I have been doing this for many years now, and if he has anything that he needs to know, he can always come and ask me about it, and I'm very open to teach him everything.
Bence hayatımda tanıdığım en iyi, en perfect insan diyebilirim. BBL'de oynamam açıkçası benim için çok gurur verici bir şeydi. Çünkü ben 14 yaşımdan beri bunun hayaliyle yaşıyordum. Ben oyunda bronzken BBL'de oynayan oyuncuları izliyordum. Oralardan buralara geldim.
Because this is his dream job, it means that he cares a lot. And sometimes when you care a lot, it can turn into extra pressure.
You can hear it in his voice. He can get to that highest level. He can win trophies.
When you have such a young person who doesn't have the experience and he's already having the positive mindset and not any ego, that's for sure separates him from other players. Just seeing this every day also motivates me as an older person, I guess. Mamba mentality.
Bana inanmayan birçok insan vardı çevremde. Hani git okulunu oku, bir iş öğren. Ben bu işi sevdiğim için bunu yapmaya devam edeceğim. Ne kadar kötü bir durumun içinde olursam olsun kendimi o bataktan çıkarmak için çabalayacağım. Yapamayacağımı düşünen insanları haksız çıkartmak beni motive ediyor.
I think people who have just seen him play just expect there is much more to come.
Bu onlar için küçük bir fragman olsun. Ben neler yapabileceğimin farkındayım. Ve eğer işler rayına oturursa onlar için sıkıntı olabilir.
Levin has certainly made his mark in VCT EMEA so far, but he will be going up against Zeus today. Billy, is he going to get diffed? Is he going to come out on a win? What do you think about this matchup?
Do you know what? I'm very excited for this matchup because how often do we see players actually playing against each other this amount of times before they even get to VCT, right? So this is their matchup specifically within VCL Turkey, which I think is super exciting. You can see the kind of flexible agent pools that they both have, but they seem to be pretty on par within the VCL stage. And like I say, they're both up-and-coming duelists that have come out of Turkey. You know, they're the new additions to these VCT teams. And I think that they've been having a great time. However, when I look at Levin and how he's performed in VCT EMEA so far, he still has a lot to give, I think. And I think we saw that in the video, right? He has a lot to give still. And he's been struggling. So when you're coming up against someone like Zeus, who's a familiar foe, it's just exciting to see.
I think this was a long time coming, right? Because yes, this is in the tier 2, but it was like throughout a couple of years and within different rosters, but always going up in that toe-to-toe. And I think that when we look also at the agents, we see Levin being more flexible in the past, but actually what we're getting now is a Zeus that has to fit in the ecosystem of Foot. And that ecosystem sometimes requires you to be extremely flexible to, from one week to another, change the composition, something that Gaius loves to do and has always loved to do. And he's actually excelling at it. Last week we saw him on the Waylay. He's looking very, very fresh.
Yeah, those arrival shots are sick, by the way. Look at our players. And of course, BBL, they already have something to be happy about because they've made playoffs. They've never made playoffs before. Are they going to go one step further, Kukuka? Is today the day that they finally beat Foot in EMEA?
I want to think about the read that they have on each other because they've had pretty similar journeys, just losing one of the matches. I think that this is the best form that both of these teams could have had to go toe-to-toe today on their final match of this stage. With both of them, they're already qualified, so it's just for pride today.
Yeah, it literally is just for pride, and I think that's why it's so exciting because, you know, the kind of pressure is off. You've kind of just got the fan base now on each side that are going to be kind of yelling each other for it, but no, I'm really excited to see them perform today.
I think the pressure is on, personally.
Yeah, for the first team.
Yeah, and also just because the Turkish derby, it is a thing. It is a crazy thing in Turkey. And of course, Foot might have dominated in this rivalry, but this time armed with a stronger roster, BBL are looking to flip the narrative. The Turkish derby returns and it's never felt more even. Let's send it down to the stage and welcome back BBL and Foot.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Should've slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my lord said don't do it. I said pop, pop, pop, yeah, my lord said don't do it. I said pop. Yeah, my lord said don't do it. I said run it up, can you keep up? Play follow the leader. Big queso, I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong, come payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Should've slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my lord said don't do it. I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Should've slide like me, nah. Cholula with the sauce. Yeah, my lord said don't do it. I said what?
This is undoubtedly the strongest BBL has ever looked. But how deep is their playbook and how deep is their map pool as they're going up against a Foot? That also looks quite good recently as well. So what do you guys make of this?
Lotus out, Haven out. I mean, not real surprises. Okay.
Let's
Wait,
go.
what? Hello?
It's a Turkish derby.
Oh my god, this is absolutely perfect. photographers were rolling back the years. There's 2 Turkish teams on Ascent. But actually, I can only think of the composition that BBL was playing. And that speaks also to the preparation coming into today. Because, Billy, I do not expect to see that triple initiator again.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, we said
sanity. Everybody's
the
sanity.
fact that we saw them play Icebox and they had to change their composition after the first time that we saw it, yes, you'd like to think they've gone away, done the homework, and, you know, for them to pick into it, then yes, I completely agree. But instantly, my mind also gravitates towards that Fracture as the deciding map. The fact that Foot have been left in that situation, do we ban Split? Do we go to Fracture? What do we do? And they've decided to take it to Fracture. I think that that's a power move from them, considering BBL have been banning us in their second wave the past 2 weeks.
And we're not going to see the Pearl. Like, going into today, I was like, I really want to see the Pearl between these 2 teams. When I was going through the veto and what we could expect, we've seen both of the teams picking, you know, a lot of different things, coming with different ideas for every week, changing compositions and whatnot. But having BBL banning that Pearl, it lives, again, as you're saying, Foot being willing to go to that Fracture that was not only banned in the past, but also really struggled even to close against Gentamates. What was that, like an 18-16?
Yeah. I'm going to put my armchair analyst's coaching hat on and say that it's week 5, it's for seeding, they need some reps. Like, BBL picking that Ascent to me is just saying, we know we're good on Pearl, we don't need to play that map anymore, let's take it to Ascent and see what we can do here. Similarly with Foot on the other side as well. We are going to get the Levin versus Zeus on Jet. What do you guys make of this comment? Magnum on a Fade.
They are still going to be sticking with that triple initiator composition though, which is really interesting for me.
Okay.
They need the reps.
Yeah.
They're saving strats,
So here's the thing. We do not see surprises on the side of Foot. They play in this very plain composition. And of course, when you pick Ascent, you know you're going to be starting on the attack. That's what happened last time as well. How many rounds did they get, Billy? 1? Was it 1? I think it was 1. So
let's ask John QT. Sorry. Sorry, carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, it was just 1. So I really want to see how they've gone back mentally onto this. Also, starting off strong for BBL is literally a make or break. Right now, they have the highest win percentage of the pistol rounds, a 75% of the entire league.
Well, we can't have a Turkish derby without the biggest Foot fan. It's Mitch. And Tom's there as well.
Thank you very much, Sue. Big fan of both teams down on the stage. I don't want to come off as biased here, Tom.
It's fine. I love a BBL, so it's all good.
Damn right. All right. It's always going to be an interesting matchup when we've got these teams down there. We know how much hype the Turkish fans can bring, but more importantly than that, they will be doing that back in Turkey. The reality is, between these 2 squads, there's a little bit of beef. They face each other once a year in VCT, and both times, it's gone the way of Foot. Time for BBL to answer back, though. They're coming in looking better than ever.
Oh, yeah. This is a squad that I think has been very underwhelming for the last few years. I think a team that hasn't necessarily been in the battle for one of the better teams in the region. This year is different. Yeah. BBL have looked incredibly impressive, and as it says on your screen, the #1 seed could be up for grabs depending on how the Liquid game goes. So it is all to play for. Like, you might be looking at this and going, it's for seeding. Like, they both beaten KC, so they're in a pretty good spot overall in the group. But #1 means you need to win 1 match. And for either of these squads, who obviously didn't make that last Masters, that is a big deal.
Yeah, the seeding itself could play a role, but you're right, Tom. That is the real goal. They're going to be in the crowd. They are rooting, at least, for KC, hoping that Team Liquid lose the matchup, but that will be whichever team takes the dub here today. Starting on Ascent, the 82nd province, as it was once called, and we've seen a return to form more recently. Yumpy, the one to draw blood, and it's Zeus going down. Yetije, what a fantastic layer, John. That's a bit of a tough one. I think he might have DC'd.
Yeah, I don't think these guys are as static as you might think. I have a feeling, and it is come pretty accustomed that stage might turn red in a moment.
It may. It very well may. We don't have the fans here to give us
Now, they are just holding in this corner. I don't know if they're going to check. It's crazy. They should use the Lear. Where's the Lear?
Where's the Lear? That Lear could save the round here, I'll tell you that. It's not quite a breeze.
He's missed falling off his chair. That's why he's currently not moving. But yeah, I think that something's gone a little bit wrong.
Great clearance of under there, and it looks like they'll even find him in the end.
And in zone flawless as well.
That could have went anyone's way. Mr. Fallen seconds away from firing the shot that could have changed the round, but no, their hands aren't on the keyboards. It's not a good sign, and I believe we will be resetting with the technical pause that no one could have seen coming.
No, it's shocking. Can we get a replay of the?
Can we get a replay?
That was of the end zone flawless. We normally run. Oh god, dear.
Some nice shots to open it up.
Someone's already making a Reddit thread. And casters didn't know the game was paused. No, yeah. Stuff has happened, but luckily we are in a matchup where there is plenty to talk about, plenty of history. I think that for many teams, obviously making it to the playoffs is the most important thing. I think both teams will have a little bit of a weight off their shoulders, but going into this Turkish derby, it's always going to be incredibly important. I think for the owners of the organization, the fans behind the scenes, the orgs themselves, and obviously for the players, being able to be that best team within one of the biggest regions we have within EMEA is so incredibly important. So yeah, even if it ends up with Liquid winning the match tomorrow, just having that over your opponent until the next time you play, it's going to mean a lot to these players, and especially with the amount of work that's going in this year. And I think for just the matchup in general, this may, I don't know if I'd put BBL necessarily as favorites, but I'd put them level at least. Like I'd sit there and go, okay, this squad could beat Foot, whereas if you went last year or the year before, anybody saying that, I would have laughed in their face.
Yeah, it would be a real surprise if you saw BBL being able to contend. If you thought about BBL going to an international event potentially, that's somewhere that I'd feel pretty confident that they can do damage, that they can take it far, and they can push these international teams to their limits. The reality is, you look at last year, the year before, that wasn't the case. I think if we send them to an international, it would be a very brief appearance and one they'd likely want to forget afterwards. So definitely a good sign to see those changes being made. And of course today as well, the VALORANT Turkey account even put it out there, the battle of the brains between Pal and Geist, these two phenomenal coaches that have come in and really shaped how their teams play the game. Now we're going to get to see them prepping against each other, and I think that's something that everyone at home is going to be very excited about. I'm just sad we don't get to see guys playing on the stage, because last time Pal had to watch that coach shred his team when he was on Focus.
I was saying that to him yesterday, and he was like, "Oh, you're going to bring that up, aren't you?" And no, I didn't.
There we go.
I did it.
I got you.
I kind of want to lean in then to what you're saying about the coaches and the veto, because the veto's super interesting to me. I think, like, other than maybe the Haven ban coming out of Foot, which I think was a very logical choice, other than that, I'm surprised by almost everything. I think if there were two maps that I thought were going to be banned by BBL, it was either Fracture or Ascent. They pick one, the other one is the third map. So they've definitely flipped the way I thought this veto was going to go. Clearly feeling that not only does this triple initiator work, even though they got blasted last time, but that maybe it was just the roles. And so they've switched up who's playing what, because there isn't a player in the server right now for BBO who's still stuck on the same agent. They've swapped everything up. And I do think, like, Sociable being on a more aggressive agent such as Teo makes a lot of sense. I think that Yumpy has already proven on other maps he can play that KO, and having a bit more util available for information, I think could work quite well for Magnum. The main change that I'm excited for is Levin on the Jet. I think it's been just the easiest switch up ever.
Just go last time, right?
Yeah, just go, let's just put this guy on an agent where he is most comfortable, because he will just frag out, and that's exactly what happened. My only worry is he's against Zeus.
Yes.
Zeus is very good. Last time they played Ascent, it was a 13-11 victory. And he went 27-17. He was the reason they won. And I feel like I've said that maybe like 8 or 9 times this season. With, like, they won that map because of Zeus. Like the Lotus with the Waylay. It was Zeus. There was a 33 kill game that they won. That was Zeus. Like, it's happened often enough that sure, you're going to want to put Levin on something comfortable, but it doesn't mean he's going to be the best duelist in the server. It's going to be difficult to do that.
It does mean at least maybe he won't have a leg up like he does in some other matchups, but he'll at least have that even footing to take that battle. And at the end of the day, I'm sure he's confident that if anyone can take Zeus down, it will be him to come in and bring the thunder. But
I hope he is.
I'm not sure. Oh yeah, listen, I'd be surprised if he wasn't. Saw that feature go out about him there as well the other day, and it's very much hyped him up as somebody that can be the one to make the difference. Up against a squad like Foot, you'll need plenty of those. You know, Crack's coming in on a KO as well. I feel like we're going to see quite a lot of this man. Every time I see him, especially on Ascent, he's putting up numbers.
The problem I have, though, is I feel like we've had that narrative for the majority of the weeks.
Yeah,
and but that's the thing. Every time I'm like, Crack's going to be on that KO, and then I watch it and I'm like, It's okay.
It's all right. He's playing some
he's had some good games, had some bad games. I think his best game was actually on Fade, and then the week before he played Fade, and it didn't work. I think that he is the player I'm looking at in this team right now, where I'm going, last year you were a difference maker. This year, I haven't seen that yet. And I think in this series it might be necessary, unless we are just going to have that same sort of Zeus and some of the time Mr. Fallen, because those have been the two players that have actually been really up there in terms of statistics. I don't think we've seen has had any much from a captain either. I think he's had some okay moments, but not on the level of last year. So if they're going to be a sort of Masters contender or someone that can get there, they're the players I need to see step up.
We need to see those pillars back and fully formed. Well, the pillar of this broadcast is our analyst desk, and we should be leaning heavily upon it now as we're preparing a round rollback. You may have assumed that was coming, but I'll confirm it for you now. So let's toss it over to the desk while the admins get hard to work on that.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. I actually disagree with them. I think the pillar of this broadcast is them casting around, us having a tech pause, and then having a round rollback.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
I think that I was there on Friday, and I saw that, you know, that Lauren came in the broadcast and whatever, but I saw Mitch pressing that button. He was
so
like,
it's his fault.
I didn't actually get to see all the action in the pistol round. Can we repeat? And that's what happened. So he just did it again.
Mitch is the problem. Okay,
we already knew that.
Well, I mean, we did,
Yeah, he's the problem in most situations, so it makes sense, right? It makes sense.
I mean, I was like coming into this week excited. I was like, okay, it's fine. I'm back. We're back. There's gonna be no tech pauses, guys.
Welcome back.
It's okay. We're back in VCT EMEA.
We get to talk more. This is nice. Yeah,
I like
had
yapping.
really nice.
What would you like to yap about?
Well, a lot of things, but I am forced to yap about this game so far.
Okay.
So let's park all the things I actually want to talk about and talk about the comp, because we briefly mentioned the triple initiator. There are some changes here and there, and I have been informed that across the other regions in Pacific and in Americas as well, nobody actually runs this comp, although DFM do run this with the Astra.
Pretends to be shocked.
Yeah.
Pretends to be shocked. Well, as you can see, right, this is the composition that they played the last time that they played it, and everybody was like, what in the hell is happening? I was wrong. I said that they got 1 round on the attack. They got 0. I am so sorry. And this is the one that you see on top is the one that we will witness shortly. So small changes. We see Prophet going on something more comfortable that we've seen a lot on Ascent. So, you know, he goes into comfort. He goes on an Omen. We can say the same for Levin. And then you just swap around who's playing what in the triple initiator. They're doubling down, just changing like a little bit here and there. I need this match to begin. I need to see how they're going to convince us that they can make this work.
Mitch, can you hurry up?
Yeah, Mitch, please.
No, I think as well, comfortability is like something that we talk about a lot.
Comfortability mentioned?
Comfortability,
Sorry,
it's something that we talk about a lot on the desk, right? But I do see that with, like you say, Prophet jumping back onto the Omen, Levin being on the Jet, is something that we see here. But I think as well that, like you say, them having to start on that attack the last time round, and now again this time round, if they have to rely on their defense to double down on this composition, then it's not working.
I do like the sociable change. Out of all of the kind of the swapsies, the musical chairs, I think sociable going onto the table makes so much sense.
Yeah.
I mean, he can play anything. He's so good.
I wanted to see Yampi on a Sentinel playing the operator. That's what I wanted to see.
Roll it back with a Haven.
I feel a Haven. I see the Killjoy. It's all here.
My only, Yeah, no, but I'm not super sure about the KO on Yumpy. I'm not sure about it. I'm not super convinced.
Yeah, I understand. I know that, you know, he's been super flexible. He has experience with all of this, but I think that he is more willing to, if we want to run this, and between you two, I don't see the comfort being there, or I see that you could excel more in playing any of the 2 roles. I think that he is the one that has the most capabilities to go on the KO.
I think as well, with him being the IGL, he is usually like a pack IGL, right? He's leading the kind of pack and figuring out what spaces they want to take on that attack. So I think the KO is fine for him. It's Magnum on the Fade. Like, are they going to have a lurking Fade? Is this what this is?
Are they going to win around on the attack? That's all I need to know.
I think Prophet will probably take that job, right? Yeah. He'll just go luckety-luck. I wish they would go with the Team Liquid, old school Liquid Ascent approach, where they played no smoke. Sliggy, I'm looking at you. I wish if they wanted to experiment, we'd do that just to have some shenanigans. I don't dislike it. I think Levin going on the Jet is good as well.
Yeah.
But is it a hot take for me to say the Sociable is their best Turkish player? We talk a lot about Levin.
I think that Sociable has been proven time and time again, because he's also the one, at the end of the day, yes, Levin is going to be set up. They're doing that very, very well, and we've seen them excel in many circumstances. But I think that that flexibility that we've seen, especially last week on Haven, the utility kills that he was getting and the impact that he was finding round after round, even if it's not there, he's going to have this impact.
And I love that he's out here showing, you know, being an uncle is still okay in this league. It's never too late to ascend into VCT EMEA when you've been grinding for this many years. No, but because people, it's always about the wonder kids. It's always
You're giving them
children.
angst.
It's always the rookie that are getting a chance in Tier 1. But he's been around for so long, he's not given up. And now he's arrived, Billy, he's dominating. He's so good.
He's ready for this. He's been ready for this, you know, and now he gets that chance. And I think as well, something that we didn't really highlight was this is BBL's first time in playoffs. He's one of the only Turkish players on this team. You know, they've decided to go international. And I think that him being on this roster, he's just had such a great performance. And yeah, he just brings so much energy to the team as well.
At the beginning of this year, you asked me about a hot take.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Do you remember that? Do you remember what I said?
Is it about...
Your memory is like insane.
Is it all 3 Spanish teams making it to champs?
You need to stop. Okay, you need to stop.
You did that last year.
Yes, and I learned from my
That's
mistake.
how good
I
my
need you to learn
memory
this
is.
up.
I remember that
said
from last
Yampi's
year.
going to be the first IGL that takes BBL onto an international event.
You did say that.
And I think, like, you know, the growth is definitely there. I still want to see the pick in the Ascent again and choosing this composition. I want to see if they have it out of all the options that they had, being able to like go for the Pearl or even go for the Fracture as a first option, if they still have what it takes. But I do really believe in this roster.
I do as well, and their map was going to look very deep if they can pull this off. Like you said, they have so many other options to go with, and I really hope it is because playoff is already secured. It is because they want to use this opportunity to try other things, because their fate is not in their hands. They need Liquid to lose, which Liquid haven't been doing a lot of that lately. You know, they've been winning a lot, so there is a chance that the outcome of this game doesn't matter at all when it comes to being Seed 1. So I like that they want to try things. However, I don't want to live in a world, Billy, where BBL are not good on Ascent. I don't think I could do that. It's so wrong. It just feels so wrong.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think as well, though, like maybe we're being harsh because of the first Ascent that we got to see from them. So like,
I mean, it was terrible. I am not even. No, it was.
I've seen way worse. I've seen worse. You've seen worse.
I have. I actually have.
Give them time. Give them time is what I say.
They don't have a lot. That's not how the season works. I'm sorry.
Oh, we're getting back into game. Fun, fun, fun. Over to Tom and Mitch.
Yes, welcome to Foot versus BBL. It's round 1. Tech pause? I don't know what you're talking about. BBL have the highest pistol win rate in VCT EMEA. Thank you very much for the toast.
Does that include the last one?
Can I get the sample size on that? No, I don't think it does include the one that just happened. The second pistol round or the first, depending on when you're joining us. BBL on the attack and moving it towards the A site this time. I see movement.
Oh.
The ninja in Times Square. His foot already find the opening duel. It's Mr. Fallen with a shock dart. But there's pressure on him as he is being surrounded. Yetijay here to help, but not for long. It's all Mr. Fallen and an ace just around the corner. Stolen by Cracks. He had no right to do that.
He headshot him through the wall as well. The last bullet that Mr. Fallen shot was a headshot through the wall to the last player, but he doesn't get the kill. It would have been aces in back-to-back matches, by the way, after, you know, the Bucky one last time around. This guy, like I said it when we were, well, sort of waffling a little bit. The 2 players that have been sort of highlights for this roster have been Zeus, obviously, and Mr. Fallen, which we always talk about fragging IGLs, but he's like a star IGL, which just seems completely imbalanced and most of the time does not work out. Unless maybe your King from Leviathan when he was IGLing. That seemed to work out quite well.
Another nice shock. Decent damage done by it. And it's not just that, man. Every bit of leadership in the Foot roster has got some incredible fragging power. Mr. Fallen, Geist then steps in as a sub and he's unbelievable. Hell, they should just start getting Sinan out here. I bet he'd be dropping 50. Too far?
Take flight.
You can doubt him. You can doubt him. I'll send him the clip.
There we go.
Spike down.
Looking
B.
like a potential easy start to the game. Mr. Fallen almost having that Hunter's Fury online. Of course, he's going to go back for more, because worst case, he goes down, needs one orb away, and well, it always looks impressive with the no-scopes. It's a fairly simple 2-0, only a pistol lost, and that's it. That was basically just Mr. Farlin farming orbs. For BBL, it was already mentioned on the desk, but yeah, 0-12 last time they played out on the attack. Of course, massive role switches, even changing up the agents that they brought into this one. So there has to be a hope that there's going to be more on the attack, especially with the amount of initiators you have. Your execution power should be a lot.
You'd imagine so. Look, I think, and they touched on it on the desk as well, this being not a very usual composition that you see brought to bear, but they've got faith in it, and there must be a reason for it. 2-0 start for the side of Foot. One away from Hunter's Fury. Certainly going to be online coming into the next. For rifles in the hands of BBL, you don't want to see them taking too many licks of damage early on. They've dealt with Zeus, sending him back on the A site with 30 HP. And now moving into that B site where the full push will come through. Yedije and Cracks, the players in their way. One Bulldog, one Stinger. Bonus, it should be tough.
It's a weak bonus that's coming in. So even though this was not really any players going down, they didn't invest much into the rifles. So expectation should be fairly low for this tank.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, even though you don't see pistols across the board, or 3 pistols as we'll often see, a little 2 with some Bulldogs. The Stinger can still pack a little bit of a punch, and it certainly has, taking down 1. But Yedije, he's now got players right above him. The paranoia doesn't catch. He's given an opportunity for a little bit more. The classic comes out, and it nearly deals with Profek. Levin on 15 HP, and what should have been an easy round, now they've got to contend with 2 players. The HP disadvantage, but Levin, he's not playing shy. Just 1 bullet needed from any weapon, but he goes swinging, gets them a 2v1, and leaves the 30 HP Zeus as the last man standing. Wrap around from BBL2. I like this. He's looking the wrong way in heavy traffic as Levin picks up a 4K and saves this round, but good damage still from a pretty weak bonus round.
Yeah, it was just that singular crossfire that basically managed to isolate a fairly absurd amount of duels. Like they're the close range Stinger and then the Bulldog from afar from Cracks. I think it got far more done than ever expected. The only thing I'd say in response to that, that's actually a good thing for BBL, is that Levin has got off to a great start. Because...
oh my goodness. We got a minus 30 decibels compressor on that
Honestly,
mic?
Just turn the mic off and take the audio from the person next to him. There's enough.
Audio from my mic. I think we can hear him.
11, 1 kill away from getting the Blade Storm. Hunter's Fury, as mentioned, was coming online, and it is going to get a singular tag, at least a little bit of damage, but doesn't really help them out too much in the grand scale of things. Yumpy going to be down to just an SMG for this one, though, so although you might look at this round, maybe there's a buy in the next, it's not looking great for BBL economically.
Yeah, it is definitely a bumpy start for the attack side. They get their round on the board.
Okay. Better than Liquid.
Well, that it is, Tom. That it is. One is better than none, I'll say that. Profek down. Foot putting up a good fight on the A side. A little more for Zeus. A triple kill. And we talked about him against Levin. Well, he's the one to put him in the dirt, at least in this battle. A 3rd round seemingly secured. Sociable in their way, but not for long. Cracks quickly dispatching it, and 3-1 we go.
1 health. Maybe a little bit unlucky for Sociable, but yeah, a solid start for Foot. And you do have to bear in mind that this was the map choice of BBL. It's not where I expected this to go. I think Pearl was one that I almost expected on the cards, especially after Foot had a blip on it last week. Even with the ace, it wasn't enough for them to take things over the line. So that was where I was thinking. But it almost feels like BBL have played this veto as more of a counterplay rather than picking into their own strengths, which personally I don't like. I would much rather see a team play their own strength.
It's very interesting as well. Perhaps we'll touch on it in a moment. See that Outlaw looking for some blood. I always love an Outlaw pick, even in a round like this. But yeah, the fact that BBL are the ones taking Pearl out then in the second round of bans as well, I agree with you, Tom. It is a bit of a head scratcher. You always wonder what the thought is behind it. We won't find out, I guess, until the post-match interviews. The conversation. Whoa, you seen it is. He's gone for the forward dash, a staple of Yassine, and 1-0. Wish he didn't try to steal away. Levin's got 2, and a little bit more. Oh, I talk about a round like this, where BBL had pistols, where it should have been a walk in the park for Foot to close out, but that Blade Storm's made all the difference. Levin seeing the spark of Zeus in the last round and looking to outshine it at 2v4, but minimal weapons recovered. Sociable's got a rifle, there's a Blade Storm still, but it's very much winnable for Foot.
Especially with that initial pick. Profek happy to play deep, but Levin's just about survived. 5 HP and still kicking. They've got to get past Sociable though. The bodyguard at the top of the site, and while looking for that final knife, it will be Profek that helps confirm that pay save card Thrifty around, I want to say, of almost literally nothing. I think they had mostly classics, a single sheriff, and other than that, it was just finding an orb and getting the Blade Storm. But wow, it's an exciting start for Levin, because I mentioned that him versus Zeus, I'd favor Zeus, but thus far, well, they've won 2 rounds. He has won them 2 rounds.
That is a tough scenario for poor old Zeus. Got a little bit too close to them with that forward dash, couldn't make it away, gets caught by the Blade Storm. The round sent into disarray. BBL, it was looking like a slow start, a shaky one certainly. Now they're closing the gap in and putting Foot into an awkward position. Okay, Zeus pulls out the Blade Storm of his own, but that's necessary here to pad out the economy that is now completely spent.
This feels like we're on the map of Turkey. We've got a Jet on either side, both of them performing. Looks like it could be fun. Cracks will be the one to find Levin though. And without Ascent, he's had a 4K and a 3K in the 2 rounds that BBL managed to win. Without him, they have next to nothing on the board just yet. Timing, well, it looked good actually for Yumpy, but Mr. Fallen has still managed to come out on top. This round was one built by the last, but it's looking like it's going to go right back in the other direction once again. Mr. Fallen should finally be isolated, but they still need a hero, and with an immediate trade, Magnum needs to find it all.
A lot of pressure on his shoulders. Route to the A side is open if he finds this first pick, but smart play by Adacaptain, just tucking in, not giving him the fight, not giving him the info off that haunt either, as they're out of range of it. Just has to go in with his wits and his weapon. 1 found, but the immediate return from Foot. Taking that round, even in the 4v1, in such a controlled manner. They're not looking to give even an inch to BBL, because they just found out in the previous round what happens when you do.
This time, this will always be the sort of gift and the curse that is Levin. Like, he was very far ahead of everybody else, and the second he loses that fight, you can almost see it becomes much more of a scramble. I think Mr. Fallen does well just to hold on to his ground, and as said, individually he's been sublime, and Crack's up there as well. And this is the thing I've said, so far in terms of individual performances, he's been okay. If you get Cracks online in this matchup, they win this map. I don't even think it's much of a question. And with some of the performers, or some of the stars of BBL currently a little bit quiet, Sociable, yet to really get off to the races, and Yumpy with 0 onto the board, it's going to be a very early pause coming out for BBL, because, what, you've already witnessed the team go 0 and 12 on this side of the map. You know it can get out of control. Stop it before it grows legs.
Absolutely. I like the idea for ults coming in as well to the next round, just deciding where that ult economy is going to go, where the weaknesses that Foot are presenting are. But the start for that defensive side, albeit, yes, it's better for BBL than what we saw before. They're managing to sprinkle in a couple of rounds amongst that defeat. But realistically, we know that Foot are going to be a squad putting up rounds on this map. We have questions about the composition BBL bring to bear. We have questions about the choice of this map as well. Remember, as we said, starting out the previous pistol round, no, not the one from this. This used to be the 82nd province, as it was referred to by the Turkish squads. It was somewhere that you dare not face off against a squad who had Turkish players perhaps, but certainly if they were a full Turkish squad, this isn't where you wanted to fight it out. So a fitting place to start this series. It would have been a beautiful place to end it, a map 3 between them. But happy enough to see it. And whoever takes this will win that, I suppose, what it used to represent. Take it from their opponents. This used to be our home ground. It's certainly not yours.
I think as well, just I want to give a little bit of context on how this map has started, because I think for Foot, you go back to their game versus KC, they had a 9-3 defensive half. The game finished 13-11. Their attack was not clean, and I think especially with this sort of old school standard composition, that is what we've come to expect. Like when teams switch it up and maybe bring in a Deadlock, bring in a Yoru, then you see a few more rounds in the attack, or you go back to Na'Vi in the past, like running that fade and having that really aggressive attack side, maybe you expect more attack rounds. But I think for both of these teams, the expectation is that they'll be more on the defense. Of course, data-wise, yes, 4 rounds is more than 0 for BBL, but that we've only got the 1 game on record, so we can't really say how good their defense is going to be, but I have high expectations. So already having a couple of rounds on the board, I think if they end on 4, 5, they're not in a bad spot at all. Obviously, you then have to go back to their pistol win percentage being incredibly high, so I think that that will probably play into their favor as well, but I don't think that this sort of back and forth is necessarily bad for them. Of course, we do have ourselves hopefully a slight tech pause this time around, but
I think this is the last one of the series, Tom.
Okay. Did Lauren tell you that?
I've heard that on good authority. But yeah, no, the reality is what last time, Foot versus KC, they come in, defensive side, early on, what they lose the pistol, they follow up. 9 out of 10 buy rounds from that point forward. I mean, this is just a squad that when they got rifles in their hands, they were not losing. And yes, they had that little bit of weaker investment. BBL came through, Bladestorm swung the round in their favor, but what we expect to see out of these next 6 rounds is Foot putting up numbers. And so for BBL, the question remains, can they interrupt the success that Foot have had against teams? And what I'm referencing is the game against KC, a very respectable squad, someone that Foot embarrassed going onto their defensive side. So very excited to see if they can build those blocks the same way here in this half, if BBL will favor the movement over to the defensive, if it's a matter of just getting what they can here and then bouncing back. Of course, they'll have a while to think.
I feel like even when you go back though to like, I'm thinking of like Supermassive Blaze and like old school Turkish teams. What's the defense? It was just, if you can get your superstar jet on an operator, chill in mid, wreck anybody that faces off, and I don't even really remember teams ever having to play the retake because it was just so clean in those sort of rounds. Like even teams like Ascent were getting battered by their defensive sides of this map. Again, you go back in the history of BBL, like we've talked about it for these squads for such a long time, and I don't think a lot of that history ever really came around the attack side. So of course I do maybe worry a little bit with if it's a slaughter half, if BBL can come back. Like we saw them do it on Split versus Fnatic, but I do think they've also just teetered out of a few maps here and there. So I would worry that maybe Foot will just have the individual priorities, like Zeus will get them a round or 2, that if it's too far out of reach, this will be a tough response.
Yeah, and I think, Tom, you're hitting the nail on the head there realistically. Like, you have to have that little bit of runway built up in the first half, even if it is, like, you look at the stats, I think the second most defensive side of map is Fracture, looking at 59%, but that's barely being played. Ascent isn't up there. It's only been played one more time, but it's 66%. Then again, a lot of that is going to come off the back of like BBL losing 12-0 with a very small sample size that's going to blow the statistics out of the water. But the reality is, yeah, when you go down 12-0, you're not going to be able to bounce back. You go 4-0 in the second half, team wins 1 round, it's over. You need that little bit of wiggle room, 3 or 4 rounds, and yeah, already BBL are on their way to securing that. But we're not on the way to closing out this tech pause just yet. We're on our way, but not close to the finish, I suppose. Luckily, we had a little bit of a SOT put together. I think you saw it if you watched the pre-show, but in case you didn't, in case you're just joining us now, let's take a look at one of the players from BBL. Take a look at Levin.
What do you think about the new superstar Turkish talent we have on BBL?
Levin's dash in, decimates Robinho!
He does look like he's played for years, but he's only just getting started.
Here goes Loon again. First headshot, second as well. You get an 18-year-old prodigy from the Turkish league. Chances are they're going to be pretty good.
Burak dünyanın en iyi oyuncusu olmak istiyor ve bunu herkese göstermek istiyor.
Counter roll on top. Oh, it's gorgeous!
I think his nickname is called Loon or Levin, but I call him Burak by his first name.
Biraz hızlı geldiğimin farkındayım. Yaşayacağım tüm şeylerin riskini, sorumluluklarını alıp geldim. Sadece başarılı olmak istiyorum. Herkese merhaba. Ben Burak. Türkiye'den geldim.
Since the first day of the trials, he instantly impressed me with how vocal he is and how much he wants to learn.
Reveal coming, hold recon.
How's your Turkish? Awful. Levin's mental is something that was brought up very early on. Hey, we've got this really young guy. Not many people know too much about him, but here's why we think he's brilliant.
Sadece tek bir dueliste takılı kalmıyor. Kendini geliştirmeye sürekli açık. Kendinde bir hata gördüğü zaman bunu çok kolay bir şekilde fixleyebiliyor. O yüzden de gelişimi hızlı bir şekilde ilerliyor. Maçın her anında hem kendine hem de takım arkadaşlarına nasıl destek olabilirim şeklinde oynuyor.
I have seen a lot of young players where they are very skilled, but the mindset is not there. And I think with this guy, he has both of them. You could instantly see that he's good for the game.
Laser Tech'te Yampi'den daha iyi olacağımı düşünüyorum ben. Çünkü o frenzi oynuyor, eğimi yok.
İlk tanıştıklarında Elias da birazcık bence kendini gördü Burak'ta. Çok iyi anlaşıyorlar öncelikle. Sadece oyun içerisinde değil, oyun dışında da beraber vakit geçiriyorlar. Birbirine Türkçe şakalar yapıyorlar.
Hamburger sipariş ediyorum. Bakıyor, kafasını çeviriyor. Cheeseburger istiyor, cheeseburger. Bana alay ediyor.
For me, I see him as like a little brother.
Yani Yampi'yle olan bağımız yani çok saçma gelişti.
He's never lived in another country, for example, and I have been doing this for many years now, and if he has anything that he needs to know, he can always come and ask me about it, and I'm very open to teach him everything.
Bence hayatımda tanıdığım en iyi, en perfect insan diyebilirim. BBL'de oynamam açıkçası benim için çok gurur verici bir şeydi. Çünkü ben 14 yaşımdan beri bunun hayaliyle yaşıyordum. Ben oyunda bronzken BBL'de oynayan oyuncuları izliyordum. Oralardan buralara geldim.
Because this is his dream job, it means that he cares a lot. And sometimes when you care a lot, it can turn into extra pressure.
You can hear it in his voice. You can hear it from the amount that he talks.
Evan, do you have flash? Evan.
If this guy is talking more, he's playing well, and if he's playing well, he's talking more. I remember one round in particular, pushing down mid, defending on Abyss. He's playing Yoru, so he has the ability to take a few more risks. He's then taking duels with someone like Boaster, a former international title winner and a legend. And he's going, nope, I'm not TPing away.
I'm not gonna TP.
I'm staying around for a bit longer. I want to be here, I want to make my mark.
I love he had a TP the whole time and he was like, 2 is not enough.
He's a young guy that has grown up with this and is now getting the opportunity to do it at the top level. He loves it and wants to give everything that he has, with also a complete disregard for the lack of experience that he has.
Bence Burak 1-2 sene sonra EMEA'nın en iyi duelisti haline gelecek.
He can get to that highest level. He can win trophies.
When you have such a young person who doesn't have the experience and he's already having the positive mindset and not any ego, that's for sure separates him from other players. Just seeing this every day also motivates me as an older person, I guess. Mamba mentality.
Yani ben çok hırslı biriyim. Yani bendeki hırs hiçbir şeyde yoktur yani ben. Kafama koyduğum, istediğim bir şey, hani sonucu ne olursa olsun, hani neyden fedakarlık etmem gerekirse edeyim, onu başarmak için her şeyimi veririm. Bu hayatta isteyip de başaramadığım hiçbir şey olmadı bu zamana kadar. Bana inanmayan birçok insan vardı çevremde. Hani git okulunu oku, bir iş öğren. Ben bu işi sevdiğim için bunu yapmaya devam edeceğim. Ne kadar kötü bir durumun içinde olursam olsun. Kendimi o bataktan çıkarmak için çabalayacağım. Yapamayacağımı düşünen insanları haksız çıkartmak beni motive ediyor.
I think people who have just seen him play just expect there is much more to come.
Bu onlar için küçük bir fragman olsun. Ben neler yapabileceğimin farkındayım. Ve eğer işler rayına oturursa onlar için sıkıntı olabilir.
It's always nice to get to know our players a little bit more here in VCT EMEA. League officials are still investigating, so I'll keep you guys updated when I have the information. But you heard that from Levin, you know, and all of his teammates, coaches as well, just hyping him up, gassing him up. We've seen some of that already, I think, on this map alone. The second round, the BBL even managed to win. It was a thrifty off the back of what Levin was able to do. Now, we had Uli cast in Spanish last week.
No, I'm not gonna do it.
But they loved it. Chat was loving it.
But Uli is something else, you know. He's.
But you used to cast in Spanish. You're forgetting your roots.
I am not that good without him, you know. He's my other half.
But can you just pretend that he's here?
Yeah, he didn't say the same when you weren't
whoa!
here. Not to stir the pot more, but like,
I believe.
No, but chat was loving it. They really, really enjoyed it. You know,
you want me to
we
cast it in
time.
Spanish?
Round 5. Roll it.
No,
already.
You guys
Roll
do
the
not know
clip.
what it is being with Sue today.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I wasn't even here in this room to. Okay.
Do it.
Okay, BBL, after catching the... I don't even have
in
sound.
Spanish.
Yeah, I don't even have sound of the round. I need to hear what's going on. Okay. 20 segundos han pasado, Smoke se caen hacia el medio, pero BBL que no tiene nada de utilidad puesta en ninguno de las miras. Sus que acaba con la primera baja y la respuesta es instantánea. BBL, 1, 2... Y seguimos buscando más. No vemos asistencias en el marcador. Todo es gracias a Leven. Otra más para él. 3 bajas conseguidas en esta ronda económica. La Spike que va a ser plantada en cualquier momento, dando ese punto para Jumpy. 2, 2, cerca de la ultimate. It's difficult because I'm here and I'm used to speaking
Are we going to get a 4K?
I don't know. I cannot remember. But yeah, what I was saying basically is that even though Levin creates all this space and puts all this pressure, when we look at the scoreboard, when we look at the names, we do not see the other people. We do not see the assists. Now you're asking me to think in both languages at the same time, and I cannot do that. So it is him just having a very good and quick reaction to all of this, but most of the duels were just isolated by his...
I love it. I think it's so nice in Spanish.
Yeah, I'm here
right?
for
It's
it.
so high. We nearly had a 4K.
4K.
That would have been so sick.
4K para Leo. Oh my
See?
God, I miss Leo.
See, that'd be so sick. Did you say you miss Leo?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Because
Leo
that
mentioned.
4K, do you not remember
It
that we
was
had a
Leo?
promo? Yes, it was Sergio Ferra casting Leo and he's singing 4K para Leo.
But
That
why
was one
did
of our openers.
Why did I think
For
it
like
was
2020.
Chihuahua? Why did I think it was Chihuahua?
Because
I don't
you
know
might
why.
be obsessed with Chihuahua.
No, that's Mitch. He's an absolute beast, you know. He's he's a beast. I don't. Where do we go from there?
Can you do? I can't talk.
How many
that.
languages you speak?
None.
Billy?
I am a Scottish girly just here on the desk. Do you know what I mean? How are you supposed to talk?
But you do like a fizzy juice.
Yes.
You do like a
We were
fizzy
going to
juice.
keep that for behind the scenes and not on broadcast, but you know what? It's here now.
Yeah. You're going to have to give us some, I feel like Scottish.
Some Scottish lessons.
Wait, can you do it in Chinese? Can you do it?
Oh, hell no. I can't do it in Chinese.
Really?
I don't think it sounds as good. It's not a fast language.
Yeah, but I
It's
really
not
like
a
how
fast
it
language.
sounds. Like,
It's slower, you know. It's a little bit more like
And
mellow.
we already got a Scottish
Yeah.
caster here anyway that gets enough.
We need to get
things
you
from Twitch
and
chat, so.
Cairo
Oh my God.
at the same time.
And subtitles
We should
at the same time.
We should make it a segment so we get players that are non-native because it's not fun.
Yeah.
And we put you and Cairo casting.
And they have to
we put it in 1.25 and we just give them 4 options.
Oh
you know,
my
this is a
goodness.
segment for the future for whenever we have more
Okay,
tag
so we're
tosses.
getting Magnum for this segment.
Yes. Magnum and well, we'll see.
Danny,
And-
Pipson.
Yes.
Pipson and Magnum in this segment would slap.
And they have to choose what have they said.
Oh, that would slap. I think we should invite Ryan back as well so he could also guess. Yeah, I think that I don't know if you're down for
Whalers?
that.
Whalers back?
Yeah, but Whalers is smart, so we need some more like emotional and panicky,
we can do that.
panicky characters. Yeah.
Look at Rhaegar. He was there for
But he's also so smart. Igor is so smart. He will be able to deduce that.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of the Scottish accent. I think I love it when I hear Cairo cast. I think we should get you and Cairo to cast together.
Yeah, let's get Cairo back.
Yeah.
Bring him back.
Cheeky
Bring
little
him back.
tri-cast. Cheeky little tri-cast.
Little Cairo Billy tri-cast.
Yeah. Hazard needs to learn some.
No, we put Paul there. He already has the experience as well.
Oh wow. Okay, but then
really
he
has an
would.
accent. He'll
If
have
only
to-
he had a
yeah.
Scottish accent.
Yeah, but he can exaggerate
Are
it.
there things that you could say in, I guess, in Scottish in terms of like, you know, slangs? And
Yeah, but how would we make it Valorant? That's the question.
That's what I mean. That doesn't exist.
Scottish Valorant slang. I don't know. That's a
not a
content
thing.
idea for you, Cairo. Maybe you should take that one.
Yeah, that's one of the many ways that Scotland is more inferior, I think. You know, we could make that up. Because Ireland could never. Mitch has zero Irish slangs, let's be honest. Zero. And zero...
I didn't even know Mitch was Irish until like 2 or 3 years into knowing him.
I'm pretty sure he's British.
He didn't bring it up?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that he brings it up, but if I wouldn't listen or I wouldn't take it seriously, because to me he doesn't really have an accent.
He does come across more British, I think.
Right, and he
many ways.
He loves Britain, so.
He does. Like, I think like his taste in food. He loves the British players as well, the Valorant players. They're all his faves. Yeah, I'm so glad we're not sending this back to them anytime soon. But I saw the ticker change. We're getting ready checks. We're ready. We're ready. So let's get back into this Turkish derby with 2 Brits, Mitch and Tom.
Oh, I can unmute the program feed now. Finish with the waffle. All right, time to get back into the game. I'm very excited about this one, Tom, because you know what? Anticipation builds as you have to wait, and they've kept the next rounds from us for long enough. Let's get rid of the red from the studio. 4-2 is where we left you, and that's where we'll pick it back up. BBL had already invested into a few rifles before we disappeared. Oh, that's quite interesting. The second longest tenured player is Cracks, joining Foot on January 21, 2021. That is a long time ago. And it feels like it should be yesterday. We will find out who the most tenured player is later, Tom. That's for people to go and find out themselves, like a fun little quiz game. BBL, 2 rifles that they had, and they will keep them, pistols alongside it. But what we mentioned before, the tactic, remember there was a tactical pause before that tech, was that this squad comes
2 weeks ago.
The squad comes in with 4 ultimates to play with, so a decent opportunity to bridge the gap of that investment. They are missing Levin's ultimate, of course, having been deployed in the previous. Still will be able to do quite a bit if they're given opportunity.
Yeah, I want to see how proactive they're going to be, because it's very easy to just go, okay, we got a plan, let's just chuck our ults in. But I think a lot of teams nowadays are trying to be much more proactive and gamble some of these ultimates to get themselves back into the game economically. Fact is, though, one of those guns might be about to go. No, never mind. Prophet looked like he was moving while he hit that shot, but I think he won't mind too much. And this leaves Adacaptain almost completely isolated on the site. Look at where the rest of the team currently are. They are deep within. The closest just starting a rotation back around, and Adacaptain is going to have to go big here.
Good spray correction onto Sociable, but Levin dances around the side of the boxes and takes him out. A return of damage that was dealt to him moments ago. He'll be able to get the plant now right down below, and a 4 versus 3. Yes, there are pistols, but a rifle in the hands of Levin and Profek, that can do a hell of a lot of damage. They found another, and a follow-up is even there for Levin. Yedajay with the triple spray, and a great read on the final player's location, it seemed, as the smoke fades, though. It's Magnum to land the death blow. BBL with another round on the attack, just 1 away from Foot now.
This has been a very peculiar game so far. It seems like the team coming in with the weaker purchase, and a lot of rounds has been able to get it through. I don't know how Profek even managed to react quick enough to win that fight, but as said, from that point onwards, it was left to Adacaptain, and well, a heroic attempt by the likes of Yedajay. But ultimately, oh, they muted his mic. There you go, he's gone.
I ever told you my favorite color's red, Tom? It's not true, but I think I must have told someone in production that it was. We're back to another Pausa Technica.
He took something perfect and painted it red.
Oh, wow. There you go. We're getting poetic up here. Well, the references running deep.
Yeah. It's, wow. Every time it seems like BBL win a round, we get a tech pause. So there you go.
Yeah.
If they keep winning rounds, it's going to be a particularly long game. That's all I'm going to say. The worrying thing from the perspective of Foot there is they use 0 ults. We bigged up. How are they going to proactively use these ultimates to bridge it? They're not. They're going to just get opening picks. They're going to take the rifles, and they're going to close out the round. So I think I was going to mention it in the moment, but Sociable was one of the first players to die. So that was the main ultimate that we were looking at, the Armageddon, to sort of close out the round. But yeah, they didn't need the Nightfall. They didn't end up using the null command, and well, I think if Prophet could teleport away, I would have been a little bit worried about it. But that means they come into a buy with all of these guns. I do wonder how much Foot are actually going to invest into this, though, because the lower buys have been working out for them, but you still don't want to just risk your whole defensive side on this.
Well, this is it, though. I wouldn't mind seeing them sprinkle in a couple of weapons there. Not talking Vandals, but even just those Sheriffs, the Stingers. We've seen them get damage with it. And most importantly, you look at the first two players to fall in the previous round, Mr. Fallen and Ada Captain. Well, one of the points that Bea brought up at the start of that tech pause was the fact that when Levin came in and found all these picks, all these kills on the A site, this is somewhere that he was on his own. There was no assists in the kill feed. This was a guy with a couple blades and finding his target. Reality is, for Foot, man on a mission, and it was nothing but success. When it comes to Foot, though, very different in what we expect to see from them in every single round. Not one or two, but these guys, we talk about the most assists per round, you got to talk about Ada Captain. He's number one. Number two, Mr. Fallen. That's out of all of EMEA. And it just goes to show that they are consistently setting up, and this was another point that Des brought up, how Zeus is going to be the tip of the spear. Levin in the same regard, that Sociable can do a lot, but Levin's the guy getting set up for these plays. And we'll see some of that later, but I think no team does that better than Foot. So when we talk about the Levin versus Zeus head-to-head on this jet, sure, a lot of it comes down to which one of these guys is better. But you also have to look at the system behind them, the utility above them or right before they enter into sight. And I think that's where Foot so far, at least statistically, definitely do come out ahead.
See, the thing is, I'll give you Mr. Fallen, but whenever I see a smoke player, I just go, so I placed this smoke and then Zeus has gone, and got 4 kills from a guy walking through a smoke.
I would give you that with most smoke players, but not Ada Captain with his paranoias. They're on point.
I would say if you go back and count how many come off a smoke.
We'll count them. Let's count them.
The thing is, there's probably...
All right, stats guy in the background. I want to know if it's a smokes assist or an actual assist from Ada Captain. Damage or utility-based non-smokes. We'll find out at the end of the game that Tom was wrong. And if I'm wrong, let's just not bring it up.
Do you think he's going to have more assists than with smokes?
More assists off utility than with smokes. Ada.
I don't know if there's any smokes player in the world that has that.
Well, it
seems very optimistic.
I'm so confident in this one, Tom, that I'm going to request we don't reference it if it's not true. How about that? Run the stats in the background, and if they're not in my favor, just say you couldn't do it.
Okay.
Just say the technical pause with the stats.
You know now, though, that if they can't do it, that you'll then just seem like you're wrong.
No, because it could be they just can't track that, Tom. You know, API, it's above my pay grade. It's above my pay grade, but I'm confident that we're capable.
Either way, look in the server right now, Mr. Fallen does already have 9 assists, so that one definitely is true. I don't think anybody is arguing that with what he's been able to do.
Well, shock darts have been unbelievable. Like every time, you know, we talked about Leo a long time ago as the one who he hits those shock darts every time, and it feels like Mr. Fallen has taken up that mantle in his absence.
Yeah. With Leo, it was always weird because, like, I look at Mr. Fallen and I go, okay, this guy is at beginning of rounds, he's shock darting specific points.
Yeah,
okay, there's going to be someone. Leo was just like, I'm on breeze, I'm in the middle of the site, I think there's a guy over there, and then just jumps and does a shock dart and hits someone for like hits 4 people for a ridiculous amount of damage, and then goes, I now predict that he's moved over here, and then does just another shock dart and gets 2 kills. You're like, are you cheating?
Probably the only guy that could beat me in a game of battleships. I'd be scared to come up against Leo there.
You'd be doing your mathematical stats, and he'd just hit all of your ships one by one in order. You go, can you see my board? He's like, no, I can see your eyes.
Can see it to your mind itself. Well, the red's gone from the studio, and the barriers will be gone from the map as we get back in to round number 8. BBL on the attack, already chipping away round by round, sprinkling in success amongst defeat.
They
now
have a hero rifle.
Lots of players on this A side, and as you said, hero rifle, which is here, pointed at that choke point, ready for the entry.
If anything, with the way he's been playing, half the team currently has a gun. At least the half that could matter, although already a lot of spam damage done. Zeus will get absolutely nothing, and the retrieval of that gun is impossible. Profek will put this round to bed, and Levin in a solid spot. Scoreline equalized, and what that means is already 4 rounds on the board. And this is what I was talking about, 4 or 5 rounds, and I think BB are in a good spot. 4 and 4, they're currently in a great spot.
Oh no, absolutely. We started doom and gloom about this squad. Realistically, it's hard not to after the last matchup they had here, but bumps in the road, they do occur. For now, you'd already say this is enough built up, and well, Geist is starting to get a little frustrated.
He's not stood up yet, though. When he stands up, that's when you have to be scared.
After last week, that's when he has to be scared. It looked like
Who's going to take the monitor with
put
him?
too much pressure. Oh, yeah. Not going to see the rest of the game. Round 9 kicking off, and it will be a full buy on both sides. Will be ultimates in place. Still those 4 for BBL, and almost a Blade Storm back up and online. That same safety net not there for Foot on the defense. Early utility to clear out short. No presence in mid. BBL taking a very direct approach, and it worked in the previous where they only had 1 rifle. But this time, those players are going to be better armed.
Face your fear!
Him playing. Nightfall thrown through, information garnered and sound removed from opponents. Although Levin completely revealed up and Zeus just decides to run in, and the rest of the team is quite far behind. Nobody went with Levin. It was just that sort of setup to try and get him to do something. And it has failed miserably. In fact, it's all 1v1 fights, which are going the way of Foot for now. The remaining 2 with an awful lot to do.
Is this a tactical pause after that? Or is this a plan that we just didn't get to see fully bloom? The idea of sending someone late to short after they will have closed off that door, found their position back on the A site, perhaps was to allow the lurk in that position to embed and then rotate back. 1 extra player gets caught through the smoke, and now your short guy thinks, I have to go in and take that fight. I have to be the difference maker. Gets shut down, and now what would have been a good pump fake A to a rotate into B site, they get nothing for it. They're in a 2v5.
Well, it would be their second pause, so I'd be very surprised if they use their second pause here. I think it's just not worth it.
Just look messy.
I want to see, like, if they can get into a post plant here, like, the timing of an Armageddon is one of the few things that can actually turn around like this. It would just be finding the correct spacing to actually use it. They've been holding onto these ults for a while, so if anything, trying to get something done once you know they're already through could be worth it, but with 1 player already dropped, Sociable is dead to rights. There's no way he gets out of this alive. A nice shot onto Zeus at least denies the flawless, but Foot break back in very comfortable fashion.
Not bad at all. But again, you have to look at that round and wonder for BBL, you know, you've got a guy out on site, what, 5-10 seconds later, nobody's even close to the choke point. They're behind a smoke. It is hung out to dry. Very much so. And then the pressure applied afterwards is easily connected by cracks. Look, I mean, the highlights say it for you. They show it, they spell it out. This was 1-by-1 fights. This was individuals caught out by the defenders. And, well, you're being spoon-fed around like that. You can't really complain. BBL came in with a direct approach, but it seemed like they second-guessed it halfway through. Now a change-up as they move for middle control early on.
Find you.
Still a comfortable buy. Still having a couple of those ultimates, but now you can see that ult economy start to shift in the favor of Foot. A solid response in that last round will keep them in a good position. And you have to bear in mind as well that for BBL, having late round switch-ups can be a little bit difficult. You know ultimately that you don't have that sentinel to hold down ground. You don't have positional play. So you kind of need to leave someone there or be very direct like they attempted in the last round. For now, though, it almost reminds me of like an old school Gambit style. It's what can Levin do? Or in their case, what can Defo do?
Yeah. Now, the interesting thing is last time, right, we had that ult sent through, finding 3 players towards the A site. Now this change-up of positioning where you're now going to have that rotation from Jet towards B to stack up, maybe even assuming this change in direction from BBL, but with 50 or so seconds on the clock, they shifted back up to short, now putting the pressure on here. Still, looks like it will be a late B hit, so the question is, do these players, do those players move out of position and go back to the A site? In fact, no, there's a TP through from Omen. There's now 4 players from the defensive side on B, but BBL, they've gone back and forth, flip-flopped in this round enough that it left only Mr. Fallen on A, all the eggs in one basket for Foot, and the hit has come in on the other side. A late lurk by Yumpy, cutting up this rotation, and he'll go down, but they've got a 4v3 post plan.
Yeah, he did well. He used his ultimate, the null command, as a fake, and I'll be honest, I think it was 0 and 9 up until this point. So him selling a fake to move players away had so much value for the rest of the team. Also, I believe a part of this round might have been playing a retake. They had the lockdown in play ready to go, but with Yedege getting caught, that now completely crumbles. Foot getting in here is going to be so difficult. That time already ticking, and well, again, maybe they could have used that Teo ult, but it was not needed. Another response, another back and forth round for the side of BBL, as they will now make 5.
Hey, but that's fine for them. They've only managed to string 2 together at any one point. Other than that, it's been a spot here or there, but...
Same for both teams.
Yeah, a spot that's putting a blemish on Foot's record in the defensive side, where we expect to see all these rounds fall into their hands, where we talked about, oh, BBL can get 4 up there, maybe even 3, hell, anything but 0 is going to be an improvement. You can see...
I'm on the board!
He's on the board, baby! He's on the board!
I think he's one of the few players as well, though, that looking at this 5 and 5 and go, okay, you'll be 1 and 10, wouldn't give a damn.
No,
not give a damn at all.
He was 0 and 9. He was screaming so loud we had to mute his mic. He's gonna break the damn thing. Bringing the energy, and ultimately that's all he needs to do. Ultimate sent through from Tejo at long last, and it's trying to send these players into Levin's crosshair. He's good to find one. His blade's removed, but he's still got bullets. Good for a second, but Krax does the same. Triples up, in fact. We said we wanted to see this man return to form, and that 3-piece may just be the start of it. Sociable and Profect left to do it all. The spike is theirs, and a player down, soon to be out, as Krax clings on to life for just a few more seconds. Nobody can bring him back into the round, and they're content to just wait this one out, expecting a move from Foot, even fake planting to try and bait them into aggression. That aggression's about to come through. Profect had the angle, and he had the reaction. Falling down, and it's all onto Ada Captain.
Oh, for a clutch. First shot connected, know where his opponent is, and wants to try and bait him. Profect to spamming and taking a big risk around the side of it. Jumping through the air. He connects onto Ada Captain. Oh, that is... I don't even think there could be a moment where he touched the floor. That had to be flying.
Look, well, I look forward to seeing it in the replay. Great job from Levin. Huge response from Krax. Do we get this from Profex? No way. He was running at a minimum.
Either way, it's absurd. And it's the Levin of Profect show. Krax genuinely is having a game, though. 14 and 7. He was 1 HP for half of those fights. Manages to do far more than he ever should have got, but those entries have been sublime. Levin has definitely been the player to watch so far in this match. Glad we hyped him up with that fantastic video talking about his superstar potential, talking about this youngster coming in from Turkey, dreaming of playing for BBL. Now, he is showing up. Double Outlaw. Board onto the attack. Expectation of low shields for the other side, and boy, are they correct.
Both of these guys, Levin and Zeus, they've been the big fish in the little pond. It's Levin really making waves now that he's in the open ocean. 6-5, 1 round left to play for, and from a miserable start, BBL looked like they were just clutching at rounds where they could. They could leave this with a 2-round lead. It starts with aggression from Levin, keeping these 3 players in position on A, but the Killjoy setup about to get the information that there's some contact to be had. Paranoia goes through. Yumpy the one to land onto Zeus, but it's the site that we're looking at. It's Yedege who's clinging on. Ult has to be destroyed, and it will be just in time. Levin catching the rotation, and a 7-5 closer in this half. That is wonderful for BBL. This could have been a much, much worse story.
Yeah, for sure. With all the momentum taken out of the game at times, and after a very slow start, they claim 5 of the last 6 rounds in this half. But they need to show what they've got in the attack. We'll be back after the break.
Thank you, thank you. Nice boy!
Welcome back, folks. Half 2 about to kick off, and we expected to see Foot in the lead. The question was by how much, and would BBL have built enough of a foundation that they could thrive in the second half, or at least make the climb of a comeback that we thought we'd see. But now, Tom, a 2-round lead and moving on to the defense where we expect them to put up more rounds. 11, 18, and 8. The battle of him against Zeus seems to have a fair and clear-cut conclusion. We are seeing cracks back on that KO lighting up the scoreboard, but so far, it hasn't been enough for Foot.
Yeah, he's been the better of the KOs individually. I don't think there's much of an argument there, but yeah, this really has been the show of Levin on that attack, just being able to get so many valuable entries, and it doesn't look like that's going to stop here. 4 players grouping up into middle. Sociable this time will be the one to start, but has the support of his little Turkish brother. They haven't checked the corner though. This is a mistake. A chance for Yedajay to completely turn this round on his head, and with pressure already being put in over on the other side, he's just holding down the line.
Well, that's their back secure. That is for sure. They got to get their front sorted out. Magnum falling will pretty much get those boxes ticked. The spike to be planted. The late play from Yedajay. They know that he's going to be further away, though, coming from main late or perhaps up through mid. So they're cautious about this, waiting for the plant to go down, knowing that means there'll be an isolated player. Drone goes through. There's one spotted. All the info to play with now.
Planted.
Question is, what do you do with it? Knife about to be online. Salvos 2. They'll go to backside most of the time, and indeed that's what's cleared out here. Boathouse pushing them into Yumpy. He's good for the first. The spin on the second! Good on a dime! And now the defuse can be found. Pressuring Yedajay into the peak. In fact, it's already half. He's gonna go quick. He's gonna be fast! And he's not gonna be fast enough! That's a disaster. A 4-piece pickup from Yedajay, but a round for BBL.
Did Yumpy just save all of his most important kills of this round? Like, they literally looked to pressure him within the smoke. I don't know how he manages to get the 2 from that position. Just sheer reactions. Going back to the duelist days of Yumpy. Well, I'm yeah. Yeah, I was pausing for that. I was ready for that. I don't think I'm going to be able to talk over that one. 8-5. BBL clutching up in the pistol, but they've got to be careful. Already, Levin is down early, but Yumpy, there you go. Back again.
Yeah, his buddy goes down, he picks up that rifle and says, I can do one better. Trades it right back. But will also be recovering their outlaw. This is somewhere that they've had a lot of success. I think it was it Icebox? When they were up against KC that they pulled out the outlaw that ended up flipping the second round in the attack in their favor. But it was Zeus.
Yeah, it does help when Zeus is alive.
Exactly. Now someone else has got to be that hero.
I'd say, I think Yedajay definitely has it within his wheelhouse.
Also, this is the big difference. When they did it on Icebox, their opponents had light shields. It made it very easy to connect that one shot. Here, it's got to be that 1-2. That's not quite as easy to connect. Yeah, all right, yeah, one guy's, yeah, sure.
I just got to highlight the one you didn't highlight, you know?
Now 6 shields on Social.
There you go.
Find you.
Go on.
And they also don't have the outlaw anymore. So that could be a bit of a problem. And yeah, positioning.
30 seconds left.
A prof bag. Oh, there you go. Outlaw found again. They're making this one costly nonetheless. It's something that will obviously make things a bit more difficult going into the next round in terms of credits. But if they can make this one nice and damaging, spam shot here would do a lot, but just look at the time. 12 seconds left. Unfortunately, they're going to have to walk into this crossfire, and this is where that sniper really has a lot less value. BBL will make their way to 9, and now they actually come in with the double outlaw, so that's something that BBL, Foot are going to have to think about here. It's like, they actually have 2 of those, so we can't really go for light shields.
Yeah, it's got to be the heavy shields out of the squad. Maybe that's going to put some people on the back foot. It's going to cost some utility, perhaps. Overall for BBL, the climb continues. A 2-0 start in this half, and really the important thing is they cannot walk away with this one. For Foot, this is a map that used to see dominance from them. This is a matchup that they have dominated every time that they've seen it. But as we said, this is a different BBL. Oh, a little bounce back. Well done, Timmy. Headed that one back. Lotar's going to be real happy with that one.
He's actually, no, he's making his play to try and get into one of the Champions League matches that's coming up. Nice little header.
Oh yeah, lovely
Looking
stuff.
for the back of the net.
Bicycle kick, perhaps, next time.
Ooh, okay. That's a decent start from Magnum. One of the weaker weapons, the Sheriff in hand, has already connected, looks for a little bit more, and even just the tag and the info is nice for the cross. Yumpy with the second shot will connect. That's already a two-man advantage. Make that three. It looks like Foot are completely capitulating in these moments, not clearing the back of the site, which currently only has one man within it. And Magnum's job really just stay alive as long as possible, make it as awkward as possible for him to be cleared.
And get those tags. Great call from Magnum going out for a little more. I thought it was a bit cool. No!
What?
It's falling apart. BBL looked set to hammer a nail into the coffin, and it was damn close. Cracks left on 10 HP by that shot. The only man that didn't get tagged in the chaos. I love that from Magnum, going back out, landing the body shot. He runs away and he just calls, I've tagged him, I've hit him. Heavy shields or not, that man's vulnerable to one shot.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Wow.
2 headshots for the price of 1.
Oh, he was even surprised with that one too. The disappointing way to close it out, but they swung together, they took the fights. That's just individual brilliance coming out from Foot in a moment where they needed it most. Let's not mince our words or mix them, because the reality is, for Foot, they wanted to come out with a much more dominant conclusion to that round. They wanted more rifles. They don't have that security now. Even the buy here is going to be messy. That's why they've got this pause in. This is a Foot timeout, so guys can steady the ship, because the last round, yes, they got there in the end, but in most, if we run that back from the 4v2, they're not winning that the majority of the times. And Geist knows that could have been the end of this map.
Yeah, I think Geist as well, though, is incredibly good in these sort of pause situations. May look very emotive, but I think he knows the way his team needs to be sort of spoken to in these moments, get things back together, close those gaps up, because I think was it Lotus last week where they were 4-1 down? I think they lost 1 round after he called a pause. It was literally just like, he's so good at knowing exactly what his team needs. I think it was mentioned on the desk that, is he underrated? And I would say yes, especially when you talk about some of the individuals that Foot have had and needed to try and piece everything together, putting up compositions that not only incorporate meta, but trying to find comfort at the same time is not an easy thing to do. And credit we can also give over to the side of BBL as well. The fluctuation of their comps to put people on more comfortable roles. For now, they are coming back in with a buy on that defensive side, and already Yumpy, after an incredibly quiet half, is now going to find himself another opening pick.
11 very close to falling. Zeus walking through the nano, he's being caught. Magnum was still holding it. They thought that could be a little bit of a fake out. Instead, they've lost another player.
The attack of a long-bottom mid, because they're so confident their opponents are going to push mid, that they've had to leave a piece of utility there to stop them. I don't know if I've seen that. I think he ran out of bullets!
And the beautiful thing there, Sociable just plays on the edge of it, so they have that little bit of safety, that little bit of security.
False
and
confidence.
He uses that to just steal out the round from under them. Already it was looking bad in the 3v5, but now Mr. Fallen, he's good for assists, the best player in the league. In fact,
30 seconds.
The reality is, he's going to have to do it all himself. The first found, a Hunter's Fury online, and fake steps to sight. He's baiting them in, luring them for the fight, but they're just waiting, expecting this very same play, but it was damn close. Look how low Sociable and Levin are. This is not a round that you can take any chances in.
10 seconds left.
Salvos have bought a little bit of extra time.
Until the shock.
Actually not taken away. Couple of low players. He takes one of the high HP. This is actually starting to get a little bit dangerous now. HP on 2 of those players is incredibly low. And we know what Mr. Fallen can do in these sort of moments, but Levin is not going to give him the chance. Somehow made that look like a winnable situation for the side of Foot, but ultimately the rest of the round was very clean for BBL.
Oh, we spoke about Chihuahua on the desk earlier on. He would have won that. I'll tell you that for nothing. We wouldn't have seen it though. 10-6, double digits on the board for BBL. And this squad now, from, again, I really got to say, we doubted them when we started this one out. Or even at 3-2, 4-2, you're thinking, it looks like Foot have all the control. They've got what they need to take this across the line, but well, there's been a couple bumps in the road since then.
That's all. Is that back-to-back pauses?
Yes.
That is literally 2 rounds in a row.
They won a round, called a pause because they very nearly lost it. Lost the round just now, and then called a pause. And Geist is getting a little more heated. Oh, he looks upset. Why would you do this to me, guys? But it's understandable as well. You never know what he's saying in these moments, but clearly he feels like this is something the players should be ahead of. These are problems that they've seen before. They know the solutions to. Right now, they're not able to put it into practice.
It looks like he's pleading with the team.
Please,
like,
guys, what we did in prax.
Yeah, it genuinely does look far more like frustration at this point than any anger towards things. Because again, like you look at the way these rounds started, and a lot of it is once more just those individual fights. Like if Yumpy takes an opening pick, then you have to swing through from Zeus running through a nano, looking for the element of surprise. In fact, just ends up making things worse. And then their own utility being their downfall in middle. That's where the frustration probably arrives
But that's got to be the problem, man. You look at that situation. We knew the guy's going to push mid, so much so we put utility there to stop him doing it, and he got 2 kills.
Yeah.
What's going on? You can't have that. And I think that's understandable to have that level of frustration, because that is just a simple building block, a foundational piece of reaction that you need to have if you've got util to watch an area. You got to be aware when they push that area. You got to be cautious of it. Even though it didn't get tripped, it ended up playing against them. Now we'll see. 4 rounds before they can equalize. Weak weapons and no Zeus to fall back on. Levin's come in and put him in the dirt. He's not going through the smoke against an eco. I know he's not going to do that. He's done it. He has done it. And that's got to be frustrating. Now you get the sense on foot that you're just not being shown respect. This is a guy coming in going, I'm just better than you guys.
Yeah, the #1 Turkish team for the last few years, and a young Turkish duelist that I was saying most people had no idea who he was at the beginning of the year. And he is currently styling on them. He is currently disrespecting them, currently just running away with this map and doing it on a map that is synonymous with this region. It really has been a true show, and while Adacaptain is just trying to get himself an orb, 15 pieces of utility into his face, and an in-zone flawless to boot.
Well, you saw it as well, even in the video about Levin, and certainly if you listen to the first week or 2 of the casts, where Yumpy is saying, like, his name is Loon or Levin or something, I don't know. He just calls him by his first name. And, like, that's where we were at as well. I was calling him Loon. Had that line, the lunatic. I was real happy with that one. But, you know, we've learned his name now. That's for damn sure. He's left us no other choice. 21-11. 2 rounds to go before BBL put this to bed in dominant fashion. And a map that, again, used to be that fallback for Turkish teams, but more specifically for Foot. This was where they took the fight every time, and this is where they won it almost every time.
It's a bold play. They kept the triple initiator. They chose a map that they lost 13-4 on with 0 attack rounds last time they played it.
Out of 12 as well. That wasn't second half. That was the first half.
And yeah, it seems like they've managed to come up trumps here still. We know that Foot are always dangerous. Zeus looking to take that fight. Again, there is nothing alongside him. Like that was basically just like, can he get a kill versus somebody who's on the other side? And the answer is a resounding no. The reliance on this man, I feel like it needs to be overhauled.
Well, again, this was highlighted early. The successful rounds he's had have come off him playing well. And that's not what we're used to seeing. Certainly for Foot, we made the point. You've got the highest assists on so many of these players, but it hasn't been connecting here. Cracks taking the game into his own hands at times, and he's found one onto Levin. A big pick early on, an info that there's 2 on backside, but he doesn't know one was a little closer. Yedajay finding both of those players, in fact, but the flank up from Mr. Fallen, it's putting another problem up for BBL to solve. Yumpy activated the ult. He's taken their utility out of their hands at least. There'll be no lockdown to close out this round, but that'll unlikely to see that even put through. 1v2, an opportunity here. He pops the pistol out, trying to bait some movement. So far, there's none to be found. That's great information, though. He knows there's one towards Market. He's looking for that point of contact, and he'll know that the swing will come in from his left as soon as he gets it. But for now, patience out of Mr. Fallen, letting Yumpy make the first move. A beautiful plan, a beautiful display. Now, what should be a secured round off time alone. Hunter's Fury may be needed if the first pick was found, but there's still a man on the site to lock it down.
Man, you could see the way that Yumpy's brain was working there. Okay, there's probably going to be a secondary swing. There's probably going to be somebody trying to find me from another angle. The fact is there wasn't. They were just relying on the Hunter's Fury and the time, and that meant that there was pretty much zero way that he could actually take home that round. Big round from Yedege. Some openers from Crack, some 4 rounds down. They've got a lot of ultimates to play with still. That lockdown not able to be used after the null command, but that means it has been saved through. And with every member bar 1, and that one having From the Shadows set up outside B, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing the execution on that side of the map.
Well, they lost Zeus early, still managed to come out with the round, and you know, perhaps this can be the one that resets them. So far, they've been spinning their wheels, but not finding any traction. It has to change here for Foot. A streak of rounds needed. Teho ultimate online for Sociable. But on the other side, we mentioned in that clutch, Yedege and Mr. Fallen, Lockdown and Hunter's Fury. That can bail them out of a bad situation. But the main thing we're looking to see is Zeus finding those opening picks. Is the supportive utility there? Some cracks, flashes that we've hailed as some of the best in the league at times. In recent times, perhaps less so.
Revealing area.
Hunter's Fury immediately popped. Prophet dead to rights, not able to execute off that. They're going to utilize the Armageddon and the Blade Storm in tandem and attempt to try and find something, but instead, all it's really done is slowed the push of Foot. Yedege also waiting. He's bought his time. This is perfect. The problem of not having all of that Sentinel utility is you can easily sneak in from behind. And while there is Yedege to deal that final blow, the round already gone. And Magnum now has to look at this as, okay, where can I even escape to?
Yeah, he knows there's one behind. Problem is, the rotations come through from Yedege. He's made his way right back down the middle and is waiting for this playthrough short, reading Magnum like a book. Although he's not needed. The Crack's closing it out. That's 11 to 8. That's safety nets not really used. Sure, Hunter's Fury's put through to entry to get them that space initially to find the opening pick even. But you got your Blade Storm online now as a result of that round. We've seen what Zeus can do with it, solo opening sites with a 3-piece, and honestly, that was one of the main rounds we got to see from him, so.
Well, the bigger issue is actually that their opponents have used everything. Other than the From the Shadows, all the ults are gone. They had the Blade Storm attempted, the Armageddon trying to slow down their opponents, but it was sent in behind them, hoping to force them forward into 11, but in fact, after he falls, that was almost too easy for them to clear the remainder. So ult economy firmly in the favor of Foot. Momentum there, economy going. I would say that what looked like a pretty much dead to rights map now has been revitalized a little bit for Foot.
Oh, absolutely. They've got the ball rolling. And a timeout here for BBL, as we'll see the coaching staff giving those words over to the players. But we're focused on guys. This man's been saying a lot in his own timeouts. And, well, as we said, there's been many a time before where he calls a timeout himself and ends up streaking the rounds together from that point forward.
So you don't have Pal's notebook this week?
I don't, no. So I really can't look at his strats this time around. It's leaving me at a disadvantage. Can't let guys know where to go.
11 to 8. By not a particularly good one. And, well, we mentioned it before about the potential of padding rounds with ultimates. Not possible here. Maybe a rotation from Profek is possible, but it looks like they're going to go for a very aggressive stance in towards B main. Try and take some of that control away, and that's a great start. Levin will pick off Yedege. That means that any play needs to be a little bit more direct from the side of Foot because they don't have that map control anymore.
They want to take that back on BBL, move towards B main and get the rifle, but sent back by Krax's knife. The A side under threat and weaker weapons, bad positions, and a quick conclusion to that duel leaves the A side in the hands of Foot. A plant found and everything they could want on the back of it. Even their flank protection to come in late thanks to the rotation of Krax to cover their back.
Here.
BBL will struggle to get anything else done in this round for Foot. It's just going to be a patient display as they... Oh my goodness! Levin! Relax, he's found another! A fourth, in fact! The young gun of Levin denied the ace again! And it's Krax looking to pick up the pieces with just Sociable. A round that could go BBL's way, a stick to half that cost him his life, and somehow a Red Bull clutch needed from Foot. That should have been an easy closeout, but Levin, he almost made it happen.
I know, well, if anything, I think that the last one that he didn't get might have been the easiest of the lot. The one through the box, that was off a Prowler. The Prowler gave him the info, so he just spammed into the box. And then everything else, like, yeah, just came down to cracks in the end. Never should have been that close, but dear Lord, is this guy something special. 26 and 14. The round has still gone the way of Foot. Economically, they're fine. Ult-wise, they're fine. It's just whether or not they can quell the beast. Levin, no surprise, looking to get aggressive. You can't really blame him at this point. He's been so good thus far, but he has been shut down.
Just phenomenal player across the board. They'll be out of this round, and BBL seeing that gap close on them as close as the previous was. It got Levin feeling confident. Got him to peek out short. Foot were more than ready. The lockdown to seize the site. Notably BBL playing offside here, of course. Being well aware that that lockdown was to come into play. It will not be destroyed. They'll be forced to stand outside and wait as Foot presumably walk their way in. Mr. Fallen lurking on mid finds mass value. Sociable with a double before he falls. He's given them a chance. A breath of life into this round with Mr. Fallen late into main. You can't expect Yumpy to be here, but he gets him anyways.
Played isolated.
150 health on Mr. Fallen. Not a scratch after those early duels. Up close is Magnum. One shot needed, and it's Mr. Fallen to land it. Another close round for BBL, but another mistake that leads to Foot with a Red Bull clutch.
I'm so round behind. I'm so surprised they split up in that moment. Like, against Mr. Fallen as well, I feel like that's the worst player that you could possibly do that against. Is you've got a very low HP guy, you want him to take contact, and then you want the high HP guy to have the chance to trade. Instead, you give 2 1v1 duels for a player that, I don't know, I'm confident to win that. A huge round for Foot in terms of confidence, in terms of that momentum, and for BBL, that might just be the backbreaker, honestly.
God, I mean, the streak of rounds so far already going to be demoralizing. It's already going to put you in the dirt mentally, but now 2 Red Bull clutches back-to-back. Foot with momentum, with wind in their sails, up against Pistols, but it's Levin to drop Zeus. It looks like they're in bumpy waters.
Peek before the flash.
The midst of a storm, but they're bailed out. The site now taken, the plant secured, and Pistols having to fight back into them.
Spike planted.
Be careful of the shot dance. Weaponry-wise, it's not even close.
Cover going out.
3 sheriffs, a ghost versus vandals across the board. There should be no chance to make it back into this site and more. Going in 1 by 1 is going to only make it all the more easy for this squad to try and get something done. And it really is just no problem whatsoever for Foot in this scenario. Sociable, an attempt to try and bring things back, but they're already repositioning. Looking to just try and get out of there. Well, Yedajay with a cheeky little hop, skip, and a jump. It will even things up. 11 to 11. Well, we were calling this a done deal, a closed map, but 5 rounds in a row, multiple clutches to be had. And now we got to see if there's anything left in the tank for BBL, or if they'll be going into their opponent's map choice with a deficit.
Speaking of big game about defensive sides when it comes to this map, but it has been a game all about the attacking side for Foot now. That is 5 rounds in a row. One-upping what BBL did, it was 5 out of 6 for them to close out the half. And with so many streaked rounds, with big individual plays from BBL, but it not being enough for so many rounds now. We've seen them make that recovery. This is a crazy TP. And a captain's on the back of B, and it's not like the whole team's about to come and meet him. Magnum knows, but he still loses the fight. The site now divided as Sociables looking forward. He's got a player coming through main. He's barely evaded his sight. In fact, I think they might have spotted him. It looks like they did. Yedajay was trained in on him. The Blade Storm for both, but it's Zeus to bring the thunder. And Yumpy falling to the same storm. BBL, they were knocking on victory's door, but it's been slammed shut in their face. They need overtime to make it all the way. His foot, without a doubt, going to close this one out. Hunting, the spike hasn't even been planted, Tom.
That's what I mean. They just want to remove these weapons. I think they're getting the lockdown just for safety. Picking up the orbs where they can. I like it. Good management of everything. I'll also say I'm going to need a replay of Yumpy's camera from the end of this round. He did just literally facepalm. Like, it's not a good sign. And they have just been ripped apart by from the shadows. That's not something I say very often. I think the last time I said it was Mystic playing in the arena here. That's the last person I remember doing it. So
that's a while ago.
It was, yeah.
Vintage.
Last year.
A while ago.
But from the depths of defeat, back-to-back pauses for guys. We talk about this guy's impact, and sure, there's been some huge individual plays, some mass changes. And well, now an in-zone flawless. BBL with a chance to take it to overtime. But I'll be honest, with the way things have been going, it's not looking likely.
No, it really isn't. Both of these squads already running out of timeouts. BBL's last hasn't set them straight. 6 rounds in a row. 4 foot, nothing but success, and this is what we feared.
Oh, that had some vigor to it.
Jeez.
I heard that in the mic.
But we talked about foot, we talked about guys. You see those timeouts, those streaks of rounds, and his pleading clearly got through to the players eventually. This is just like the simulations. 4 foot, they were down but not out. With 1 round left to compete for, it's a direct approach to A. Confirmation that the hit will come in off the back of the Nightfall. But nothing that BBL can do as far as taking that early fight. The lockdown has bought all the space.
Normally that ultimate is used to flood back into the site. That was just an attempt to delay, but why would they be delayed? Unless they assume somebody's going to be within the site. Sociable's done well, though. That pick makes things interesting. It also gets him the Armageddon. An ult that can be used to clear a lot of that backside, maybe even push them back into the spawn, instead moving them into an awkward position. Magnum's done well. Already another pick, cracks within the site. Hunter's Fury being utilized to try and do some damage, but it really hasn't slowed them too much. And in fact, Yumpy is already on that defuse. I think a drone's being utilized from outside the site. There was no one left to deny them. Right at the depths, BBL will take us to overtime.
I'm not sure how they've managed that, Tom. That looked like a bit of a tricky situation. Hunter's Fury even put in to allow those players on site to take a bit more of an informed fight, to weaken up the players rushing back in, and as a response to Sociable's ultimate, but it didn't do anything.
I don't think they knew that anyone was defusing, because what Mr. Farlin did at the end of that round was go for a drone while the spike is over half defused, and he's the only one that could spam onto it because the other player was in under.
That looked like a messy round, and on the back of so many successes, 4 foot. That's a trip right at the finish line. It's given BBL a way back in.
Finally finding some impact from those ults, displacing, disrupting what their opponents were attempting in those matters. Back to the attack for BBL, which, yeah, as you said, was the favored of the halves, surprisingly.
And more so for BBL in the late stage when they had the rifles out. So coming into OT, it feels like the wind's in their sails. Both squads having a fairly similar conversion percentage when they find the opening pick. Historically, at least, not talking about this map in particular. We'll have to run the numbers after.
Oh, I think
but it certainly
can,
feels...
Think about rounds where Levin goes down early. Like, their chance of them winning seems to drop massively. When he gets the opening pick, it almost seems like a walk in the park.
Definitely. Well, when he gets the opening pick, often he's snowballing in for a little more, right? In rounds where he's present, he's dominating, he's taking control. In rounds where he isn't, he's just picked off first. But it's fine to have a player like that because of his peak being so high and so consistent. 12 to 12, rifles in the hands of BBL and movement towards the B site. They've just been spotted.
Dead. It's 50 HP. He's taken so much damage. Cracks at the back of site was impressive. But I feel like this is going to be a ruse. Try and sell the idea that maybe Edege is elsewhere, maybe he's not swinging. Solid flash, both peeking off the back of it. They've been stunned up in the corner of the site, but yet to be cleared, and eventually both go down. Time was ticking, but the hold was solid from BBL. Now with 2 standing, it would only come down to mistakes, but BBL have made plenty.
A great stun as well that it slowed them down from Sociable. It stopped the reposition in Boathouse and made it much easier for those players coming in from the laneway to take that easy fight. Mr. Fallen, oh, he's gone. He's put in the dirt as Sociable emerges, and the ult is sent straight in to Ada Captain, but it doesn't get there in time. Yumpy pulls the trigger early, and from a position where it looked like where they certainly could not have had victory in regulation, from 12-11 down, from a massive lead that was swept out from under them. It's map point for BBL.
I feel like we're gonna have a few more bald members of the Valorant community by the time this game ends. Some stressed coaches, I'm sure. Maybe a few tears will even be shed with the way this map has gone, but it's definitely not over just yet. Onto the attack, go for.
They've gone BBL with the early salvos, landing just around here, which is giving them that position around mid to push in, robbing market from them, and well, at least in the early stages, that could have forced an uncomfortable fight.
You can already see top mid is currently being pinged by the attack side on the map. So look at where they're currently. They're currently just sat watching in case somebody's pushed all the way up. This may not be a play that's actually being made by BBL, but it's more so just the time that's being wasted.
Yeah, utility that refreshes and it's getting it in your head. Oh, but they could have used that to position an op early on without the shields, or maybe just leave them with a rifle. Hell, that's scary enough. You don't want to fight back in. There could be 3 players mid ready to swing. We don't know what they're doing. And it's not worth, in their mind, committing that utility to re-clear, using their drones and so on. Instead, they'll reset to a direct hit, confident that if they put that spear together and push it into the B site, they will find success. Standing in their way, Yumpy and Sociable.
Salvo's back online. The timing to slow them down could be there, but he's got to try and get it spot on. I don't know if he has. No, exactly. The players are held out. It's only Zeus that's managed to make it forward. The rest of the team are hightailing it back towards the side, but Zeus and Ada Captain, immediate entries. Exactly what they needed in the last few seconds. Magnum's going alone. Magnum's going to try and take this into his own hands instead, has made that cut a little bit wider. Hunter's Fury utilized, and well, Yedajay's spot is known, but even if they clear him, there's so many more pieces to this puzzle, so many more dominoes that would need to fall. Another overtime is all but guaranteed.
I don't know how Yedajay survived so long. He's got 2 HP, almost wanted him to get involved in that last fight. But they're more interested in the in-zone flawless, a statement fight back from Foot as another OT is now secured. And a gamble of going all in on this site against the delay where Zeus was isolated for so long, but the rotations couldn't come in on time for BBL to get there and deal with those players before they came out of main. They're smoked off by the time they get there, and boots are already on the ground. They lost those fights on the site so damn quickly. A timeout called.
Who's wrapping faster?
To call it.
Is it Geist or is it Pal?
Well, obviously, Geist he's not pleading anymore.
This is fairly chill. All right, no. I think he's happier. I don't know. I think the emotions are there.
A little bit more stress over in the BBL camp.
I'm guessing it's Yumpy talking currently.
I can turn around.
That's true, actually. We are in the arena. I always forget about that.
Yumpy was firing away.
There we go.
Okay.
Both seem quite stoic at the moment.
Yeah, pretty calm considering we're going into round 27, Tom. You think this is where the stress piles up, and certainly for some people it does, but being able to have that little stoicism in your back pocket, keep you calm, keep you cool in these moments. I don't know, though. I'd like guys to be giving me that little pep talk in these moments. I feel like you get me motivated.
I feel like he'd get me too motivated. I'd end up like punching a hole in my monitor after the round was done.
Either that or the second I get opening picked, I'm just crying. I'm sorry, guys! I've let you down.
13-13. Attack side for BBL. The favored of the two. An aggressive start for the defense. Gonna try and take away that B main control, even setting up a smoke. Not wanting to allow this spot for free. Bear in mind, every single member of BBL is looking to directly push through this choke. An unusual way to take the fight into this B side. Normally you'd have a split or a little bit more space, but they're just looking for those trades and early opening.
Yumpy's gone crazy. He's just sent it running through the nanos, taking a lot of damage, jumps in. It's a free pick for Yedege. Paranoia lands. That's a great assist there from the Paranoia. Love to see it from the Omens. There's Profect doing it, and BBL rolling their way into the B site. Drone used late as well from Sociable. Great info. Might be both players spotted by that. The stun certainly indicates it. Plant secure. And post plant now in play, a smoke to block off one avenue. They know where Mr. Fallen is. His shock dart damn close to drawing blood, but it won't land the damage that they desperately need at this point. The swing together. These two, we talked a big game about them, but out of captain in the ground, it's Mr. Fallen to lead them to victory alone. Expects the swing, great read. But the shots not landing the killing blows just yet. The wrap all the way around, expected, spotted, and the shorty to finish him off. It's BBL with another. And Yampi thankfully muted for the sake of my eardrums. 14-13 we go.
I wonder who's going to be the first to sort of break that attack side curse. And well, Pal on the side of BBL wants to try and be the one to do it. The additional pause available. It's really important kills. Like the initial hold, again, from that defensive B side wasn't bad. Like they were able to buy a lot of time off the back of it, but it was just catching some of those rotations that helped out significantly. Our board currently has a lot of depth to it. Mark New chiming in. Maybe more on the side of just trying to get Levin into spots. The thing is, on the attack, he was sublime. The setup was all there. You had that utility put into place for him. I feel like on the defense, it was much more raw. Like it was like, I'm gonna go push somewhere and take a fight. I think I want to see a set play. I want to see like maybe that old school like DRX flash through into mid, try and take control into screens.
Flash and dash.
Yeah, you set up Levin for that. Tasty. You can do the same thing on A with the sort of one-way smoke dashing into that, although we've seen quite a lot of players play within the smoke when that happens.
But also look at the success they had with the salvos being used to deny that mid control. I think it's somewhere that I'd be interested to see if they decide to pull it into play. Now, you haven't got the KO there, but you do have two players that could certainly assist in taking these opening duels. The difference is Foot are not sitting around market. Instead, it's going to be this big play outside of A. Crack
early knife
utility to deny any sort of aggression around that spot.
Nice, made it difficult to have a move forward. A site definitely seems to be the point of contention with only Profek currently holding that angle. With the drone going through, the dash already into the site, like they basically have this A site under their control. They need to clear Yedege. He's been the bane of their life in terms of these rotations. He's still going to take one with him, caught with the util and eventually dealt with. But even still, that's just a 1-for-1.
And it's slowed down that rotation into the A side. It's left that weakness wide open for Foot to get the plant in. Knife deployed, 2 hit. There's 3 players coming from that angle. It's Sociable elsewhere, moving his way through tree. They need to worry about. Salvos will give that away. Goes the Paranoia, the swing from Zeus as a response though. Just as they want to push, he goes pushing into them. Tagged up, but he goes down below. A little bit of extra armor from the wood as out of captain cleans it up. The attack side again, finding success, and Foot keep the game alive.
Yeah, it's the gamble over onto that sort of mid-pressure, wanting to clear out Yedege, but not only did he buy time, but it gives Foot a free A-site plant. And I kind of understand it from BBL's perspective. Like, you're not necessarily expecting your opponents to just go directly into the A-site drone and just take control. But I like the fact that we've seen that now from both teams. Going back to basics, not overplaying the rounds, not looking for individual fights, having that expectation that, okay, the defense might have a set play, we don't want to get isolated. But it has meant that both teams have had relatively easy post plants, at least in the last couple of rounds.
Well, we're at it once more, looking for the attack side. We're looking more so for the defensive side to answer up. It's been nothing but attack side success. BBL shifting their way up through short. It seems like first contact will go to Zeus again. This time, much more passive. Drone outside of A, seeing nothing. They heard the jump up on short, but BBL have now heard that response. The drone sent through. Nobody following it, Tom. It's fake pressure from Foot and a rotate around, hoping the B site is where the hit will come through. Let's see if BBL play into their hands.
One suppressed.
One spotted, but the second not. That will still keep a Killjoy utility online.
All missiles away.
Although they should have a pretty decent idea when the turret will be heard. Steps from Zeus already fully rotating as they look to go back in the other direction. Mr. Fallen holding the angle ready. In fact, he takes the early swing. The trade, though, is decent from Sociable. Makes things even, and this lurk from Magnum is filthy. That's going to put real pressure on the B side. Keep players here, leaving just Anna Captain alone on the other side of the map. He's had his hero moments, but this will not be one of them. And the lurk from Magnum is sublime. There were 3 players in the B site and just 1 Magnum, but he comes out alive.
And his mag was running dry as well, down to the last few bullets.
Magnull.
None left in the mag, but he got there in the end. 15 to 14. They're on the green, just tap it in from BBL, but that's been a big difficulty when it comes to this defensive side. Love to see the Fade lurking. It's not something you'll see all too often. In fact, I might have shouted up at my teammates and ranked for that a few times.
Yeah, but when you don't have Sentinel,
makes a bit more sense.
Someone's got to lurk.
Operator in play for Yumpy.
Yeah, this is unusual, especially on the initiator. It means that you're going to have pieces missing in terms of utility, and you're not going to have any shields, but when you tried everything else, you just got to try aggression. 11, he's tried to bait the fact that he's run away. Instead, he still sticks around and takes a second. Another round from the Superstar Jet, who's put his team with an advantage. The best chance BBR have had thus far.
That's an audacious play to pull out late into the game, especially with an AWP on the board, containing that short presence. He goes aggressive. He doesn't have support, but doesn't need it. The smoke bought him a little extra space, but they've stepped through it. Yedije onto Prophet, causes problems. The plant can now be secured from Foot. The attack side, always the one to find success from what we've seen so far. But BBL haven't been doing this. Often the retakes have come in just from one angle. Now they're sending that man late with the operator of all weapons, and he's found his mark. Yedije down and out, and the only players left are in under the op, swinging in slowly. At a captain finds him looking for Sociable, and cracks with the trade. Closes the round. Foot, they'll bring us to round number 31, Tom. Going the distance and then some.
Yeah, it was always said that it was a Turkish map, and well, I guess it's sort of like, what was it, where a cat can only land on his feet and bread can only land butter side up. You put them on top of each other and it'll just spin forever. It's just going to go forever. 2 Turkish teams playing a Turkish map. There is no victor. There is no team that can take it over the line. And while definite frustration being felt by the side of BBL, opportunities to be had, risks being taken, still wasn't enough this time around. Don't think that alarm bot is going to last very long.
No, but they've done this a couple times. The smoke that goes down stops them from peeking. Alarm bot goes in, so either you're not there, and this is guaranteed information, or a couple seconds in, you have to break it and give away your position. But BBL do that. They play into their hand, breaking it, and then playing for the A site, but rotations have come in. 3 players A. It's actually light on B after that early util. In fact, the person who placed the util now sitting around middle. It's allowing them to be stacked up and ready to take these fights. Maybe not together in the case of Mr. Fallen, who's isolated, but he doesn't need to swing, and he's got backup if they swing into him. This is a great setup from Foot, and one that, again, BBL thought that they were faking. They were pump faking B by breaking that util. Instead, they played into Foot's hands, and now, okay, they've got A control. They've a stack up there. They've got deep B control.
Oh, there's no
Let's
way.
try to walk through mid. That's the right response, but the wrong round with Yedije waiting for that very play. Foot, 1 step ahead, and they've got a 4v2 as a result.
Straight to the back as the site goes cracks. Just making sure that they can hold on to that late control if they choose to go in that direction. The same can be said on the other side, although rotation away from A seems to be the goal. The peak timing could be everything, though. And a captain's going to hear the Prowler, know that one's already made it to the site, and just looks to try and hold his ground.
10 seconds left.
Knowing that there's a potential attempt to get aggressive when you're this far down in a round.
It's been nothing but attacking rounds. This is Foot's chance to break the mold. to find themselves an advantage that may see Ascent back in their hands. This province can be seized, and this is the first step to success. Profek and Magnum stand in their way. It's now just one, but they're desperately low. A few shots landed, and it's back in BBL's favor. Magnum with the monster play and the Red Bull clutch.
It's just absurd. Like, there's no way that they should have taken that round home. Like, having a decent crossfire as they look to make it out onto the side, but it's, I think Mr. Fallen just got lost in the source. Like, just facing the wall right at the end.
I don't know what that was, man. He has some explaining to do.
He's not going to be able to call rounds soon.
No, that throat it's taking damage right now.
I'm glad that Mark New put the headphones back on for that one.
That's actually why he was taking them off at the end of the last round. It was Yumpy.
He's around the head. He's around the head.
Oh.
Mystic Mark New. 16 to 15. I don't know how BBL are in the lead, but they are. Magnum spoke about their last attack round, getting 3 kills on a lurk into B. This time, clutching it out. A Red Bull clutch at that. Yumpy now back with the operator. I'm not sure he's going to want to repeat that one with an operator. He's a confident man. That might be a bridge too far.
I don't want to see him repeat that no matter what weapon he's got in his hand. A little flash in as well just to cause some chaos, show that the KO is there. Previously, being around A, being around short, or at least mark it in the late round. A deep control from Levin that you're highlighting. Well, it might not mean much. They keep losing.
Oh, no, he's gone forward.
It's a full rotation. It forces him in. Losing a man. You want to retake ground elsewhere. But instead, they get an early notification that the A site is lost. Taken over by Foot. And they're already in. It doesn't matter. The salvos are too late. The dash got past them. And the plant will be secured. Sociable looking to make a play. And he's got one at least.
It's brought the round at least back into the realms of possibility. Mr. Fallen low, in goes Profek for one. Cracks under the site is still lurking below, holding that ground, but Profek's found another. Half defusal, not quite garnered, but it's now left all onto Yedeje. The spray's a little bit wild. He's gonna go jumping through. He'll clutch it out. Another Red Bull clutch, this time in Foot's favor, and it just keeps on going.
I don't care how long this series goes, Tom. If we keep ending rounds like this, inject it into my veins. Round 33 coming up. It's nothing but red on the scoreboard. And don't panic, it's not a tech pause. I'm saying the attackers keep winning rounds. It looked like this was going to break them all, but my goodness.
I want to point out, Yedeje, this is the surprising thing for me. Levin has been so far ahead in terms of kill for the whole game. Yedeje's the first to hit 30. That tells you all you need to know. The impact of his lurks, that late round play that's kept them in the map. And the thing for me as well is I do feel like whoever wins this map may just take the next one based off just the momentum of the series. We see that so many times, these close OTs, the victor of that map can sometimes be enough to take the spoils. What? Oh, like a trigger bot.
He knows his dash distances. Oh, little tag on Mr. Fallen, but out of Captain returning. A bit more damage. 3 pickups. And it's looking like he needs a little more, in fact, because he's closed in on my social.
What is happening?
The attack side, again, coming into a resurgence late in the round. That was a 4v2, but blink, and we're back to even footing. Damage done to Sociable, but one away from the ult that will now be acquired in the back of this plant, but he should be dead. Yedeje's got the wrap, he's got the read, and the spray, not quite there, but Cracks picks up the pieces. At long last, a defensive round is on the board. This could spell the end of overtime.
Well, with the way the series is going, I wouldn't be surprised. Think back to an 18-16 victory versus Mates for Foot. They've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. But I wouldn't count anybody out just yet. We've done that too many times in this series already.
Oh yeah.
A massive lead for BBL. A massive streak for Foot. And then every single attacking round all the way up until round 33.
I'll find them.
And for round 34, BBL need their first defensive round in overtime.
Flashbang.
Well, the op out this time on Levin. He'll be on short, maybe even getting an opportunity late with Yedege lurking around this position. If he gets overeager, overzealous, he will be dropped. But as time goes on, that window should open for him to make a play. Ultimately, he's just containing that B aggression, ensuring that BBL can't push up and get info. He hears the Prowler, goes to investigate. The pressure on A side. I think they're actually going to try to send him in for the late B lurk and wrap around to him. They've already backed off, made some steps leaving, and ultimately, they're just trying to bait BBL into an overextension.
Looking at the crossfire though. This mid position. If they double back in that direction at all,
right here.
There's an operator waiting.
Standing ahead.
And then if they try and make their way to short, they'll be met with sociable. It's a trap that's set up and hasn't moved. I think after the last round, we saw the push out from Levin. These steps are being sold almost as a fake though. Not seeing anything else. And the B site now under pressure. This is where Magnum currently resides. This late push through could be a bit of a surprise.
The wrap around from Yampi. He's going to be here, and he's going to be here on time. Other side of the smoke. Swinging in, gets one. Magnum with the trade, and Prophet catches lurk on A. Players falling, and Spike dropped in the open. They need the picks now. The time's not there to get the plant, and it's done and dusted. A solution in overtime. The defending rounds now for both teams push us up to another 17-17. And round 35 just moments away. This game, the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, that one felt like Foot just overcooked it a little bit. I think you finally get that defensive round. You go, okay, this is where we need our biggest play, our biggest round, and they go for this very late take into the site. But because of the amount of control, like that was 2 players deep in middle, like one holding the cross, one holding into mid. Then you had that re-aggression over on A from Prophet. He basically wins the round because he's able to call for rotations. And then Magnum, another sort of clutch performance from him. He's been so good in this overtime. A resurgence that I think if BBL win, you're probably going to give him the MVP. Even though Levin's had a crazy map, he's been the one that has dragged them out of so many rounds.
It has been an unbelievable map so far. Like I said,
this is a series.
Could be a great third map, close us out. The battle for this province falling back into the hands of one of these teams, but neither wants to let go. Deep play from Levin. It's risky, and it doesn't pay off with Mr. Fallen claiming scalps across the A site. It's a 3-piece, and Magnum, he's been great. He's had his rounds, but not this time. Another defensive round put up, this time for Foot. An 18-17 map point under their belt.
Yeah, they've had a fair few opportunities at this stage. And now with the defensive round under their belt, I want to see them go for something just a little bit more direct. These late, lurky, slow rounds weren't what was working on the attack. They were very all in. They'd leave Yedege behind, and the rest of the team would be heading into a site together. And that was what was winning it for them. Now, with an operator on Lemon again, hoping that someone gives him a brawl, and it looks like he might be met with one. Few players sat around, but Timmy the Turret will give the game away.
Waiting for that off to get contact. It's been bought up so much. It was used by Yampi on the late flank retake quite a while ago. But Foot have done a great job of avoiding giving it contact in the rotation coming in from Levin. They've made the wrong read. The knife that went through and B main will tell them no one's there. There's not much they can do at this stage as Foot are now executing in to this A site. Salvos, this time adjusted to catch the dive in, but he's up top, he's safe for now. But Profek finds him. The close angle from Magnum nets another. BBL need this defensive round to keep the OTs rolling. A map that many moments have come that looked like they had recovered it, that it would fall into their hands, but it keeps slipping away. 3 versus 4. The rotate around will bring them right into Levin's waiting arms.
Yeah, they've been spotted in middle as well. He's now going to have a B main pick spot to try and catch the guy in the window. Steps have been heard. Dash online, but the shot's missed. It's not connected. Magnum, though, is still there and still kicking. He can be the distraction, and then Levin's there on the swing around. He survives with that operator, and BBL survive once again.
Well, there it is. I wanted to see the op in action, Tom. We got to see it closing out the round. Also, that deep control held late, so important. I don't want to hear a single, I don't want to read a single comment about Zeus. Oh, his opening duels, he didn't get as many picks as Levin did. Look at this guy entering. He's always on his own, man. He's diving in. There's 4 pieces of utility, and he always falls before the second person comes through the choke point. I feel bad for him, man.
Is this the first series where he's had 30 deaths?
Oh, wow.
It's got to be up there. It's a lot of rounds. Obviously, I think I believe our record in EMEA is still 23-21. I think that was the scoreline when we watched Forza playing up against FBX. It was a while ago. We also had a crazy game of Fnatic versus Mech. I think that hit the 20s as well. We'll have to wait and see which way this is going to go. One of them is definitely hitting that 20 mark, that's for sure.
I believe they say double digits in the 2s, Tom.
I believe you say that. 11 again.
Did one time. Nice. Responses from BBL are there. They're getting everything Yedajay to contend with, but quickly traded out. The spike found on the site. Foot scrambling to try to get some picks back in their direction. And we've seen defensive rounds now fall into the hands of BBL, so there's no more security to fall back on. The attack finds it with 19-18. And if they can repeat the success they've had in the last few defensive rounds, they can finally put this OT cycle to bed and claim their own map pick. Remember, BBL, the ones that chose this. Hell of a lot better than 0 rounds.
Yeah. That soon they may have enough to make up for the fact that they didn't get any in the other map. They'll have enough for 2 maps, which, not what I expected coming into this one. Definitely some excitement on the side of BBL, but we have been here. We have done that. We've got about 16 different t-shirts at this point of when this game could close out. It's an aggressive stance for the defensive side. They are trying to force the issue. 2-player push-up B. Magnum sees. Hasn't landed, but sociable in middle again. That's Yedajay down. He has been the hero of so many of these rounds. Now Magnum under pressure, but he doesn't catch the timing. That's the opener they needed. That's the spike guaranteed.
Captain was almost caught, but he TP'd across into main. Conscious of this flank, conscious. Sociable could be just around the corner, but his timing is... Oh, but so is Sociable's aim! A 3v4 now. Foot's chance to push this to another OT, to bring us a ridiculous distance. It's the first map of the series. Levin fights back against that. Levels up 3 versus 3. The time ticking though. BBL, the ones that need to make a move. You can't wait for that utility, but they're sprayed down. It's a bloodbath, leaving Levin to pick up all of the pieces. The dash in deep catches them off guard, but not for the kill. And the time against him. He needed to force the issue, but he couldn't get it across the line. Guess what, Tom? It's another OT.
Yeah, we're definitely hitting double digits in the 2s. There's no doubt about that. 19-19. I think especially with the way this began, this may genuinely be the longest map in history.
We're on track. We are on track. They're matching each other pound for pound. It was nothing but attack. It was that brief moment, that quick moment. Better go in that order. Of the defensive rounds on the board, and we're right back to attacking ways.
What would that be? Brick?
That would have been better.
That would have been fine.
I just took a brick. Yeah, if only.
And a captain goes for a bit of an aggressive peek. It is a very direct take being attempted. Salvos to force them into the open. Levin has been delayed though, and I don't know if this is worth it anymore. Yeah, I think a good decision. Taking the orb, backing off. But that spot already, yeah. Aggressive positioning from Yedajay.
They've got no space, Tom. Like you say, Yedajay pushing up. He's got mid locked down. He's got B main. Even if they got past him, the turret will spot them. But now he's been seen.
Nice.
Now he's in enemy territory, and they've got the read. The nade gives him a bit of space. That's perfect from Social.
Call me once, shame on me, but in round 39, I'm not getting fooled by that aggression. The BBL is so careful, so methodical to make sure that this guy can't rat out a round. Zeus now tries to get aggressive as well, but he is caught by the hero of Magnum. And for Foot, they need a hero of their own. Add a captain within the site. Mr. Farlin spraying on the cross, doing a ludicrous amount of damage, maybe setting up the Star Smoker to take this round into his own hands. Yumpy, though, with a trade. Keeps that advantage in the hands of BBL. 2 stand between BBL's umpteenth chance to close this map. But at this stage, there's no counting out either.
Mr. Fallen is tagged low. The man advantage for BBL. The flash is still online for Cracks. They'll be their way back in. At least they'll hope so. Great spam.
What?
Mr. Fallen's picked up Yumpy. He might have seen a little bit of him. Who knows? Profek is down too. All of a sudden, the advantage is there for Foot. And they've closed this round out. Like you said, Tom, you cannot count them out. 20 rounds for Foot, but it's still not enough to claim the map. They need one more. They need this next round.
But they need one more? That's crazy.
It could be the first time, the second or third, or there's been a few, I suppose.
Do we just want to take the audio from like 12-12 and just replay it again?
Keep going. Oh, it's been a marathon, not a sprint, but you always pick up the pace right when you get to the finish line. What's worked for Foot have sometimes been those direct hits. We may be about to see one here. Add a captain on one side of the map. 4 players in B main.
Derby has delivered. Surprisingly, Magnum's B site hold, while playing a solo fade, has actually been pretty good. It shouldn't have been, but it has. Salvo's out to try and disparage this B site push, but you look at the setup. 3 players ready and waiting. Levin looking for the fight, but hasn't managed to connect, and still 2 players remain within. Magnum needs to get something, and he has already. Then Sociable strikes as well, keeping the man advantage. Another added to the death toll. But we find ourselves once more 2 players versus 3. Sociable's still going. He's not stopped. He just wants to take this round into his own hands, and the rest of the team look to go alongside. We are not done just yet. 20-20. Records may be broken as we are still going.
Unbelievable, Tom. A game going this distance it's a rare thing. It's a thing of beauty. Something to behold, and we are certainly getting to witness the best of the best when it comes to these rounds. The constant evolution, the sneaky play by Yedije, but then BBL detecting it. And there you go. This is the longest game in VCT EMEA history, 2023-25.
On time.
We've already hit here. No, on round
okay.
20-18.
Okay. I guess I'm talking
before
VALORANT EMEA, not VCT, because technically when it became the league, it changed.
20-18 was the longest for partnership, and now we've pushed past that.
Yeah,
no telling.
24-22.
Oh, yeah,
that's the overall.
I remember the
in our region. That's the overall. Who knows? 6 rounds at this stage. Doesn't really feel that long. We've been in for a while.
That's a walk in the park.
This game actually started last week.
Wow. Well, we have seen the evolution, and one of the plays was Yedije getting aggressive inside of B main after contact on A. This time BBL, well, they're pumping towards A. They've gone in for the knife, trying to steal a little bit of information, but then waiting, seeing if there's going to be some aggression, but that doesn't come through. They'll be the ones to take the space. The alarm bot's not, the turret is not spotted. It's looking in towards market. Gives them an opportunity perhaps to cross in silently, but they've gone guns blazing.
30 seconds left.
Through the nade, that's risky.
Wants to have that element of surprise still. They need to clear the back line, and while Cracks is there again, this is his position. You try and push it to the site with him sitting in that corner, and you best believe you need to hit your shots immediately. It's gonna be another opportunity for Foot to close out this game. 21-20. They have had many attempts at this stage as they now head into the attack once again.
I love the change from Foot as well to have Yedije's Nano over towards A main. Even though he's playing the B side, he went straight off spawn, threw a Nano there because they need that extra delay, seeing that they're initially able to stop them with salvos well timed, but sometimes they don't get in on time. Sometimes Sociable's busy at that moment and there's a little bit of a window. So this time the Nano will bridge that gap and buy them guaranteed control for that little bit longer so they can deal with the initial player diving in. Either way, it wasn't needed, but it was nice to see that sprinkled in amongst the chaos. Round 42. BBL needing to find success on the defense or a long-fought map. And we talk about these, Tom, as the hardest ones to shake off when you almost had success and it's taken out, swept out from under you. With this map, it's on track to be with Foot diving in, but Sociable the first to draw blood.
Magnum not here this time around. Don't know if that'll be their undoing, though. That's a solid start with the Turkish duo on this BBL side stepping up. They've still got to be careful, though. Don't give anything to Mr. Fallen and a captain. They have been sublime in these clutch moments, but here comes Yumpy to add one more. We are not done just yet. 21-21. This map continues once more.
Round 43. What did you just show me? 22-24? EMEA history in total.
Yeah.
VCT history already broken.
The 5 years of Valorant, that is the longest map. I think this might be about to take second place, because I think second place was Fnatic versus Mech. So I think that is already, they're matching second no matter what for the longest map in the last 5 years in EMEA. I genuinely wonder if all of Valorant, excluding maybe like tier 2, tier 3, but in the tier 1, is that 24-22. I don't know if anyone's beaten that.
You know, I like to think back on previous years and the Turkish derbies that we've had. The Foot versus BBL, we hype up and they end 2-0. They end in Foot's favor. It looks easy.
This might end 2-0.
It could end 2-0. But hell, I'll give it 2-1 to whatever team doesn't take it. They deserve it. They've had a hard-fought map.
I don't think the guys doing the standings will.
No, but we can talk to them. We can see what we can do.
Mitch might.
In my opinion, it's
round difference
no
is just going to say +2 or -2.
Robbery.
After all of this.
Highway robbery. But really, this matchup has been hyped up many times before and fallen flat. It's been somewhere that we go, oh, well, there was a clear victor. Right here, no matter which way this swings, either team could have taken it. Red Bull clutches being the thing that decide who wins a round, whether they stay alive or fall flat. So many times I can't count, even just in OT.
Oh, at a captain again. We talk about him being the anchor of this site. He's already gone. Mr. Farlin has had to try and fill in the gap, but he is under some serious pressure. But at times, pressure is all he needs. First kill already found. Now the cavalry arrives, and Mr. Farlin is still surviving. That has not cleared him out of the corner. No, they can't deal with him. I was going to say, finally, he's fallen, but no! Mr. Farlin still survives. Eventually, he has gone down. And now Yedajay needs to be the hero of another round. The spike plant ult was in a decent position. The Nightfall is going to reveal him, and he's already going to get tagged up. It is another for BBL. And what it's felt like, a very sort of Foot-centric first round victory. An opportunity for them to take it over the line. BBL finally get another shot.
Deep, deep in OT, having to dig deep themselves. 22 rounds on the board, history in the making for the partnership, for the region. But perhaps they can push it that little bit further. It's Foot now with the onus on their shoulders. As we said, it's so hard to shake a map where you're close to winning, but it's stolen away from you. And now, this map, the bounce back would be a little bit more difficult. Icebox up next, somewhere that Foot can at least feel confident. Their own map pick.
Look at this stack up in mid. They are playing within the smoke. The majority of the players around this spot on the map, just walked through it like nobody would ever be there. Sociable's played there so many times. The quick thinking of Foot, though, is to go back towards the A side. BBL are matching them, though. They are hightailing it in this direction. Prophet in position. Shots not connected initially, but he's still holding the line. It's down to just add a captain. Another clutch needed. And he can just teleport to the other side of the map. He can plant for himself as he'll take this 1v1.
It's it wide open as well. He could go spawn, market, into the boathouse. Magnum has to clear it all. 15 seconds until he has a haunt, so he takes it slow, takes his time. But with no idea where this player is, and look at the nasty little spot that Ada Captain's found himself, taking no chances. He knows by now that the play is not through spawn. He's hearing the steps even now, the door closing. Knows exactly where Magnum is, and he just faces, swings wide, but misses every single shot. Time bought. The Prowler will confirm his position. It might get him half. Magnum's going to stick it. The swing out. He's
No
not
way.
making it now. Pulls his gun out, but it's too late. It's too late. He needs the kill, and he doesn't have time anymore. It's done, and a captain's pulled it across the line. Another Red Bull clutch to keep the game going, Tom. It's history, no matter what.
Yeah, they
We've
will
already
equal
beat
it.
partnership, but now that's 24-22 minimum.
This will equal the longest map in Valorant history in that tier 1. An absurd match that really... It's the same thing as before. You go back to when we were casting that matchup. FPX versus Forza, Bind. I remember it like it was yesterday because it lasted a damn day. And we're at least going to equal that record here in 2025 with the two Turkish teams seemingly in perfect balance. No one able to find that gap, take that victory. And even with Profex heroics in the last round at a captain, said, watch me match that and take it one further. Paranoia through. Zeus not connected. A battle of the Jets with a counter piece of utility, but still a 5v5.
And it's a pump fake again from BBL. They've been so good at this, baiting those rotations, but this time, Foot's still in position. Krax and Yedege waiting patiently inside that B site as they spread the net, looking to catch Foot, unaware. They fail, at least in the first attempt. The A site now, though, those players are going to be scratching their heads. Where's the extra contact? Where's the play? Well, Yedege's about to have it, but they're looking the wrong way. He's got a shot, and he hits both with Yumpy landing nothing. It's Profek in the clutch of his life, a 1v5 deep in overtime. Can he still find a way to dig that little bit deeper? 20 seconds. Picks needed. The plant with 15, he needs to go. He needs to run, and they're waiting for him. Beautiful stuff from Foot. 23-22. One more round to close this out, but we've been here before.
Yeah, we've said that a few times throughout this game. I think if we break this record, we're then going to be talking about the chance for a double map in one map, which genuinely isn't too far away. For you mathematicians out there, that would be the 52. Still a way to go, though. And it's gone away from strategy. It's gone away from who makes the right call. It's all about those individual plays. Who's the guy that has the moment that turns the map, and what a start! The C's combining onto Yetege with those salvos. That's about as free a kill as you're ever going to get this deep into overtime. To have a trick up your sleeve that late is absurd.
Well, this is it. They're pulling everything out of the bag now. It will be the attacking side on the back foot.
Cover going out.
And spread thin as well. Exactly as you said, Tom, it's all about individuals now. Zeus is being spotted. He tried to be sneaky, stunned up as well. But they're not rotating on that defensive side. They have that mid control, being spotted by Levin. No need to overextend, no need to panic. 50 seconds on the clock, and the gradual rotation coming in now around from the A side.
Salvo's still there. Social's been able to dodge the utility. A third defender makes their way in. Sociable's done the work. And now it's already falling apart. 23 seems guaranteed. There is not going to be a single pick going the other way. And in zone flawless, a new record set, as no team has ever finished a game 25-23. 24-22 was the previous record. That has been beaten. And I'm going to be honest with you, I think if this goes much longer, I might need to sub myself out.
Technical pause. It's too damn long. No, we can keep going all day long. Round 47 we dive into. Much like in this matchup, nobody is content with second place. They've taken the longest match in history. It's the Turkish derby that delivers when so many others have failed to do so in the past. Hard to separate these teams, as is evidenced by the scoreline. BBL on the attack. some players to contend with on the way to B. We've seen this hold work wonders for Foot in the past. Yedege and Cracks will be put to the test once more.
11 to lead the charge.
Spawn push.
We haven't seen a play like this just yet. Timing's going to be everything, but the crossfire is perfect.
Well done.
Perfect synergy from Levin and Magnum that gives them a double. Ada Captain's going to play as much of an off angle as he can, but he's caught by the knife. They're going to know he's here. The trade needs to be there, and it is again. Perfect work from this deadly duo, and now Levin goes back for more. A second, a third bite of the cherry. And on all that remains in their way is Yedege, but you can't give this man an inch.
What an adaptation, man. We're so deep in. We're 47 rounds in, and they decide to go for a two-man push into spawn. It's things like that that keep your opponents guessing, keep them on the back foot. And after the previous one, seeing Foot find that little resurgence, they're again gonna need a big play out of an individual. Time ticking, and it feels like it's already too far gone. If BBL play their cards right, look at the utility. Sociable still has his easy ability online. Indeed, it will be sent out early before the tap. And Profec's the one finding the kill, so it doesn't matter anyways. 24 rounds on the board. And you know what's better than being in the longest match in history? It's winning it. And that's what BBL are looking to do now.
Yeah. 42 kills now for Levin. I mentioned a moment where Yedege managed to overtake him, but it really shows how long this match really has been, with players over the 40 mark. Zeus, I mentioned it at 30. I don't think he's ever had a game with 30 deaths. Well, he's now had a game with 40 deaths. I don't think he'll be beating that anytime soon.
In fact, triple mid-hold. But the smoke is going to leave them, but they swing on in. Mr. Fallen, good for one. A second, though, bought back by Foot. Denying that aggression immediately. The op not finding its mark. Not enough, at least. And so this 3v4 leaves Foot with open space for the B site.
Yeah.
They're just going to waltz in.
No one there. Of course, it's not a similar boat to having that Sentinel and having that additional utility. Evan needs to try and catch a timing here, and he doesn't, almost loses his life for it, in fact. Knowing that if they get into this post plant with this much of a disadvantage,
Spike planted.
there's very little hope for them to turn this one back. Sociable. Be the focus here. They're going to have a decent idea that there's a player still behind them that they need to deal with. An open plant ready for that Yedege lurk to come back through. And I'll be honest with you, it seems like an oversight. They've completely forgotten that he's there, swinging in from behind, but they found every single pick. Time is ticking, though. Yedege left to try and do it all. Needs to try and save this team one more time. Hits the headshot, needs to get the spam, but instead it's the defusal! It is finally done! Right in front of their noses!
25-23. A record set and a record set straight on the 82nd province. It is BBL who claim victory after a long-fought match.
I need a break.
Map that could be a series. It's time to go to a break.
I need
when we come back, more of the same.
Through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy.
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT EMEA. If you stuck with us through the last map, I want to say a massive congratulations to you all, because you have just survived the longest map we have ever had in VCT EMEA. I'm your host, Yingsu. I think I've aged about 10 years. I'm joined by Kakuka, who's started her own org in Spain now. The second coming of Ebai, I believe. That's what you are.
Yes, that's actually how I called it.
Yeah, and Billy's done the same thing in Tier 2. So congratulations for ascending into VCT EMEA.
Thank you so much. To be honest, I thought I would have gone in high. I thought that's the direction that you were going to go in.
I was going to say that.
Too easy.
I was going to say that Tom grew hair, but that's like such a low hanging fruit. I felt I could do better than that. I love the bottom of this graphic. That's amazing.
Oh, God.
That is amazing.
48 rounds. And also, all things considered, how we started and how long it took us to get this game going. I am just surprised that the teams could mentally stay in the game. And look at the bottom there. Even Foot winning those clutches, like Krax was giving it his all. It was any of this, and it has to be an Ascent, and it has to be 2 Turkish teams. It's just like history
so
writes itself.
Yeah. It's so poetic.
Yeah, it's like you say, it had to be Ascent, it had to be 2 Turkish teams. And like you say as well, how did they keep the energy going into that? Like, even still the constant screaming from all of the players. I think Yampi kind of quietened down towards the end and was trying to put on a more serious, okay, IGL role. But again, Ascent, you only have so many ideas and then you start to kind of run out of them. Like, we've seen them playing the op some rounds. They were forced to be creative, but it was still just, yeah, difficult.
I'm a bit sad that we didn't go all the way and break the global record. You know, Brazil had a 30-28.
We were close.
We were so close. Next time.
We still have Icebox. Don't worry.
We do. And Icebox doesn't go that far usually, but we'll see what happens. But this, the fact that BBL closed it out, the fact that they look so good, I think had a lot to do with Levin, especially on that first half, which feels like it happened yesterday. It was so long ago. But we talked about this head-to-head. Do you guys feel like Levin did win this against Zeus in terms of the performance?
Absolutely. I think that Zeus, there were so many times where he was completely shut down in so many positions. He was put in tricky situations that he could not win. And I feel like the way that BBL, remember with this triple initiator, no sentinel shenanigan that they were doing, actually is not only the effect that they were having trying to set up Levin, it's the follow-up. Like Levin would get a kill and you would see a drone following after. So even though there was not a body to have that 2v1, in case there was always a second threat coming on for the side of Foot. And I think that Levin overperformed here. And you know, looking at the numbers, like having this, maybe it's not, you know, as surprising. Oh my God, he didn't hit 400 assists. Guys, this was 48 rounds.
He got 20 kills more than Zeus,
yes.
by the way.
That is crazy.
I do have to mention, Levin, congratulations to you. That is the kill max record we've had since the partnership era, since they started. We had some, you know, we had Kiko dropping 39, I think, and Naray on 40, but Billy, it is the first time we've seen 42 kills on that stage.
And we were so, like, questioning, you know, is Levin going to be able to perform coming into this matchup today? And I think it's so poetic as well that Levin and Zeus's very first matchup was almost 2 years to the day, and he's just gone in and absolutely dominated.
It takes us 2 years to finish that map.
Crazy, right?
Yes.
So crazy. So yeah, no, I think he's having a great time. I just hope he can keep up that stamina going into Icebox.
Oh, I do hope indeed. But before we get ahead of ourselves, we do have a little bit of time, and I'm sure none of you remembered what happened on round 10. So, Kakuka, would you like to remind everybody what happened on round 10?
You're testing my memory?
Yeah,
I think I do remember, because also Tom did a very good job at highlighting this. We know that BBL struggled so much the first time that they played this map with a similar composition to this one on the attack, but in this round, having all that utility to engage and to start the fight, Yampi does a very good job on calling it a fake. He uses his ultimate, uses all the utility, and you have to, when you see so much going dumped onto the side, Foot just falls completely for that fake and gives a lot of room for BBL to get the spike down, and they showed a completely different phase to what we have seen in the past. Also, didn't Foot like win both pistols? Like, when we were speaking about BBL and how good they were in the pistols, they were able to take it to overtime. They went against their own stat, and they were managed to win the first map in the partnership era against Foot. And we're still not done.
Yeah,
that was the first map of the first series today.
No, I think that round in particular though, Bea, like you say, I know it's like ages ago to think back to, but I think that IGL's, the calling from Yampi was so good in the sense that he's able to put himself in these positions and able to call those kind of rounds, and it helped BBL be able to kind of up the tempo when they needed to, having those triple initiators, or slow it down when they needed to, and I think the conditioning that they were able to have meant that they could get away with these kind of fakes from time to time.
Well, let's talk about Icebox. How many rounds are we going to get, Billy? Give me a number.
How many rounds?
Yeah, give me a number.
Oh, do you know what? I reckon it might be quick, you know.
Yeah?
Like, I reckon we
quick?
Genuinely,
like
let's see.
Gentleman's quick, or
BBL starting on the defense.
Like Spanish quick.
Like Giant X quick?
There's a yeah.
Sorry.
Oh wow.
Sorry.
I thought that you, because there's a Spanish player whose name is Quick as well.
Yeah, yeah.
I agree with you. Usually when we have a super long overtime, the team that wins has that amazing momentum, being like, guys, we overcame that. There is no way that we are losing that. But in
give
most
me a
of the
number.
cases,
Give me a number.
It
I want
has
to see.
been Foot.
Yeah.
You want a number?
I want to see if you guys can, you know, can see into the future.
Ooh, who's starting with?
BBL starting defense.
13-5. I'm a fan of the 13-5.
13-5 to BBL?
Yes.
All right, Billy?
I'm gonna go.
I'm a BB Lieber.
I'm gonna go even harsher. I'm gonna go 13-4 to BBL.
I think Foot is going to win, because we're going to be here forever, and we can't be here forever unless we go to map 3. So in order to be here forever, in order to make Pansy wait as long as possible to cast, we need a map 3.
Can we get Giant X and Apex in the audience at some point if this literally goes out of hand?
Let's do it. But for now, Zeus is going to play Waylay, and Yutterjay is going to play Deadlock. How fun.
I mean, we saw the last week that this Waylay was already coming in from Zeus. We love to see the changes being made. And of course, the same way that we expected BBL to be bringing in changes to Ascent when we saw them picking the map, we kind of have to expect the same for Foot going into Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite a couple of weeks since they last played it and since they last lost that map to Gentlemate. So yeah, of course, we were expecting them to switch things up here. Yettajay on Deadlock is very interesting for me. That's not something that we've seen this split whatsoever. I don't know if that's not something that we've seen whatsoever.
One time. The one time.
once.
I think he's only ever played it once.
Yeah, but I love to see that Krax is going to be sticking to that KO. It fits him so well. It's going to give them a lot of leverage. I think that he had an amazing map 1. Not only the clutches, but definitely having the impact. You have 3 initiators on the other side. You have 1 knife, and he was finding a lot of impact.
Well, I can't wait to get back into this game. We theorized that maybe it was going on for so long that Tom actually grew his hair back. So let's see if this is true. Mitch and Tom, can you confirm?
Tom, any comment? I mean, I can see, and it does look like you've sprouted a couple more hairs on top in the meantime. We'll have to get the razor up here if we get another one of those.
Sure, why not?
Start hearing the chafing on the headset.
I'm hearing a lot of things. I'm hearing voices. I think I'm losing it at this stage. Do you know what? The great thing for me is that we got to watch Krax have the same experience as Mitch's teammates in ranked, which is dropping 40 and still losing. So we'll see if they're going to be able to turn the tide as they head into their map choice of Icebox.
What the hell was that for, Tom?
The truth hurts.
That did hurt. That was a deep cut. As we're moving on into this, the last time BBL won against Foot was in January 2022. The only remaining player from that match is Mr. Fallen. Quite a while ago indeed. But Tom, when you're looking at this matchup, the last one caught them off guard. I know Yumpy was saying right at the start of the map, he went, I need to pee, but I'll hold it for this one. Well, that was unfortunate timing for poor Yumpy.
He held it
to the toilet.
I respect it. He held it for 2 hours while screaming.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
That was actually just panic.
Yeah, that was nothing to do with the game.
Hurry up! Well, Foot on the attack side, already closing in the distance and
under a different form of pressure here,
giving him a little bit of a break in this round. Late rotations through mid, 3 players on their way, and the retake will be underway any moment with an aggressive position from Zeus. He is put to bed early. Ivan, the one to take the limelight. Magnum from up top puts the numbers in their favor. No panic now, although time is ticking. They should be able to put the pressure on around this elbow. Yedishe, good for 1. The second player on site backing him up is out of captain, and together they close this round out.
Yeah, I think an important start for Foot. I think we've witnessed it many a time. I think even thinking back to Gentlemates when they lost, what was it, 18-16 to Foot. They just got blasted in the next map because obviously there's going to be exhaustion on both sides, but one team won. Yeah. So you basically are going to sat there and play for 2 hours, ultimately to have to try and win 2 maps back to back. Like it's not worth the investment at that stage. So for Foot to immediately try and find a response, I like the fact that they've come in with a new comp. I think of all the people I've seen play Waylay, Zeus was by far the best. Thinking back to his Lotus aggression, he was fantastic. And knowing that if you win this map, next is Fracture, where I'd say they're favored. Like, the series isn't over if they can get past the mental part of that last map.
Well, the thing that makes me believe it will be different, if this was a group stage matchup early on, sure, I could see players, oh man, one more map, and then we got to fight for Fracture. It's a long journey back, and you start to feel quite sad about how things went before. Nice little shots from Magnum. The reality is, though, the stakes here are high. If Team Liquid lose their matchup, this could be the difference between first place and, well, between playing 1 game to make it through to the international and having to go that little
Don't replay
bit further.
that.
No, we don't need
I
to
mean it
replay
this
that.
time. I know that we like the memes. We're not showing that.
They're getting a few more picks than I'd like here. 2v2.
They've got a gun
damage
as well.
already done onto Foot. Although down goes Sociable in what could be the longest range classic fight I've seen attempted in a situation like this.
Toxins going up.
And his first full accuracy is normally impeccable. So I'd be nervous. And the only thing that could play into Foot's favor here, other than the player advantage and HP, is that they pause. Doubts will be in the mind of Profek at this stage of, okay, have they rotated? Have they gone back into the other direction? The answer was no, but Mr. Fallen is going to win that fight anyway. 2-0, a solid start for Foot, even though that round was very costly. And now we look at the rifles coming up here for the opposing side.
It is still good damage out of BBL, leaving just 2 players alive, and the potential for that to go a little bit further as well. As the rifles come out on BBL. You know, we look back at the Iceboxes they've played, and to be honest, you know, looking at rounds on the board, I feel like this is somewhere I'm wanting them to put up rounds on the defensive side. With Foot early on the board, 2-0, if they can get momentum in their sails, this new comp as well, maybe catching them off guard, this could very easily be a third map on the horizon. Cracks onto Levin, finds himself one as Ada Captain has to hightail it out of mid. A lot of utility chasing him down, and Magnum focused on the wrong target, almost loses his life.
Considering this is more of a bonus round, this is looking pretty dicey right now. Mr. Fallen's going to upgrade to a rifle as well off the pistol. He's only one away from getting his ultimate, but oh, that's a mistake.
Spawn.
Cracks his peak mid with a spike. Now retrieving this shouldn't be too difficult. Ada Captain's going to take the deep space, make sure that nobody's been able to push past, but that's at least something. But now they've had to give up a lot of the space that they previously had. Prophet, the site anchor on B. It's just going to be jiggle peeking, but the rest of the team have gone the other way. They have got the read completely wrong.
40 seconds in delay still available for Prophet. It's going to buy them that extra time. BBL getting to reset and potentially have 3 players on site ready for the fight. The benefit, Yumpy contains that push around from Ada Captain. Now leaves Mr. Fallen isolated with a player to his back at least. Yedege now the last man standing, 15 health.
Not planted.
The element of surprise maybe plays into his favor with it not being planted for him, but Magnum checks it anyways. All the boxes ticked. And a round fought well by BBL. The upgrade as well off the Outlaw. They're going to walk out with 3 rifles.
Yeah, that's really not bad. Like, I think especially with the way the round started with Levin being caught out. And I'm sure that's something that Foot have done their due diligence on. Like, think to the last time that we saw this map played versus Koi. Levin was basically just being cheeky the entire map. Like, how much can I get away with? Like, diving into sites, taking aggressive angels, and on defense, he was pushing that A site a lot to try and garner that extra control. So I want to see if he's going to continue to do that now that he's been immediately countered in the first buy round.
Well, it is very much a sign of what's to come, right? We're back in game and take a look at the pushes that were gone for early on. Up against a bonus round, it's very risky to go that deep, to double up on the aggression as well. You're likely to run in to the numbers. Now, BBL throwing in that bit of aggression early on to catch Foot off guard. They get around, and Levin's got an opening pick from up top. Yumpy with the transfer of dreams. Flashed himself in, and as a result, the round is theirs.
Wow.
But they fall flat here with an in-zone flawless from BBL.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. Like, you came into the round with solid ultimates online, with rifles that were purchased up, and you get basically nothing for that one, the initial fight. But then this flash, it's literally a god flash, caught 2 players completely blind. And Yumpy, well, after a much better start than we saw in the last map. Like, he had a really rough initial display on the attack side.
Push through any doubt.
But individually, looking stellar here.
Now leaving Foot with next to nothing. That's the other thing. Falling flat in that round. They got pistols, stingers, but on the attack side, even harder to make that work. They'll group up, use the numbers to their advantage, and here, it would be a mistake from BBL to find that same aggression that they did in round 3, to go up towards Nest, to push down deep mid, but they don't.
Where's he going?
Well, they don't.
Where's
Say
he
a
going?
Sociable jumps up top. The first fight is whatever, but I'm not sure about that aggression. It's worked out for just 1 death, though. He's the only one to fall, and I think they can be quite thankful that's the way it went.
Do you know how he went? He went, oh, Prophet's on A. I can die. It doesn't matter anymore. We've got our site anchor here ready and raring to go, and well, a nice little cleanup for Prophet that will get him ever closer to the ults. And that's the thing. The spread of kills is actually very, very good for BBL to have a lot of ultimates online all at the same time.
It's the fact that he jumps up top, takes the first pick, and then is like, I'm gonna take more fights here. When you know they're probably grouped up.
And you're going for eco frags.
Yeah, how's
It's
that work
Turkish
out
derby.
for him?
He's got to farm up those ults. You'll say that, and then he'll ace around, you'll be like,
so glad he went aggressive there, Tom. What a great play.
Oh, speaking of aggression, Prophet has gone walkabouts.
Oh my god.
He's bypassed everybody, but well, a nasty surprise with Zeus able to get a very easy early pick. Not the way they wanted to start that one off, but then again, I say that, they still have 3 players dedicated to this B site. It seems like the only goal was to play retake. You have the lockdown available. And maybe having the expectation that, okay, if they've got Annihilation and Armageddon online, they're going to go for some sort of execute with the ult, so we don't want to be on the site.
It's a fair call. I mean, with them already having the pick, I'd still say it's decently likely they use some ultis to go through, alarm bot to delay, turret to spot, and then nanos to actually stop the plant. It's a really nice setup. And see the value it's going to have here. No chance to dive back site. Lockdown goes into play. 6 seconds left. The ult is going to be sent in after it. The plant found just on the edge as well. Look at the swing. It's a free pick for Magnum. They still end up smelling the roses in that play with a 4v4 as a result. Old pop, swing in though, and it's Magnum getting that little bit more. But the second side of the push is being slowed, stopped as Yedege found one. Nade trades him out too. But Krax is left alone thanks to the salvo. Stun just misses. He's caught one above, isolating the fights. The wraparound spotted, and he stopped the defuse, at least for now. Sociable needing to put the pressure on time-wise. The tap making it to half just about, but he's looking the wrong way. A Red Bull clutch for Krax and an equalizer for Foot.
Yeah, he's been having an unbelievable series. I mentioned the sort of 40 bomb that he had in the last map, which still resulted in a loss. And we were talking at the very beginning of that series 3 days ago about how the fact that he hadn't had those crazy performances, but we've been seeing it here. Some real individual prowess in rounds that Foot needed it most. And if map 1 wasn't long enough, we decided to make this one a little bit longer.
Well, what? I think we heard it was a 2-hour 25 map start to finish.
Well, the thing is, what I'm doing is I'm going to take tomorrow off, but because I casted 2 matches worth today, I think I still get paid.
I think that's how it works. I believe so. I'm surprised we didn't convert it to a BO1 after that. Like a certain let them know, listen, whoever wins this, you're taking the series. We got a schedule.
I don't think the team that won the map, so you just won that map, but it's actually irrelevant. If you lose this next one, you should lose.
But no, I'm saying the first map, like Ascent, they should have stopped. We hit 2020 and they go, okay, listen. Whoever wins this OT,
whoever wins
the series is yours.
Do you mean whoever wins this round? Because you said OT, but that's just that's how
whoever wins Ascent.
Oh, you mean the
series,
whole
BO3.
first map? Oh, damn.
Yeah, whoever wins the first map takes the BO3. That would have been a nice solution.
Yeah, I feel like it being the pick of BBL might have been a little bit of a.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
I'm quite glad you don't run the admin team.
I applied for a slot in the admin.
Yeah.
I think I'll get it. These are some of the ideas I'm bringing to the table.
I think that was one of those ones where anything coming from your email immediately just gets trashed. Like, I think it just...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I haven't gotten a response, but I think it's on the way. I applied last year.
Yeah, it was 4 years ago.
There's a lot of applicants.
We've actually moved studios since then. It's weird, they haven't responded yet.
I'm pretty sure it's around the corner. I mean, I've been sending weekly updates just to let them know my new ideas. So eventually those will land on the right ears. But yeah, another tech pause kicking us off here. We're 6 rounds in. 3-3, neck and neck, on course for another long map, perhaps, on Icebox. And this time I can confirm that Yumpy peed beforehand, so that's at least something. The rest of the squad, they could be in trouble. How about you, Tom?
What, did I go to the but? Yes, I did.
You ready?
So after 2.5 hours, yeah, I did, you know, I survived. We made it. We lived. For now. We'll see. If this one goes to OT, I'm not so sure. I think my lungs might collapse by that point.
Well, to be honest, Tom, any other day I'd say, yeah, poor us, you know, we gotta go sit here, shout, and talk. What about poor Yumpy's throat? You think he can take more of that screaming, man?
The difference is, though, he kind of gets a choice. Like, I think if I just stopped talking midway through, I think we'd have more problems career-wise. Then again, I don't think his coaching staff would be. But he could just go like, guys, we should go towards the B site this round.
Oh, I think you got it, but that's not Yumpy's theory of the game.
They'd have to boost. They'd have to boost his mic about 400% because they've turned it down so much.
It's so low right now. At times we haven't heard it, but that's just because it's turned off. Our audio engineer had enough. Imagine being the guy sitting there monitoring it the whole time. Poor EVS. Ears are getting blasted.
Oh, you know. Nonetheless, I think that, there we go, restarting the computer. That can't take long. I'm sure we've got...
I've restarted many computers in my day.
As long as it's not Hazard's PC, because that takes 2.5 working days for him to actually
I mean, the other thing is, and this, you know, this is going to come out of left field for a lot of people. You'll wonder why you weren't told this before, but one of the things I've learned recently is you shouldn't actually, when restarting a computer, or even just when it's on, you shouldn't touch the graphics card and try to just shove it in the slot a little more. That can result in not great things happening.
So you're saying don't mess around with the inside of your computer while it's currently on?
Give your graphics card a little nudge.
I'll also
Just
say
make sure it's in the slot.
other things you shouldn't do is light it on fire, pour water into the center of it. That's probably a bad idea.
I have water cooling, Tom. You have to
Yeah, but
top
that's
it up
not you
sometime.
pouring it into the center of the computer.
That's true. That could be problematic.
Yeah.
I hadn't tried that.
I'd say don't do that. It's a bad idea.
Well, then explain to me, my graphics card's overheating. What do I do?
Probably just ask someone who actually has the capability to do it, or turn the computer off before messing around with it.
It might get you. You're not supposed to use compressed air in it while it's on.
I think you're just not supposed to do anything to the inside of it while it's on.
You should make that more clear.
I think they do. I think you just have to read any of the manuals that come with it.
Luckily, Ulysses came over and fixed my PC for me, and there was no long-lasting damage. So that's good. We had to reinstall Windows. But other than that, no long-lasting damage. Luckily, I don't think anyone down there has touched the graphics card.
I think
I let them know that before the game.
I think our tech guys are also a little bit better than you.
A little bit, perhaps. There you go. Oh, Mark, you briefly played for Foot and even faced BBL in the grand final of First Strike Turkey. That was a long time ago. I remember coming to the studio.
He's a bit like Sol Campbell then. He's betrayed.
Who the hell is that?
So Sol Campbell is a player who played for played for Tottenham and then went to Arsenal. So all Tottenham fans hate him. So
fair enough. Get that bag, man. That's what it's all about. Levin going aggressive makes a bit more sense, not up against the Eco, but they've seen this play before. Not ready for it. He grabs one, the flash fades, but so does he. 1 for 1, and the res up on Cracks completely nullifies that fight. Yumpy going in, and now they've...
Oh, no!
They did!
What?
They did see him! A Phantom! And he's managed to find himself a triple with the Vandal. Yedege and Mr. Fallen, they should have been set up for a certain round, and instead, it's a 2v2.
He was hit by the convergence part. He was playing in slow motion. You shouldn't be able to do anything with that. It's like an ultimate breach stun.
Someone to give the
Well,
away.
the difference, though, is that the B side is completely open. So there's already a full rotation. Mr. Fallen is currently doing his best Nat cosplay of how is he there, and has to try and basically get himself into an aggressive enough position without giving the game away. He knows the turret's on the other side. BBL are not moving.
Just an ingenious strategy, though, isn't it? Two players take one-by-one fights. You have the KO flashing for him as well. So you think, well, there's hardly a third guy there because he would have swung with them. Oh, well, listen, you are wrong.
Oh, he's full sprint. Oh, okay.
Mr. Fallen's got him. Prophet giving away the cues, and now Magnum with it all to do. He's heard the steps running away, even gets tags onto Yedege. Unfortunately, Yedege's got the upper hand now, halfway diffused, but the swing comes in just in time. And a well-handled round by Foot, but you have to wonder, how did Sociable get so much done in that initial fight?
He's just watched the Matrix a lot of times. He understands how slow motion works. Just able to get an absurd dump from that position. But no, it's again, those quick mid-round adaptations. Realizing there's a gap on the other side of the map, and well, for BBL, the 3-round streak kept it clean is enough for them to still have a purchase going into this round. Operator, even in hand for Levin, and with the Viper's Pit taking deep.
One suppressed.
B control. I wonder if we're going to see the push through. No, instead, look at the defense. They've already taken very deep control, and over the top goes Zeus, but he's decided to fall back. I think that was probably due to the pick onto Levin. You don't really need to make the hero plays when you already have the man advantage.
Well, that's exactly it. The Viper's Pit, though, is going to be a problem late round, so they send the drone through to try to deal with it. Player's ready to take the fight if he's up close, but as they're spotting now, he's a little bit further back. Great work as well from Profect to keep dancing around this utility, avoid being dropped, avoid being caught out. His left side covered in by the alarm bot as well, so there's no need to panic. The thing is, these rotations coming through, they're not spotted because of the orb up, but they are spotted because Yumpy's gone up aggressive, got himself the opening right over Belt. Now these players are expected to be coming this direction, ult activated, and no utility for Foot to use on this take. It's got to just be swings, and well, at least it's working out for the first.
Ults being spammed, forcing them forward. They expect the one position that couldn't have been cleared. Sociable looking for another hero play, but again, he'll be slowed. Has Yumpy for support, leaving 2 standing. Salvos will deny them that little bit longer. Sociable even looking to try and take the fight. Another of those stuns. put into play. Just 10 seconds left, but the aggression working out. Sociable drops the spike and continues alongside Profek. Another very solid round from the Turkish player, leaving that 4-4.
Yep, it's back and forth we go. The lead never lasting long in anyone's hands. Again, that early play by Yumpy to get aggressive, it gets them so much value. Then he's there to back Sociable up. After the stun comes through, Sociable was dead to rights. But he survives.
Bro, insane, Volkan. You are Messi.
He has a way with words, Tom, doesn't he? This man, there's a good reason they call him the submarine.
Oh my god.
Can we get that again after this round? I want to see if I can understand it the second time round.
He said at the end that he said, "You're Messi." And I'm assuming he means the footballer and not just, you're not very clean.
Yeah.
Because you're insane, but a little bit messy.
More controlled, perhaps.
The weaponry kind of sucks. Viper's Pit could be the difference maker. Flash, solid space taken. Zeus has done well. Again, the disruption caused by the Waylay, but Sociable is still here, not for long. Trade's almost immediate. That Viper's Pit is becoming more and more tempting by the seconds, and it will go down. Magnum hoping to try and find a gap within it. Hoping that the spam can maybe get something, but it goes the other way. A flank coming through. Never with a sniper. Probably hoping that he can find another gun. Instead, it's Yumpy to get one with the spam.
Shorty on its way, and it's found out of Captain. Pit goes down. They saw Mr. Fallen. They saw him step into that corner, and he's so desperately low. A conversion for BBL around that. I mean, you mentioned it though, Tom. The real danger, once that pit goes down on the site, that can completely flip the odds in their favor. This defending the spike inside of it. But enough damage was done to let that Shorty draw blood.
Yeah, I don't think they expected both players to wrap around. So you have that deep pit, so if anybody jumps into it, they have a split second to find you and you can see them immediately. But when they come from the other direction, firstly, there's not many angles to hold, but also, yeah, there's only one or two places that Levin's really going to be checking. Of course, still does incredibly well. From that sort of angle,
I'm gonna get heart attack.
I'm going to have a heart attack. I got that one.
Got that one.
I got
one
that
off tail ult as well, he called. He knows that that's a good chance that Foot might fight for the orbs early on, Tom. They're one away from a valuable ult. No doubt that's something BBL are tracking.
Either that or he's having a jam tar and he's going to have a tart attack, but I don't think that's what he was saying.
I don't believe so, Tom. But there's no telling when it comes to Magnum. Sociable, good for the pick. They were looking to push him out of that position, got more than their bargain for. Ult sent through by Deadlock, but it's a little late. The player's already gone, and Ada Captain lurking outside A. Surprises Magnum. A 4 versus 2 now. The remaining BBL players making the read right away that this is a rotation to the A site. They're going to be here well ahead of the push.
I almost wonder if
it's a great read.
We'll see that. Maybe the Armageddon for safety. Clear the back of the site, but it's the close position that's far more dangerous. The knife won't connect.
Free.
Yumpy right in position, and it... What? That was... He got both of them! What? No, I need a slow-mo replay. That's the most BS spray I've ever seen.
He wasn't aiming at the second guy!
You didn't believe... You thought it was a teammate.
It was the second,
you thought
I was like, oh, great crossfire there, Tom. Wonderful crossfire. What a setup. What a set.
Oh, that's outrageous.
No! No! Tech pause. Get on that man's PC.
Let's go!
Oh, man. Okay, the one perspective, they don't use the ult, they don't put the util because they think that those players are still on B. They don't expect them to be there, but Pal saw the same thing I did. What just happened? Wait, Yumpy, 2 bullets. The second one just, it was a heat seeker.
Do you remember the meme that was going around where people are like, oh yeah, like, do you mind if I put on some white noise before I go to sleep? I just want that meme with that Yumpy scream. Like, it's so ridiculous how he's managed to get away with that. And yeah, an impeccable read on the rotation.
I'll tell you what, guys would be a whole lot less mad if he could have seen that replay. If we could just, can we just go show him that?
This is like smiling rage.
He must know. 2 shots that quickly, you're like,
it's fine.
Yes, bro.
No, this is like when your girlfriend or wife goes, it's fine. No, Mitch, it's fine. This is fine.
He's hit his breaking point now. Yeah, let's 3 people swinging 1 by 1. But that's the thing, the first 2, I can't blame. They're not swinging alone. He's just genuinely, he's cracked the code.
He's gone mental. Like this is, you lose 25-23, and then that happens, you're like,
he's gonna, but when he watches it back, he'll be less mad. Or more mad. I actually have no idea how that's gonna affect his psyche. That's ridiculous.
Mad? Me? Why would I be mad?
6-4. A 2-round gap between these two, and what should have been neck and neck. A 4v2, a 3-piece from Yumpy. He's on his feet. He's screaming back in the other direction. And he's letting Foot know that he's set to bury them. Their record in partnership, 2-0 for Foot every step of the way. Dominance in those series in a BBL that looked like they had no legs to stand on. Well, this is a different BBL we're seeing here today. They've claimed Ascent, Foot's former home ground, and now they look to beat them on their own map pick. But an opening pick gives Foot the advantage. And I'm sorry, but the BS meter's off the charts. Profex got one in the spawn, the spray through the wall to catch one. And Foot tagged up heavy on a lot of players.
I don't know if they'll expect 2 to be here. That's the only thing. The attack really want this back line, and well, it's already looking done.
They don't know.
They don't know the Sociable's here, but he can't just take 1 kill. He needs to get a multi-frag, and the second he fires on 1, they'll all be looking his way. That's the problem. So many players in this backline. Yumpy needs even more BS than the last round. I don't think it's going to be happening. A net laid to keep him in position, and a swing that will put Foot within 1 round.
I like as well that it's Crack swinging, because he already knows where Yedege is. So he's going to be set on that angle, waiting for the swing. 6-5, and a round for Foot that is much needed now. Equalization possible by the time we hit that halfway mark, but BBL streaks of 3 rounds. They've really found their footing on this defensive side. And again, this is the map that Foot come in picking. We talk about the attack side, Tom. Did you come in with a number in mind for how many they needed to get? It was 6 in their last matchup, but a weaker defense.
Yeah, they had a weaker defense. I'd say probably 7 or 8. Especially with this composition. The Waylay gives you good opportunities, but I feel like at times, a lot of what you have with this comp is about setup and catching players. On the defense, that can be much harder to do. I'd say as well, a lot of what you get out from Deadlock as well is I feel like it has more of a benefit for the attack in comparison to the likes of a Killjoy on the defense. So I'll be interested to see how they make it work. That's probably where they workshop more though. Profek up above. Bullets connect, but no pick found. He went through. He went through the Viper screen. He's looking to just fight tooth and nail, and they've kept the man advantage going.
Lockdown sends them back. There's no way that Krax is getting out of here detained. And with deep control over B, as we're seeing with this push-up, Yumpy's got all the control in his hands. Levin watching his back as well, making sure the mid lurk can't come through tube or under. And then obviously you've got an alarm bot sitting there watching for that push-up alongside the turrets. Well, not anymore. Taken out by the utility of Cracks. Ult sent through as a response. Players just standing either side of it. 20 seconds and it's all down to the delay. Out of Captain, 36 HP. Man advantage for BBL. They've seen a player up on the rope, hung out to dry, and Levin quickly closes the round. That's BBL. All right, Levin. BBL finishing out this half with 7 rounds on the board. And for Foot, well, they better hope that they've cracked the code of the defense, or this is going to be a 2-0, as it always has been between these teams, in the other direction.
Yeah, so BBL's chance here, and Foot with a desperate need for a response, but if we've seen anything, sometimes the expectation of what you'll get on a map is absolutely meaningless. Let's just wait and see what we'll get after the break.
Welcome back, folks. 5 rounds on the board for Foot as they move to their defensive side. The standard set high in that first half, as this, at least on what we saw last time, was their weaker side. But if you were to go on history, Tom, if you were to go on last matchups, Ascent wouldn't have been 25 to 23. So
with
maybe we
attack
throw
side
that book out of the window.
victories for the majority.
Exactly.
Of it, so.
It's been hard to read these teams.
I'm interested to see what they've got, because I think like you've kind of lost what could have been the Yedege anchor, but obviously last time around on this map at least he was playing Teo, so that wasn't necessarily his job. I think he's going to have more of an opportunity to do that here, as you can see over on that B side of the map currently. And for Zeus, you're going to have a lot of expectation of an aggressive Jet, but with Waylay, you're not going to have had as many counters. I think about the amount of times we've seen Jet play on Icebox. It's probably on like some 70-80% when it was back in the day when this map was played regularly. Waylay, a much lower chance. So maybe there's a few surprises that Zeus can throw into the mix.
This pistol round could hold a lot of value, especially for Foot. I think in the game we're referencing as well, where they got, what, 4 rounds in this half, 2 of them were the pistol and the follow-up. So it was a very shaky position, but no doubt they will have learned a lot from that match as well. On the defense, heavy rotations stacking up towards this A site, leaving just one Yedege on B. And it will be a passive play from him, presumably spotting out the players in just a moment and backing off, conceding that space.
The BB execution doesn't really leave him with anywhere to go. Levin, the flash is perfect. Jumpy with the setup for the young duelist once again, but they have not cleared the one man left within the site. A chance for Yedege to spring a trap. 2 quick kills. That aggression was so successful for BBL, they didn't realize that there was still one man lurking in the grass.
Again, it was the one that they spotted to start this one out. Just figured he'd fallen back that little bit further, but no, Yedege is still here. Unfortunately, he needs to do it all. A 3-piece already. 2 away from the ace, and he isolates the first, spots the second. Oh, it's close. 50 HP left on Sociable, but Salvos come back online. That's going to buy a little bit more time, and in this round, with it already bleeding so deep, he should be able to run this clock all the way down. Sociable, he may even give the ace in the end, but the time is gone. BBL, they've stolen the pistol round away. What an attempt by Yedege, though.
Yeah, no, he played that to perfection. I don't think really anything more can be asked of your solo B-site holder. You managed to survive within 1 million pieces of utility. Your teammate gets cleared. You find 2 kills to grant the site back to your control. And then it came down to, okay, can we just clear the remaining 3 players? He got 2 of those as well. So I'm kind of looking at the rest of the Foot players and going like, what more can he do? Really, what more could he have done? Well, aced. That was what more he could have done, but that's a bit of an outrageous thing to ask your solo B-site player to do.
Yeah, first man in, last man out of that previous round. But Foot left in the dirt now. Classics across the board, no shields. That makes it very easy for Levin to drop you. Sociables wallbanging Mr. Fallen. Haven't seen him cross the window. Yedege got up to some magic with this classic in the last round, albeit they didn't have 50 shields, and well, they're not coming towards him this time either. It's back to the B site, all that space taken by Magnum, and that's going to be a lot of what we see from BBL on this side. Pressure in one part of the map, and Magnum either watching their back or left to lurk and claim all the space as the rotations come in.
The goal of this round, at least from Foot's perspective, was to get an orb for Yedege, which he did. And Death will put the Annihilation online. Whether or not they can cause any extra damage for Sociable, he's going hunting. Now bear in mind, he is only 2 away from having the Armageddon.
And you may recall that he started this round out right around here, wallbanging someone with a Guardian. Now, he's got himself a Stinger because Magnum swaps weapons with him and says, you go get your orbs. Now, that orb's going into the hands of Yampi, like it or not. But he waited as long as he could, just in case Sociable could get there in the end. And in zone flawless for BBL, a perfect follow-up. And honestly, looking at the buy they've got, Tom, it's not like they're in a very disadvantageous situation.
Quick with it.
The one really weak weapon that they're going to have is a Stinger. That's in the hands of Magnum. He can play Lurk and Information, doesn't have to be fighting. And the rest of the squad, Bulldogs, an Outlaw, and a Guardian, that's fine.
Well, I'll say as well, Magnum is like one of the few players where I see him have a Spectre and I'm like, he's still going to get a kill. Like, he's weirdly ratty.
What about the Stinger?
Yeah, it's another SMG. Normally he has a Spectre. So,
oh, no!
Oh, that's a table breaker. That's one where you're going to be incredibly frustrated in a round that you just cannot afford to lose. Yadajay, too many players, too many targets, and no shots connected. This could be the round already over. Yumpy taking aggressive positioning, and he goes down, cracks with a quick double. Somehow turning this round all the way back on his own. Dragging his team kicking and screaming. Before it was Yetejay, now it is cracks. And from a almost one scenario, the round has come right back once again.
The funny thing about this, Tom, is we started out the day going, yeah, Cracks, you know, this year just doesn't feel like he's there in the KO, man. No. He's not hitting the same form. Well, he certainly is in this series, in the last map, and coming into this one, at least this round. The 2v3 still gives BBL an opportunity, a chance to take this across the line. The reality is, Tom, you come into this round, you're going to take a 2v3 with Spike and a fully open B site. As you're pointing out, thanks to going for those orbs in the previous round, thanks to planting and getting those kills, Sociable is one away from his ultimate. And that could turn the tide of a round as tight as this.
My ultimate is ready.
Salvos already available. Stun still online. A snakebite as well for Prophet, but he's not looking to really utilize that extra bit of kit. His goal is to try and get up in their face, try and catch them as they rotate, or maybe have a bit of an off angle, and that off angle will be had. They have completely bypassed him and just not checked some of those closer angles. It's definitely a surprise factor. There's the ultimate, which, while sticking this, he's just about going to live to tell the tale. But now Prophet looks to come back in from behind. An easy pick and a beautiful post-plant from the side of BBL. They make that look very easy indeed.
And really building upon the foundations laid thick in the previous rounds. The ult orb management, the early fight from Levin, a position that he tried to get into many times on their defense. Zeus, a pale imitation of that map control, as now 10-5 on the board, thanks to the salvos, thanks to the ulti in play, and the great position seized by Profek. Cerebral gameplay. And at this point, double the rounds of what Foot have brought to bear, and leaving Foot onto a very weak buy. It's a Sheriff and nothing else, a practically full eco. This is the beginning of the end of this series.
Fek is isolated. This is a very ratty position, but now he's been spotted. They're going to look to swing him together. That Sheriff has come into play, and the Spike needs to just leave. Retrieving that gun, definitely not going to be easy, but that's at least something to write home about. The weird thing is that the current position that's currently in play for Sociable. He's in their spawn, maybe not knowing how many players are there, but they are still checking.
No charges left.
Whoops.
For everybody on the other side, and well, Levin is doing the business. He even wants to try and make this a little bit easier for Yetejay.
Yeah, the beautiful thing about this round, Tom, is they knew that there's only one player on A because they saw them all swinging into Profek. They killed the A player, and Levin said, hold my beer, I'm going in, I'm popping the Blade Storm. They're going to taste defeat. Hammering home the confidence.
Hold my beer that I've only legally been allowed to drink for the last couple of months.
Yeah, hold my beer, I don't like the flavor. I feel you, brother. I feel you. Oh, this is a statement.
Hand me my juice box.
Yeah, a little pineapple juice will do you well, I'll tell you that. 11 rounds seem to be secured by BBL. Foot trailing by 6. And realistically, it doesn't feel like they have any hands on any reins. It's all about BBL.
Obviously, I don't want to just put it down to this. I think BBL are playing a great game, but it's always the case. You lose a crazy map like that, and you're just exhausted. Like I think we've seen Zeus almost completely teeter out. Like he's consistently been, if he has a bad map, he never has a bad second. Like he's been consistently one of their best players throughout every series we've seen. He is the worst player in the server right now.
Yeah.
Yumpy had a pretty rough first map, is playing incredibly. One off the top fragger in the entire server, 12 assists to his name. This Foot squad picking this map completely changing their composition. As of right now, I'm sure I'm seeing the value of having Yedege on the deadlock, but the rest of the comp is not thriving.
Not at all. No, there are a lot of problems here for Foot. Most of them just the players on BBL popping off. That previous map ran the distance, and like you said, it's very difficult to bounce back. Everyone can sit there and say, oh, guys, doesn't matter. We can win the next two. Yeah.
Well, the Foot
but it's the emotions.
They're speaking to their coach.
That's true.
Well, guys.
Well, guys. I hate you sometimes, Tom. God's sake.
3 hours in, still got the jokes.
That's what we're calling them now, is it?
Yes.
No, the reality is it's hard to have that emotional reset, and I think that's what it is. The logic in your head is one thing, but the feeling is these rounds keep on clocking up as you keep getting shut down in early fights. Zeus on the push forward. Oh, this could be it. He catches Yumpy lacking. Beautiful timing, and he only sees one. No need to rotate. They'll stick in position on B, even having the Deadlock utility to back them up, but Adacaptain goes swinging early. He falls. Deadlock utility dealt with. Ult activated by Krax. He's been sensational so far. A highlight of the Foot squad, and it's a double up for him. Profek on the lurk. Another staple of this series, especially here on Icebox. He's managed to thread the needle for one.
Duo again.
Zeus goes down. One by one, they're falling. Late play through mid, though. Yedege should tip the scales in their favor here. It's Profek down for nothing, and Sociable to do it all. He's got salvos. The time not that far gone. That's going to delay them slightly, but he's caught by the
He actually got Yedege. That's absurd.
Luckily, Krax is still going. So that will be no problem to just get that defuse across the line.
Just chilling at the end, a relaxing end to what was a chaotic round. I think, again, like you just see moments where that initial setup to try and put Adacaptain into play didn't work, but then Krax just saved them. The late flank from Yedege and being able to finally put the Annihilation into play. Wasn't really anywhere for Sociable to go. Interestingly, Sociable's actually going to be the one to pick up the operator going into this round. Maybe somebody he wants to deny, because a lot of the time, okay, we've seen him do it on the Chamber
100%.
When he plays Pearl, but a lot of the time you expect that to be Levin or even Yumpy. From what we saw from the 48 rounds on Ascent, he probably picked it up the most.
This has been an incredible series, but the gift might stop giving fairly soon. 5-round cap, a big climb back from Foot, but we saw it on Ascent. We saw that resurgence. Here has a different feel. It's been dominant for BBL so far. The operator coming out, not able to find its mark just yet, but resetting for that A side. They found so much success here before. Whether it's Levin's entries or Sociable on that op, we need to see Zeus have a strong start to this battle.
Yeah, I think the other danger as well is Profek with a plant is a Viper's Pit. So you have so much available to you. No command as well. It could be used to get in, or it could be used, well, never mind. It's going to be used to get in. Space taken, pressure for Yedege. In fact, he's taken so much damage. A couple of extra assists, the easiest assist Yumpy's ever going to get, and Levin taking this deep control. It's expected, it's, well, attempted. But that's almost too easy. The Viper's Pit even going to be used for safety. That safety is not needed! And in zone flawless with Levin taking over. We saw this versus Koi, and okay, maybe we looked at the opponent and went, you know, he's doing it versus Foot as well. 19 and 12, 18 and 11 for Sociable. The two at the top of the scoreboard once again. And while Foot need 6 in a row, they've done it before, but Mitch, this has looked like a different map.
It absolutely has, and we're seeing as well this level from Levin, the backup he has from Yumpy. He would have been dead to rights from Yedege, but a beautiful position. Had eyes on him for probably 2 seconds. Problem was, his eyes were burning because of the flash that Yumpy threw in. It blinded them completely. He got an assist on both kills on site, thanks to it. And Foot...
And the no, come on.
Yeah, of course, but the flash blinded him.
He's getting the assist anyway.
Either way, but the flash is what made the difference. It's what allowed those players to connect the kills with 6 rounds in a row needed now from Foot, doubling up on what they've achieved so far. It's not looking like this is going to be an easy round at all for Foot to connect with that op still to contend with.
And the buy stinks.
They have 3 players on A, Tom, and I think most likely, as time goes on, you're going to want to take that peek. You're going to want to see if there's anyone up around Belt, and if you do, Sociable will be there to greet you.
Still have some faith in Cracks. Playing very well this series so far, this marathon. He was there throughout the lot of it, a backwards dash into the site. I'm guessing that was to avoid whatever flash was thrown, but it hasn't avoided the death toll, and that's going to put the Waylay ultimate available. Mr. Farlin also in quite an aggressive
30
position.
seconds left.
Them has got to. The surprise, though, is there. The turnaround, and somehow Ada Captain wins that battle as well. 2 players remain. Spike not planted. A kill at least for Yumpy, but well, his teammates nowhere to be seen. I don't think there's even any time to get anything done here, and with Zeus in position, yeah, just take the orb and that's it.
Well, even go for the fight. If they take you out, that's great. You get an orb, you have ult off, rip in the next round, you've got economy as well to fall back on. I think it's probably the right call that he's going for. You don't just want to step into salvos, though. You want a chance to rip weapons out of their hands as well. Maybe get that orb for free, but it's not granted. 12-7, 5 rounds in a row now from Foot. Good denial by Zeus on the initial fight. Great mid-control as well coming in from Mr. Fallen. Like you said, that deep push coming in. It was necessary, especially with those weaker weapons. They bridged the gap, but they have plenty more to do.
A lot of ultimates getting very close, though. Lockdown. Also got the Armageddon, but that's already online on the other side, and we've still got that convergence path set up. I wonder if it's going to be utilized off rip, especially in this tight laneway. It could be almost a freebie, but the one man that might be able to escape it would be Levin. They're waiting for contact. They're hoping something's given away, maybe a drone put through, but that's gone onto the other side of the map. A lot of potential for the retake, but that read is already there. 2 players rotating from Foot in the direction of A, but this is all a ruse.
Zeus just left B side as well. Let's leaving B that little bit more open. Information now coming in that that's where the hit is. His presence. Magnum's caught Mr. Fallen lacking. The mid control for him good. And he's even spotted Zeus, but Zeus fires right back at him. Ult put into play is going to force it forward. It's Cracks in an awkward position. He was dead to rights if he didn't move, and instead steps into their waiting crosshairs. No follow-up on the utility thrown through as Ada Captain wraps around. Great C's too. They're getting a lot done with that utility with Yedije following up. It's all on Profek. He's got his Vandal to play with, and a good idea where these players are, but only 20 seconds. No, he spotted one down below. The spray is good, but no idea on the final player. Yedije in there to close it out. The gap down to 4 and a little bit more manageable. What I was going to say, Tom, as well, when it comes to Zeus, it's even more impressive that BBL are able to shut him down like this, considering coming into today, he was first in ADR, he was second to Miniboo in ACS and kills per round, and third in first kills per round. The guy has been leading so many of these stats, or competing with some of the biggest names in the world. And then he faces BBL, and it's like his kryptonite.
Yeah, it really has been rookie season. Be it the guy who made his name on the stage last year at the top of the board. You mentioned Miniboo. Zeus, who I think up until maybe last week was top. Like, I think he was top on pretty much everything. It's just that I think some very impressive performances from Miniboo has sort of taken that spot away. I think I remember looking at the top ACS of everyone a couple of weeks ago, and that was Zeus #1, including every other region.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was #1 at least for a bit. I remember seeing the leaderboard. It was put out by the VALORANT Esports Twitter.
That's incredible.
So he's definitely been having a display in previous weeks, but this week it's not quite been the same. I think BBL have done a very good job of shutting him down. I think also just the way that Levin plays, it's so unconventional that you're going to have fights when you don't expect fights. And like when you're the team that causes the surprise, it's great. When you're the guy getting surprised every round, oh, it's horrific. Like you're seeing what it's like to basically play against you.
I mean, the reality is the word anti gets thrown around a lot. And I think sometimes unwarranted. Sometimes it is just a comp that works against your comp, not planned out for you. But I think BBL is a different kettle of fish altogether. Zeus opening, as there'll be no ante to his early aggression this time. He has caught them lacking. And with Sociable down, you're losing some of that displacement utility, some of that information on the drone. They go in together, though, looking to take these fights. A wrap around on the B site gets Profek one, but he's soon to fall, surely, on the site of A. A lot of presence taken, but they've lost everything on B. The thing is, they know Profek's there. They're waiting for him to wrap around, and he has to be quick because Yumpy's all alone.
The wraparound coming around from Mr. Fallen as well. Timing here is perfect. It couldn't be any better, knowing that that space was completely open once the Sentinel of Magnum had gone down. A quick adaptation from the IGO ultimate not even being needed in the end, and that will be another round on the board. Just like the last map, a hefty lead for the side of BBL, but Foot right at the depths are fighting this one back.
Well, they needed 6 in a row, and that seemed like a big task. They had struggled to connect anything, but now just 3 rounds needed. As BBL, unfortunately,
can we
see
turn
Red on the stage
Sue's
again.
mic whenever this happens, because I just hear, way. Can hear it. She is not particularly close by.
Oh, there she is. No, she is. She's waiting for the interview, of course, afterwards. Can we get a chant from Sue? Where's the let's go tech pause? We're missing it. Yes, thank you guys. I don't think you'll be able to hear it at home, but there's a little bit of energy in the arena from the Turkish talent and Sue down on the stage. Oh, 3 rounds needed, 3 in a row. It's a much more palatable discussion
it's exactly
for
the
fun.
same as last map. They needed 6 rounds
Was
in
it
a row.
6 as well?
Yeah, it was 6
wow.
rounds in a row. That's what they got. They ended up getting to 12 first. And then, yeah,
All right.
now they need the same again.
Well, Achilleos, we're coming for your record 2 times in a row, buddy. We're going to take it. I got a message after, very politely telling me that we've beaten the Pacific record as well, and he was none too happy about it.
Oh, okay.
So
does that include the 7-hour tech pause that they had at the beginning?
No, I think we're talking rounds here. I don't think we're talking about. I don't think we're talking about matches.
Because in terms of length, they are definitely winning.
You guys have us there. You know what, Achilleos? You can keep that accolade.
I watched. I think
I'll let you have
I was
that.
doing a watch party of that. I think I watched the video. It was one of their videos of them sat down doing interviews about 45 times. It was great content. Really enjoyed it.
Well, you said it, Tom. They've done it before in just the previous map. 6 in a row, and we're halfway there. Foot, they seem to be doing more than just living on a prayer. They're making this comeback a reality. But for BBL, there's always that extra level to go to, and mainly when you see Levin has got a... Oh, that took it away just in time. Levin's got a Blade Storm. Early fight sent in by Zeus, and it's Levin to return a kill. In fact, there wasn't one dealt out. He's the one just fighting it from the get-go. Like I said, you see the Blade Storm online, you start to panic, and Profex lurks again, getting up to no good around middle.
God, this is such a big advantage now. They need a hero, and there's no hero to be had. Zeus down, lockdown for safety, but there's nobody here. The Viper's Pit was placed on the other side of the map. That was being held by a captain. Yedege is already stuck on the middle of the map, and there's still a lurk. There's still a player sitting behind Profek, and his timing has been impeccable all the way through this map so far.
Out of captain, good for one. That lurk might be needed, but Yedege's the one to shut it down. Okay, Foot, I see the game. They're right back into it. And remember how we got to OT. It was Red Bull clutch after Red Bull clutch. For BBL, their utility is keeping the clock in their favor. Salvo's online as well. Infinite delay, it seems, for this squad as Foot desperately trying to get this defused to half, but it's just not happening. Swing through, and is there to greet them. It's Sociable all alone, and Yedege to put him in the dirt. They have managed to salvage success from the depths of defeat, and we go at least one more round.
They really don't want to lose this game. People are talking about this as, it might just be for seeding. You know, if Liquid win, it will be between the two of them. They'll just get a different matchup depending on what goes on in the other group. But you could tell for both of these squads, Turkey versus Turkey, the pride of the country on the line, that neither team wants to lose this game. And for already having defeat 25-23. You could forgive them for clocking out. I will forgive them for clocking out. But even in that scenario, what, a 2 versus 4? They were still happy to battle.
Unbelievable for Foot to come out on top with that round, Tom. I was certain that's the end, but then I thought back to the previous map, to how many times we thought, oh, well, here it is. Time to get the lunch orders in, but, well,
lunch?
No such thing.
But what time zone are you in?
You know when I wake up, Tom. You know when I had breakfast when I got here.
My 8:30 lunch.
Yeah, well, I'm living on this time zone. I'm ready for another 7-hour series, no hassle. That'll bring me to dinner time. Push up in mid, but look at BBL. They've got themselves. I mean, okay, first of all, look at the position in mid from the attackers. Look at where Zeus has gotten to, containing so much information. Oh. Magnum's got 2 from this position. Yedajay with the closest range ult I've ever seen, using his ult like a shotgun. Zeus, having pushed through, now catches them off, and it's a messy round. At least from the side of BBL, they'll think that. But well handled by Foot. They set the dominoes up and watch them fall, with Sociable left with 3 to pick up. Zeus, the first point of contact, and he hammers that shot home. 12-11. They needed 6 in a row, and we doubted them. The fools that we are. Foot are now just 1 away from another OT. And God knows, it can go anywhere from there.
How many OTs was it?
Let's relax.
That might be
12, no?
William's
12.
toughest job, of just counting how many OTs there were to put that on the screen. If we get there, I'd like to know. 5 in a row. Yedajay said, like, when you look at that switch up going back to the Sentinel, he's someone that we love seeing within that role, and he's been impressive. And the thing is, it was almost a trap play on the other side, like a solid flash that gets, again, a multi-frag of openers, but his reaction, not only using the ult to pick up one, but then to be able to quick switch and take the fight on the other. A pause that gives chances to either side to vocalize, because this wouldn't be the first time BBO have crumbled, and they do not want to add another overtime to the tally.
Well, the Turkish Derby, an event that happens once per year, so far at least, in VCT partnership.
They are both in playoffs.
It's been 2-0, exactly, 2-0 to Foot each step of the way. But now BBL, they've already taken a map. We came into today asking who would be the kings of Turkey when Foot have sat on that throne. Can we
just settle on both?
At this point, Tom, it's a close-fought battle. Enemies at the gates of both city, but the reality is it could come down to just this round here. BBL, a Viper's Pit and Rifles, their opposition, 2 ultimates with another very close by. You might favor Foot in this scenario. But you know what I'd favor?
Overtime.
Another tech pause.
Oh, okay.
Because they're all stood still, and it's making me suspicious.
No, they're fine.
Well, Sociable's holding an angle I haven't seen held before. Oh, he's moving again.
No, I think he was just getting ready.
I think he genuinely unplugged something by accident, but he's ready to go. It's a 2-second delay.
Seems like.
One suppressed.
You might be right. But the spike is still going in the direction of the site.
They're going to go for this B hit.
A chance on the cross for Ada Captain.
Poison's off.
Just jump spotting, but with the ultimates they have, over-facing here doesn't really seem worth it. He can look to try and buy time. Magnum's lurk could be so important. In fact, yeah, he's got support. He can sell the idea that maybe only one player is in this position, but they're already huge. It's 2 openers. Mr. Farlin needs to trade, and he gets nothing. Leaving now, Yedajay and Ada Captain. They want to try and get back into position to maybe bring back Cracks, but it is patient on the other side. And they don't even know that there's a second player. The timing is everything, though. Yedajay has been able to get that pick. Once again, bringing it into the realms of possibility. Viper's Pit in, immediately drops one. And now all that stands in their way is Yedajay, and he won't be able to do it. For the first time in the partnership era, BBL are victors in the Turkish Derby.
We wondered who'd sit on that throne, a throne that Foot have always occupied, but now BBL, they claim their crown. A tight matchup The longest match in history to start us out. 13-11, a bait of OT.
Blood, sweat, sweat, sweat, sweat, sweat, sweat, sweat, and maybe a few tears. It really was a series that felt like it lasted a lifetime. And of course, for both squads, they have made their way to the playoffs. But in this case, for BBL, there is an opportunity to end up first in that group, to need just one match to make it to Masters, something that for this organization would be a huge opportunity. And for FUT, well, the slimmest of margins. Their round difference has changed by just 4 at the end of the day, but their rounds played has gone up significantly.
Yeah, they will be at the top of the leaderboard now, I think, with that extra map essentially under their belt, a best of 3 that delivered, and a well-earned
Yuppie is all of us.
The energy still high as the new kings have been crowned. BBL have taken the Turkish derby.
I'll be happy with that one. You can literally see, like, Yuppie looks like the life might have left him. It seems like we might even be bringing him forward for an interview as well, so his job's not done yet. I'm hoping he gets a bit of a nap at the end of today. Maybe needs like a 24-hour sleep to try and recover from this one, but I think this is fantastic science for BBL. Not only having the fact that the game slipped multiple times, the fact that they had the resilience to bounce back, the clutch players, like at the beginning of the year, looking at this roster, the expectation wasn't there. Magnum as well, in that last map, being one of their best players, and especially on Ascent, had incredible moments as the newest guy on this team. It's easy to forget. That was a world-class performance from them. And while 11 definitely shown he's on the map.
Well, after a long, long day for BBL and Yuppie, it's time to hear from the man himself down on the stage. How was that one for you?
Great question, Mitch. Now, I don't know how you're standing because that series was insane. Are you aware of the record that you broke today?
Actually, somebody said it, so I think I didn't know, but someone said it to us, so yes.
The longest overtime we have ever had in VCT EMEA, like honestly ever. How did it feel to live through that, to play through that?
I mean, if I'm honest, I want to say thank you to Footballist. Just, I think this was the greatest match of my life, like in terms of feelings, and I have played some incredible games, and I think this is the most adrenaline I have ever felt. Especially that Ascent game, it just turned into laugh. And bro, I need to say something. Before the game, I was like, yeah, I need to pee, but I can hold one map. So
what happened?
After 25, 23 with million tech pauses, was tough, but I'm happy that we won.
Okay, no accidents. Everything you pulled through. I hope you pulled through. Now you just said that it's the greatest moment of your career. Was it purely because of how long the game was? Was there anything else in this derby that kind of contributed to you saying there was so much adrenaline on stage?
I think it's not the greatest moment of my career.
Okay, sorry. I jumped. I jumped the gun.
I think it's just the greatest match I played in terms of the adrenaline and stuff. And what was the question, sorry?
Was it because of how long it was? Was there anything, or is it because of the Turkish derby?
It's the Turkish derby, of course. I talked about it. It's the first time me having like a proper derby match, and trust me, it's also, it's like a little extra charge, you know, for you, because you know that you want to win for the organ, for the fans, and of course for us it's an important game also, and you just have like that little bit extra spiciness of that, and it was unbelievable the way. So thank you for the massive crowd who came to support us today, and yeah, we heard you the whole game.
We'll do a Finnish derby one day. How about that?
Yes.
Yeah, Finnish derby. Finnish derby. It is the first time in this Turkish derby since we've had the partnership era that BBL actually won. It is always 2-0 for FUT. Now, you were on a Team Liquid roster where you were the titans against Turkish teams. You guys only lost, I think, one time.
Until last year.
Just the one time. So do you think that gave you an edge? You have so much experience playing 4 Turkish rosters.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm honest, like it's a much bigger like a mental battle when you play. I think also for the old BBL roster and for us, I think it's just a mental battle when you have it like a Turkish derby, and knowing, I don't know, maybe it helped that I have beaten them before, but I think it's just a mental battle, because I'm not sure if the Valorant was the greatest, like, because there was a lot of whiffing from both sides, I think, especially in the Ascent overtime, and you can just see the nerves and the adrenaline that everybody is having, and yeah.
Magnum didn't whiff once in that overtime.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing, I think everybody was playing incredible. I think I had 10 kills in 60 rounds, so, but we work.
You were IGLing, you got the win, you got the 2-0, that's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly.
And speaking of your players, how many cheeseburgers did Levin have today?
He can have as many as he wants after this performance. Trust me, like Burak, like I can sponsor you the next week's cheeseburgers if you want on me.
Did you not have any before the game? Because you told me one time.
Of course he had one.
Did?
You know, yes. I come from the makeup and I just see fresh McDonald's in our break room. So of course he was eating.
That's the secret. So we all need to start eating cheeseburgers to get good. And speaking of secrets, whenever the Pearl, gets floated against you guys, which is not very often, teams seems to like to ban Pearl against you. They don't want to challenge you on this map. We expect you to maybe instantly pick it because it is your best map. We love the way you play Pearl. Why didn't the veto go that way today?
Because we got a better veto without the Pearl. I think, I actually think that the map veto was in favor against us. It's also because a lot of the teams don't have a good Pearl, but I think Footballist has a really good Pearl also. And we were thinking of it. There wasn't like anything that why not, but I think we just had a better, like, I can't talk too much, of course, but like, yeah, it just worked. It was like, we were happy with the map picks anyway.
I mean, your map was looking very deep, so I can understand that. And last but not least, if you want to secure first seed in your group, Team Liquid has to lose. So, are you praying for Liquid's downfall? I mean, you have to a little bit.
Yeah, let's go Liquid. I hope you win.
Liquid? You want Liquid to win so you don't get seed 1?
Yeah, let's go Liquid. There is no way that Liquid can lose that much. There is no absolute no way that Liquid can lose that much.
Yampi has never been wrong. You have never been wrong.
Let's go Ayas. Let's go Gio, but not Amon.
Okay, yeah, agreed. Thank you very much.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, of course.
Just shout out to Connor Sliggy Bloomfield. Every week he's picking against me, so I have extra motivation. So I'm happy to prove you wrong again. And yeah, thank you guys so much for the support. Love you, BBL fans. Forza BBL.
You tell him, as in Sliggy, and also the BBL fans too. But thank you very much, Yampi, for joining me. That series was one for the history. But GX have made a roster change ahead of their game against Apex. More on that after this break.
Insane Volcan. You are Messi, bro. You are moving like God.
You are Pepe Guardiola. Or Jose Mourinho.
Oh my God! Let's go! Nice! One of the cool. Bro, jag kan heart attack. One of the cool. Deadlock cool.
Champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, win, win, win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line, definition of divine. I feel like a champion. champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything, it's art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain.
Welcome back everybody to VCT EMEA. I am Tactabunny, your host, and I'm joined today by my besties, Tactabear and Dan the Penguin. I just want to quickly say Forza BBL, what a great match that was. But before we get into the second game, I want to have a quick check-in with you, Tactabear and Dan. How are we doing?
I am just so happy that we finally got this gig, because seriously, listening to all of these idiots speaking about our game when we are in the maps, we know what's going on, so finally we get to speak our truth. You know what, speak your truth. I'm so here for that, Taxi Bear. It's about time. It's about time we made our mark on this desk.
Hold on. Where the heck is Wingman? Where's Wingman gone? I want to hear Wingman speak his truth as well.
Tactabunny, I am so glad you asked where Wingman is, because Wingman is here. Wing Magnum, how are you doing?
Hello.
Wingman.
I'm doing great.
Would you prefer to be called Wing Magnum or Magman? Do you have a preference?
No, not really.
You can see I'm asking you really important questions after the game you just
Magman.
played. Magman, okay.
I think it bangs.
Yeah?
It's like Magman with the A's, you know?
Mag Kuka?
That would be Kaguma, no?
Yeah?
No.
Man, we're brain rotting out here.
Yeah,
but that was
it's been a day. It's been a day.
Yeah, very long series. So I want to say thank you very much, Magnum, for joining us. Do you like the onesies? You like the Wingman?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get... it's too hot inside. I don't know how to say it in English. Just too hot. But yeah, I'm just happy we finished and I can sit.
If you make Toronto and we lend you one of these, will you do a walkout in Toronto in this?
Yes.
Will you do it?
Yes, of course. Yeah, of course. I'm down. I'm down for this.
I'll do the noise while you're walking.
That was good. Wait, do it again. That was good.
Yeah,
that was really
I'm ready.
good. All right, I'll try and track down maybe like a Mosh as well, and you know, a Dizzy. So maybe we get Yumpy 11. We get 11 in one as well. We'll do that. But we're gonna play a very fun game here. Since we have Magnum and we've got Kukuku and Billy. Unfortunately, Tactabear, Tactabunny, and Dan is busy right now, so they cannot join us for this one. Now, as you guys know, we've had some really fun watch parties. Some very loyal and keen streamers that watch us every single week. So I thought Magnum play along with us. I'm going to show you guys some clips and reactions from our streamers, and I want you guys to guess and tell me, what are they reacting to? What happened in the game that made us react this way? Are you guys ready?
Okay.
From which game?
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you the game, but I'm going to give you the streamer. We have a screen right here if you want to take a look at that screen.
I can't see it.
Well, you're going to have to just use your ears, I guess, to hear.
Okay.
First one here from Sliggy. What is he reacting to?
Oh my god, he's going to be governor killer over himself.
Dude.
Oh, that's the knife.
No, wait, that's the pistol round. That's the pistol round.
It was kill.
How do you hear him?
I can't hear him.
You should be able to hear him. We're playing you the clip.
And you know, the man's bringing a knife to a fight. It really does feel like...
Yeah, but I was here, so I couldn't. You know, I was not watching Sliggy. I mean, that's my bet, no?
Yeah. Well, what are you going for?
The governor kill on the pistol round. With the knife.
It just happened. I have no clue. I didn't watch this, but I can. It's Apex, yeah, for sure. With Koi.
Alright, for the next clip, let's listen to the streamer.
Okay,
before
so
we yap all over each
I'm so
other.
sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Alright, I think we could just bring out the answer. I think you guys have pretty much all had it. We're just rolling the clip over and over again. Now, here we go. This is the clip.
That was not blurry enough.
Even I'm the HB. Dude, what just happened?
He probably just ran out of bullets, right?
His floor got 3.
Get the knife out, finish what you started. You don't have a shorty, it's just as effective.
We won a 1v1 with a knife.
I also love that Yumpy called out Sliggy because Magnum, I don't know if you know this, but Sliggy has been betting against your team every single week.
Yeah, he's just hater. Yumpy's personal hater.
Yeah, #1 hater, I think. So I think you need to prove him wrong a bit more. Let's roll the second clip, and this one is we've curated this specifically not for Bear.
Es verdad, es una realidad. Claro.
Ya sé lo que es.
13, 12, 11. La ha ganado. La ha ganado.
All right, what is he? Okay, Bet, you go last because you have a language advantage.
Was it?
You go last. You have a language advantage.
I can't recall what this is from.
I know.
Yeah, you go, Magnum.
It's Westside against Team Heretics. I watched Team Heretics voice comms, and Boo is screaming, "I'll do Magnum," and they all die.
You're correct. Magnum is correct. Is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, even though I have the language advantage, there's not a lot of Spanish. It's more like monkey sounds, you know. So.
Oh God. Shout out to Sergio, by the way. He's always watching us as well. Much love, much love. All right, yeah, this is the clip. We got the whole gang here on Sergio's stream.
Westside is so crisp in the game. It's incredible.
He's
so
good.
It's awful that I couldn't remember this comeback, actually.
Oh, I don't think I could get this out of my brain, what happened this day.
Yeah, that's awful that I completely forgot about that.
Yeah,
there's been so many things happen in this stage, we literally do not catch a break.
I mean, I feel like even today alone, we've been here for about 4 days. Let's do one more clip. We had Rage on the stream the other day with a cheeky little interview. He gave us a lot of energy for the Footwatch party, so what is he reacting to it?
Oh, I remember. What was this? Oh,
I'm not even watching the clip. I was watching Rage's reaction the whole time.
It's only standing in his way, and he will block the ace attempt, even still though. Struggling a bit. Post plant.
Oh, this is giving me so much joy. Magnum, you said you know instantly, so...
Apex, Vitality, it's Batushnax on backside with Outlaw.
Correct! Did you guys know that?
Jeez, no, I didn't. I was thinking of that, of course, you know, with the clips that we've seen, I was thinking of this 2 teams, but I was like, when was this?
I did
but
watch
the reaction is so much better than
that's valid. That
we were
reaction
betting
is
in
valid.
office if they choke them up.
Oh, what did you bet on?
They will.
Oh, Magnum.
But they're so good, but they... Like, I feel like Apex just crossed my expectations, but they just don't close maps out. Maybe it's Governor, like, just dying to his ult, you know.
Oh, Magnum!
I mean, it did happen.
Oh, it was so funny. It was
and
so
then
funny.
we replayed it.
His reaction was the funniest stuff I've seen in last year.
You've had some legendary moments on Lotus, too, haven't you? Yeah?
You mean the 050?
Yes, that one. Exactly that one.
Yeah. You're flaming governor, so I'm like, I gotta get you in the club as well.
Yeah, you've been there as well.
We
you know?
do call it, because Yumpy was 0 and 9 at one point on Ascent, and I turned to Bear and I said, oh, is he gonna Magnum Ascent? Is he gonna do it?
Yeah, you actually gave it the name.
Yeah.
But to be fair, on that Lotus, I lost 1-1 to Killjoy Turret.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. But I believe Magnum got 2 out of the 3. So congratulations, Magnum, for being very good at watching other people watch us.
Yeah?
Yeah, well done.
I will say, we have to love the Turkish reactions, because we have, like, today is screaming on the stage. We have Rage having that reaction from your house. And if you need a little bit more, you have Coach Gaius.
Oh, yeah.
Always giving it.
They just give us the content. They give us the content. But we do have a match coming up next. Magnum, as you mentioned Westside, you mentioned Apex. Apex will be playing against GX. after in probably 10 minutes-ish. But if we take a look at the standings, now this game, there's not a lot at stake. However, there is championship points they need to accrue. There is a world where they could make it on points to champs, but the chances are very, very slim, unfortunately. But Billy, it's just nice that one of them is going to get a win.
Yeah, exactly. One of them will finally get a win in stage 1, which is exciting. But yeah, you have to think about that road to champs. If you're finishing stage 1 at this point and none of you have won a game just yet, one of the teams is facing relegation this year. If you're a Giant X fan, you're going, what is going on this split? It's hard being a Giant X and Apex fan right now.
It is, but do you know what is not hard? Being a Fluorescent fan. Floor fans were eating good, and I'm bringing you guys a very fun interview, so enjoy this. Well, today has been a very fun day so far, so let's ramp it up by playing a game with Fluorescent from Apex. Now, Floor, you're going to be playing your last game today, but I want you to just forget about that for a second and do this with me. I want to bring a game to you called Meta or Meh. I'm going to give you some options, and you have to tell me if you think that this thing is meta or is meh. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Nice. Okay, I want you to give me a reason as well as to why you chose meta or meh. Let's just start with a very easy one. The Outlaw. Do you think that's meta or meh?
I think it's meh because I don't like it. I love the Marshall. Like, I used to love the Marshall, and like offering is fine. But I don't know, playing against Outlaw is annoying. Playing with it Outlaw doesn't feel that fun. Kind of meh.
What do you like about it?
I don't know. I just don't like that I have to buy full shield against it.
Oh, I see. I mean, Batu's good with it, so at least, you know, you got someone on your team
we got someone that abuses it.
Yeah. All right, next one. Double duelist on every map.
Meta?
Meta on every map?
I feel like it can be meta.
Yeah?
Someone can just play ISO and just like run around. So.
Why not you? Someone, why not you?
Why not me?
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just like a general question.
But it suits you so much, the ISO.
Okay, then I'll play ISO.
Do you like ISO?
I love ISO.
Is ISO meta or meh, you think?
I think ISO can be meta on like some maps.
I think so too. I'm a big fan of ISO. Next one. I'm just super keen to see what you think about this. Changing your crosshair mid-game.
Meta.
No, Flo, why?
Sometimes you get bored of like the crosshair you're using at the moment. You know, you gotta spice it up in your life. So
mid-game though.
Yeah, mid-game. I'll change my res mid-game. Crosshair. I never change the sense though. Don't ever change the sense.
How often do you change your settings mid-game? Is it every game?
Yeah, like every game.
Every game? How many crosshairs do you have?
I have like 6 main ones.
6?
Well, no, like on the tournament client, on like the crosshair profiles, I have like 6.
Okay, so what's the go-to? What do you start with? Do you always start with the same one?
No, some days I'm feeling different. Some days I want a big crosshair, some days I want a small crosshair, like green, white. But usually I like just like the cross, like 1420. That one's really good.
What are we doing today? What are you starting with today?
I don't know. Maybe I'll change it a couple times.
Have you ever changed this 6 times in one game?
No, never.
Oh, okay.
Maybe once in like GC if I was trolling, but I don't think I've ever like seriously done that.
Let's get that to, those are rookie numbers, Flo. We need to get you to 10 or something in one game. Next one and last one, NA imports. Meta or meh?
I don't know.
Ooh.
Maybe meh.
Why?
Maybe meh.
Why meh?
No one's doing too hot from NA.
Crashies.
Crashies doesn't count.
He's gonna watch this and be like, why she said meh?
Bro, Crashies messaged me hi, and then I responded. He never responded back, so.
I cannot believe that. Okay, we're gonna beef with Crashies, all right? I'm gonna sort him out for you. Okay. Thank you very much for joining me, Flo, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Don't worry, Flo, we've got your back. We will beef Crashies at a later date. But for now, she spoke about changing her settings like a million times in a game. And it feels like maybe GX are also changing things because Kakuka today, it's another roster. And I've been told to explicitly let you guys know that Purpo has not been benched. This is just purely them trying out new things, using this opportunity to work out maybe a variation on this roster that could work for Split 2.
Yeah, exactly. It's no surprise for everybody. The things have not been working, right? Maybe it's the roles, maybe it's the buys, but things were not working out with the inclusions of Ara and Flickless that had an amazing week, an amazing debut last week against Fnatic. Bring back Runner. We also saw on Twitter that he's going to be playing on the smokes. Purpose is sitting this one out. Yeah. It's just, like, you have this last match. You know that you're not going to be making playoffs. You better make the best way you have of the time that you have. You do not get that many officials. If you want to test something, this is probably your only chance.
Do you like it, Billy? This testing ground?
Honestly,
yeah,
like,
meta or meh?
Meh, bro. I'm like, what? Do you know what? Like, Giant X, they did this last year, right? When they brought in Famzy, who was also playing in the Challengers League and was having to go and play in VCT. And now they're doing the same thing with Ara and Flickless. Like, we're so deep into the season now. It feels like we're clutching at straws. Do you know what I mean? And now Ara and Flickless, they just qualified for playoffs.
They're
in
playing
Spain.
on Sunday.
They're literally insane.
Get the reps in, boys. Get the reps in. Magnum, you got any scrim bucks? Or have you played against any of these players?
Nah, we've played against only Apex, but against Giants, no. I'm a big fan actually of Ara. I think he's very good. Flickless is as well alright. And to be honest, I'm a big fan of what Giants is doing with these two, but I'm not a big fan of swapping purple runner, you know, I don't understand this, in my opinion.
Do you think it's, would you keep Purple on the smokes here and just do what they did last week, or?
Well, I don't know them as players, so they need to decide, but I feel like one official is not enough to decide. So even if today like a runner plays incredible and they make decision, it's very bad in my opinion, just based on one official.
Yeah, I mean it is not the it's not the best thing that we're going to be able to see in terms of maybe synergy perhaps, or being able to build up consistency. However, the two new players though, Magnum just said that he was a big fan of them. Kakuka, Billy, what have you made of their debuts in VCT EMEA?
Seriously, when I thought they were coming in, I've seen them in the past. They had a great coach in Finky. Like, he's been doing great things in Spain. He's one of the best coaches that we have in the entire region. And but coming into the setting that they were not set up for success. You're coming into a team that is failing, that has had a lot of issues. You're coming in, it's going to be your international debut. Like, you're coming into tier 1 is all of the players want, and coming into this circumstances is probably not ideal. And you would expect that maybe the pressure's going to get to them because we don't know how the vibes are going to be. But they performed so well going up against a team like Fnatic. That is so many players' dream.
They should have won. They should have won, yeah.
It is really difficult though, because like you say, they're having to fit into a system that they're just subbing in essentially. So it's really, really difficult. And I think as well, you think of Ara, who only joined UCAM like a month ago as well, and has only recently been playing in the Challenger Spain League. So it's difficult. I think for Flickless, it's a bit easier because he has always played that sort of flex role. So he's probably used to kind of having to slot in around the edges at that point.
Yeah, that's not even to mention the other things that's been going on, you know, with the rest of the roster as well. But here's the thing, it's been a bit of a tough split for these teams. No playoffs right now, no wins as well. But no matter what happens, one of them will walk away today with something to smile about. So let's see who will get to finish their season on a high. I think we're all good here. Let's send it over to the stage and bring out GX and Apex.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pot. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop, bop, bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Really, I can't keep up. Play follow the leader. Big queso, I'm born with the ether. But I still take a heater. No halo. I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong. Come halo. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree. I got legacy in my pot. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said what? Check my pedigree. I got legacy in my pot. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Cholula with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said what?
You can't see us over, but I waved back at you. I was waving back. Now, as we already mentioned, GX will not be playing with Purpo for the first time since Purpo joined this team. So it's going to be very interesting to see if that affects Kakuka, the map vetoes.
Yeah, we're seeing Apex, they continue on that fracture ban. Now Giant X, even though they've been banning the Icebox a lot, last week, since some Fnatic don't really play the map, they decided to go for Split. And honestly, against a team, and especially against that ace that we saw from Floor at one point on Split, it makes a lot of sense that they decide to ban the Split.
Also, thank the Lord that we have Icebox finally. A Pipson team that hasn't played Icebox.
I wonder what they're
Make it make sense.
Attack. I wonder what they're going to do, especially they start on the attack, so I hope that we get to that third map.
We better get map 3 today, Billy.
I hope so, yeah. It's exciting that we get Icebox. I mean, we've already had a long day. Let's go for the home run. Let's go even longer for this one as well. So yeah, no, I'm excited to see these vetoes, I think, as well. The bans, nothing to be too surprised about. I mean, Apex have been banning Fracture the whole time. And something I found interesting, actually, when I was looking at Apex's map vetoes was they've not played Pearl, but not because they've ever banned it. It's always been banned against them, which makes me wonder, are people still scared of Batu and Floor playing that double duelist?
I mean, they should be, right? Magnum, you've practiced against Apex. What do you make of this veto for them?
Yeah, I think it's the best veto for Apex they can get, to be honest. Lotus, Ascent in first 2 maps. Apex are very strong on Ascent, but I think Giants were just forced to do this because they have not much time to practice with the players, so they just do for their comfort. But I can see 2-0 happening here for Apex. They start Lotus on attack, which is good for them, and they start defense on Ascent, which is incredible with their comp. I think they will see 2-0.
Yeah, I completely agree. The comps that they're running. Also, this was the same maps, at least the first 2, that they played against Vitality, and that went close. I think that it's also come for a little bit for Giant X, right? If you have to prepare, you know that they're going to be good. You have that very good sample, and the surprises are going to see, obviously, Runner going onto the smokes, but we saw Giant X playing this composition last week and just adapting to what Ara and Fleekless had been doing on Ukam already.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, debut on controller for Runner, and it decides to be here. I mean, fair enough, Giant X, go for it. But looking at that Apex side, I mean, we've seen so many pop-off moments from Batu on Lotus last week. I mean, we saw the clip in the watch parties of what he's like on the Outlaw. So yeah, I'm expecting Apex to have a really strong performance here, as long as Governor has no self-ultimates and doesn't troll as much.
It happens. Honestly, it happens. Everyone's allowed one boo-boo, I think. And I know he's probably learned from it. Although if he does it again, then yeah, sure, we can say it. I think we can lay into him for that. But both of these teams, we mentioned already, not the biggest stakes in the world, but you still want to win. You know, you want to make sure you get that championship point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the individual performances also matter. We're saying that about Governor, but do not forget, Abuba had a freaking week a couple of weeks ago. Fluorescent, even though they were not able to get a winning kickoff, she was one of the highest rated players in the entirety of the region. It's not only getting that win, but getting the satisfaction of you went onto stage and you gave it your all.
And Magnum, for you here on Lotus, do you prefer comp? Is there a comp that they're running that you think is going to be better?
Yeah, I prefer Apex comp. I'm not a big fan of Vice, especially after an nerf on this map. I think Vice is not very good, and yeah, I would pick every time I could Apex comp. I think it's just better.
Do you guys agree? Would you go with Magnum here?
I like the double controller here, and I like as well the supportive utility that Molesey has been able to provide for his team, whether he's playing that breach or whatever it may be. He's honestly worked so hard in comparison from kickoff to now. I think that he's had such a great performance, and yeah, I think when I'm looking at Giant X, I mean, it doesn't really matter what Sentinel West side is on. I think that he's always a top performer for Giant X, but I think, yeah, on this map in particular, it is really difficult when you only have the Vise utility to rely on.
And do not forget, we're seeing Fluorescent. She's going to be playing on from the Euro, so triggering all that utility is going to be even easier. But I think we have to go back to something that Magnum was saying, is that for Giant X, you're bringing in another player. Yes, you have already played with him, and it's not like you have to teach him the entire functioning of everything, but you already have to find a middle ground with your new duelist and with the new initiator. Maybe changing something more was too much to put on your plate.
And debuting on controller as Omen, I mean, I'm not the greatest Omen player in the world, and I'm definitely
we should call it Uli.
Yeah, I'm the litmus test, right? If I'm not good at something, that's by default, you know. But Magnum, it can't be the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, I think Smokers is the hardest role because you cannot be so aggressive. You cannot be so front because once you die, the round is very hard to win without smokes. But as well, we need to realize that this game doesn't matter as much for Apex, while for Giants on Runner and Purpod on their shoulders there is such a pressure because they need to perform to their best to keep the spot in the team. So yeah, I think it's gonna be very hard for Runner, but at the same time I rate Runner very high, so I think he might adapt.
I love something that you mentioned, and is that you also have to be a little bit aggressive. We see it a lot in Lotus, and it's like putting the Omen as that second duelist, or like taking a little bit more control when you fight a Noble Rubble, because we're thinking of Giant X already starting on the defense. And as you're saying, with the nerfs to the Vice, you have to put a little bit more pressure on the map. But Runner has a lot of experience playing as a duelist, so I think that if he comes in with good footing, I think it's going to have a great performance.
And we always talk about these dynamic duos. We have it in Blore, you know, on the side of Apex. With all these shuffling and changing and new players coming in, who's the dynamic duo on Giant X? Who do we see as that?
It's hard because you can't even say Ara and Flickless, considering Ara has only been...
Do.
No, but like, right, okay. They've played a game in VCT, but like I said previously, Ara only joined UCAM literally in March. He was playing in Challengers Northeast before then.
We do currently have a keyboard issue, but it should be sorted very, very soon. And going back on that topic, I think Cloud has to be involved. I think you can't have a dynamic duo on GX without Cloud being a part of it.
Maybe that's what Giant X is missing, if you think about it. Like, Cloud
He needs a friend.
Literally.
Yeah.
Cloud is one of the best players we've always had. Now he's IGLing, but Magno, I want to know, do you know of someone that thinks otherwise about Cloud?
No, I think Cloud is just incredible. Like, I think he's literally one of the best players. He just needs someone who can help him.
Duo.
Yeah. Who's the dynamic duo on your team?
For me,
who's BBL's dynamic
You and
duo?
Prophet today.
yeah, I mean everyone, to be honest. I match with, I think we match all together. I don't think there is any, I think there is a good duo between me and Sociable, because we kind of think about the game the same. When we clutch, when we play together, it's very easy. We don't even have to come, but otherwise, I like everyone. It's easy to play with everyone for me, so...
That's nice. That's definitely a nice environment, but it's going to be difficult for GX to build that, considering the circumstances they're in currently. But I like the way that you said Runner is experienced, because he's not the type of player that's going to let any of this get to him. In fact, I'm interested to see what he's going to bring on this controller role. Something different, maybe, something new, something unexpected.
And do not forget, right? Not many times in life you're gonna get a second chance to do many things. It was only a week ago that you were like not playing in the game, and now you are back. So I really think that
Mazzy. I wish he could get a second chance as well.
I think we should do a last saw for him, but not now. But we owe him that. But you know, like, is the ups and downs of being a pro player. But I believe we've never seen this. Like, you were like benched, or I don't know the exact term that they have used, the Giant X have used for the Runner situation, but getting an opportunity of like redeeming yourself, going back on that stage and proving that you have what it takes. It doesn't matter from what role it is, you can compete at the highest level.
I think it's difficult as well, because we hear from so many players from so many different teams of, you know, we win as a team, we lose as a team, yet someone has to kind of like, you know, feel the fall when you do lose and you don't perform to expectations. Because I think it's fair to say that at the start of the year, when we saw this Giant X roster on paper, everyone kind of thought, okay, we have high expectations for this team. Yeah, and they've just unfortunately not been able to live up to that.
I mean, their group is also really hard. I think
true.
the group almost turned out exactly how we thought it was going to turn out. Unlike BBL's group, I think everyone said that the group Alpha was going to be the group of death, and, you know, it's going to be a bloodbath. But Magnum, it turned out that your group is the actually rough and tough one.
Well, I think the problem with the groups is that 4 teams qualify, and in Group Alpha you have 4 teams which are very good and 2 teams which didn't have as high expectation, and it just happened as it happened. And in second group, I agree, the peak of 4 teams maybe is not as high in Alpha, but we are all on the same level, in my opinion. So that's why it's more competitive, you know.
Yeah, I think that's why we're finding ourselves in this situation of. But I will say, I didn't expect GX and Apex as well to go 0-4. I thought maybe one of them could pull off an upset at some point.
But seriously, we were speaking about it last week. Giant X was very, very close to winning against Fnatic, and we've seen that.
And Vitality. Sorry,
yeah, exactly. But that's what I mean. Against Vitality as well. You can say the same for Apex. Like, we have had very, very rough series for them. They get very, very close to almost grabbing that win. And I think that we said the same at some point for Koi. Sometimes when you're, for example, if you're at the side of Apex, you need the first win. You need the first win, and maybe things are going to change from that, but it is so important to get that first win, oh my freaking God, we did it.
I don't know.
We can do it.
I don't know if Gentleman's would agree with that.
I really hope the players have gone to the toilet. I just want to make sure everybody's peed before we
Do you
start
know what's
this.
funny? I think there is an issue with keyboard, and we had same issue in our team. We are reporting it's an issue with USB from PC, but apparently not. But we can see different player having same issue. So yeah, it's flickless right now.
I'm not allowed to say anything. I'm contractually obligated.
Yeah, but
to
I'm not.
state.
So
Anything else, Magnum? While
And
you're
that's
here,
why you get the
want to talk
wingman
about?
suit.
Yeah. Anything else? I mean, you're allowed to talk about things I'm not allowed to talk about.
well,
so
today I
hit me.
personally, I was like first round. I'm like, oh my god, this is 0-15 game. You know, everything is lagging. I have 180 FPS. Apparently, there is it's no problem. But somehow, because it went 25-23, you get used to it. And to be honest, I think on the other side they had the same conditions.
Are you blaming your 0-15 on hardware issues when you on Lotus? Is that
No,
what you're telling me?
I mean, yes, of course. no, I just played bad, you know. It was pressure got to me, especially with IGN. But today I felt there is like tech issues, but I think the worst thing which is happening right now for the players, which I spoke to, is that you need to play on online server. And when you play online server, it just feels so different. It's like you need to fully adjust your game. You cannot hold angles. Everyone can pick you, just abuse you, you know, in this way.
And that is why you're a professional, Magnum. I'm not, because I can't do anything that you guys do in any situation ever. That's why I am sat here talking about it instead. Am I right, Kakuka and Billy?
Yep.
Actually, no, you could go pro. You could go pro.
No.
You're good.
But I could never
You're
take
unreal.
the pressure. I could never take the pressure. Like, if something like what happened to Governor happened to me, I could never look at any of my teammates in the eye.
You know, when we're in Brazil, a lock-in, and Jake was walking out, doing his K-pop dance, and he got booed by like 10,000 people, I would have cried.
Yeah, I would cry.
If 10,000 people boo me, I'm crying.
Yeah, but he has the work ethic, the patience. I do not have the patience. Like I could.
Yeah,
sometimes
true.
I think like I could, you know, maybe like give it a shot at coaching, but it's like I think I would last 5 minutes and I would start going
You'd be
full
a good
Gaius.
coach. You'd be a good coach.
Yeah, but I would scream a lot at people, and I don't have the patience.
Yeah, I could see you smashing a lot of tables if you were a coach. I can't lie.
I think being coach is way more stressful than player, because as a player you can kind of impact the game. Well, as a coach, you just hope you can impact, but then you watch your players just
But
fail,
I'm so much
you know.
better at complaining.
Do you
Yeah, same. To be honest, same.
do you have plans to coach in the future?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Really?
I don't know. I just, me as a player, like if I'm completely honest about myself, I value my intelligence in the game way higher than my mechanical skills. And obviously I'm realistic. I can see that my mechanics are not strong as Alpha, but I know as well, and it's not being egoistic, that I'm smarter than 90%.
Did you use Alpha as an example?
Because Alpha is prime
I thought it was
mechanic.
because they replaced you with him. I thought that was why.
Maybe some PTSD.
Yeah, but they might have replaced him. But Mini said that he was one of the smartest players that he.
Yeah, Mini even said that.
But I
That's
didn't.
what I just. Oh, sorry. Producer Alberto was telling me something in my ear, and I just didn't listen. We do have a different tech issue now.
Do you need Magnum to say it?
Yeah, actually, can you say it?
Yeah, Many said it actually. No, but.
Oh yeah. Good point. Good point.
I didn't feel it. I think until like last year I didn't feel it, but this year I feel that I'm capable of like outplaying enemies by just talking, you know, and it feels great.
I need you to coach, so when instead of smashing the desk, you headbutt the monitors.
I would destroy the monitors.
I need you to do that.
But I think the funniest coach camera we had was guys when he almost got a heart attack.
Oh my God,
funny.
yeah.
I felt so bad.
Yeah, Billy, what about you? Do you think you could coach? You
I
could go pro?
think I could coach. I think I would also get too frustrated watching people. Like, if I'm not in the server and being able to do it myself, I'd get annoyed. But I don't have the mechanics to be able to do it. I think I would have the brain, but I wouldn't be able to, you know, go and tap heads.
I have a question. Oh yeah, go on.
You know, I was gonna say I think I could do it, but I would need someone to be the end to me being Zysh.
Okay, so Waylander. You
Is
are
that- is that-
Waylander. Yeah.
No, like, because I would be just like Zaysh, so I would need someone like Aang, so it's very like calm and collected. He's the one, you know, taking most of the responsibility, so I don't lose my mind.
Oh, okay. Speaking of losing our minds, it's time to get into game. And I spoke to Pansy earlier, and this is all her fault, so everybody blame her, please.
Oh, that feels rather unreasonable, doesn't it, Yinzu?
Care to explain?
Yeah, expand on that? No? They get some onesies and they dive in.
Yeah, look at them, yeah, full of it.
Must be nice. Well, Tech Pause fans around the world are probably dying for this one to get underway. And fingers crossed, it does start up. I'm not seeing the timer go down yet, though, so I'm nervous.
No.
I'm filled with anxiety.
I just refuse to look at any screens right now. To be
I wish I could do that.
Wow.
I wish that was the case.
We're not missing much, to be honest.
No. No, but there's some fist bumps.
Yeah.
There's positive signs.
Numbers are moving. Numbers are moving in game.
Ladies and gents, it's time. The movable object, the stoppable force.
You're opening. You're opening with
No, you
that.
can't start me on a tech pause and not expect this behaviour. But look, we are into game. Hopefully everything is good. And yeah, happy birthday. Excellent news.
Brilliant. Yesterday, by the way, we missed it.
Close enough.
Belated.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good night.
Oh, it is.
It's already been a good day.
Is. Get yourself comfortable. Lock in. Sit down. Caffeinated beverage. And let's have a little watch of Apex on the attacking side with, obviously, Giant on the defense.
A bit of an exchange here. Flickless still semi-committed. Actually, I've dropped like a decent chunk of damage here, but Apex able to slip away. Ton of information on this, though. Already, you're going to see a scrambled rotation over towards A. Wide open for the time being.
He's going to be looking towards Batu in this as well. That Sheriff in his hands, very talented player. Obviously, the combination with Fluorescent being something that's been of note with this roster, and it looks like it's all a bit of a ruse with a potential late hit.
Two members of Giants over that way, just about slipping through, but actually, Moles are going to get caught. Floor, good for the trade, though.
Love to see it. Floor off to a nice start there. But now Apex, I mean, it's kind of a bit of a pause here, really. Their options are available after that pick, and reinvesting or maybe re-exploring this A look. And yeah, fight gonna break out, Governor's gonna be dropped, and Floor gonna pick up the pieces. So far, the only one really to be drawing blood for the Apex side.
30 seconds left.
Do we see that continue here? An option. Ara again, an impressive player joining in. A nice opportunity, but it's down to Avova in a 1v2. It's getting a little bit difficult now as it's becoming pretty muddy here. Both of them trying to play this together. Very difficult for Avova, and it is. Ara off to a brilliant start. Again, one of the newer additions towards Giant X, and so far he's been a tick in the box.
Yeah, it looked really, really promising. Obviously, again, just to touch back on what the devs were discussing, obviously using this last week to kind of flex in. And to be honest with you, I'm all for it. Play with the, the options you do have.
Yeah.
Obviously, really looking towards stage 2. Obviously, yes, the championship points, but this is more in terms of how often do you get basically a bye week to roll out an extra player, or the 6th man, so to say.
I quite like it. Even the the switching in runner here. You've got a couple of pieces on the board. Why not see how they kind of blend together, how it works? So give it a go. Obviously for Apex, also a lot of question marks about the future of this sort of team together. How is that going to look in the next couple of days, weeks going forward? It's all very much up in the air. This round probably not going to be one to really make much note of unless they can get somewhat under the skins of Giant X. Which looks unlikely as there is a bit of a stack towards this C site.
Your bodies on either side. No commitment just yet. Elsewhere we can see Giant X have taken the space. Should be able to leave Runner in a pretty forward position here. And no real requirement really for Cloud to rotate either.
I don't want to say much on the site here. Look at the resistance already on the way in. Really hard to make much of until then, actually. Runner able to isolate west side as he tried to slip back towards the site. So looking for their adjustment through towards B, but Cloud in control. Pretty one of the standout players historically with this roster. And right now with a lovely little 4K farming up the players as they fell through towards B.
Unfortunately, the gap just big enough between Floor and the second player for Apex. No possibility of a closer trade coming up. Governor, I believe, wants to find it. Why, Governor?
Guys, I've got a beautiful surprise. Can you believe it? Simply sensational.
Yeah, I'm completely blown away by that. Didn't see it coming?
No, none of us did.
No.
None of us did. Now, let's really get into this, Mike. The tech pause. We thought we were out of it. We thought, look,
did we? Did we?
Of course we did. Of course we did. Full faith here. Obviously, Magnum dropping the inside Lord.
Just literally airing dirty laundry in between games.
You love to see it.
FPS sucks. We've talked about this USB problem for a while now.
The same one. Same one.
Nookie
same
somewhere
place.
turning in his grave.
So, well, what do we reckon it is?
I think it's Nookie's PC. It's still just doing the rounds.
It's haunted.
It's got to be doing the rounds.
Can we get some like sage or something out there to cleanse the spirit? Because
actually, no, sorry, it's just on screen. An audio issue.
Well, But what if that's related to a USB?
We're just playing Tech Pause Bingo at this point. That should be a thing. Why are we not already doing that?
Do you think we get it sponsored too?
Oh, 100%.
Gala Bingo.
Yeah.
Coming to VCT.
Gala.
What are the old bingo calls as well? I didn't do much bingoing. I do remember the like, you've been going mad. Oh.
Is it like, what's the goose one? Is it 66?
What's it related to a goose?
We're going to have to, yeah, well, because they're supposed to
Chatters help us.
Yeah, chatters.
Any avid
Any chatters in chat,
bingoers,
please.
Help me out.
If there's a single actual bingo player in chat,
there's got to be one.
I'm going to lose my mind.
There's got to be one. Can you? Legs 11. That was one I remember.
I'm sure it was like pair of geese. 66.
Don't they have to rhyme or something?
Do
There's
they?
no way. I swear. I don't know. I'm really hoping someone in chat is going to help us out because they're giving me nothing. Ah, I can't say that one, Zilv. That seems a bit insensitive. Zilv's got a dirty old mind. He does.
He's supposed to be observing.
Well, he's observing chat currently. Knock on the door. 44.
Yes.
Ah, that's a classic.
That's classic.
Wait, who put that one in there? Let me just. Haroon28. Shout out to you. Absolute bingo fiend. Two little ducks. 22.
Okay, then maybe that was it. Was that the geese?
Two geese. 44.
Well, sixes don't really look like geese.
No. Yeah, it doesn't seem that bingo has really hit the young masses as a big go-to, which is surprising. Fun for all the family.
Wow.
Well, look, we'll work on it. We'll theory craft some bits and pieces because clearly this. Oh, Mosey looks half asleep. Oh, he's all.
These guys.
We liked the pose at the start, didn't we?
We did, yeah. A lot of time for the Molesy. We should have a competition actually of everybody's.
Oh, like the player pictures.
everybody's stage icon.
Yeah, because I always talk about competitors like I care. Competitor Overwatch. Do you remember when they used to make the players walk out? And
Oh
like,
yeah,
the hero
I
shot?
would never forget
Oh,
the
mate.
Apex.
That was
The Apex
something
Invitational.
else.
I want to say it was like Tavik and
Yeah,
Seagull.
yeah. Meant to do like the poses.
Seagull had to do the one with the bow and arrow. It's just possibly one of the most,
actually heathen.
for the worst reasons ever, one
Yeah.
of the most iconic
Yeah.
clips in esports.
I kind of want.
We should
to see
do that.
more
We
of
should do
that.
that. Our walkout should be like somebody has to come up and replicate, like either a voice line or
Yes.
a taunt or something.
Oh, that'd be absolutely awful. I'd love it. I'd love it.
Yeah.
I feel like a third party would put that on. You know what I mean? Like, no, guys, if you just like act like the agents in the game, it'll look really cool. We promise. Now, how is those audio settings going? Still on the reporting part. That hasn't been updated in a minute. Yeah, no, there are some knowers in chat who do remember
Okay, brilliant.
the moment, especially like Seagull, people like that. Yeah, there's some real knowers out there. Good job. Well. Can't read what most of the chat is saying because they're being.
Wow, that's shocking.
I know. They're normally quite well
I find that very
behaved.
hard to believe.
Oh.
Now what's? Wait, where are your glasses? You can't see me. Oh, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, no, I've got my glasses on. Throw
Throw
'em.
the glasses away.
Yeah, go on, lob them. I'll have
Throw them
them.
over. Go on.
I dare you. Go on, Clown. Most done him.
We've got no noughts and crosses either. Which that should be.
That can be added to the list.
Yeah.
Another sponsor potential.
yeah.
The sales team get to work. Oh no! Rock paper scissors. Is he offering? Oh, here we go.
Here we go. That's not an angle.
Wait. Each one and paper.
So that's not a good angle for Cloud. At all. Here we go. They're head to head. They're head to head. Let's go.
Production's locking in, and now they've stopped. They're like,
No,
guys, please, we're desperate for content.
It's fizzled out so quickly.
Oh, so is my energy. I really peaked at the movable object and stoppable force.
Yeah.
The other thing that I have is
You really did.
blood, sweat,
All the
sweat
material.
and tears. I can't send it in round 2. How's day been?
Chairs are reclined. I've been stuck with you in the green room.
Right, why does that sound like a negative? Why have you made that sound awful?
What do you mean?
Oh, you know,
We've literally just
it's just me and you chatting, Michael. You know we are live on a broadcast to others. You're like, well, you know how my day is, Lauren. We've been together the whole time.
It's been all right.
Give me something.
We've been blessed.
Yeah?
Today, yeah. I feel like it's about 2 hours later than it actually is. But it's not.
Yeah,
Wait,
no.
wait, rock, paper, scissors is kicking off again.
Bubbling up.
No, it's not. It's died again.
Right, you're not going to be on the roster if you keep doing that sort of performance, mate. When am I going to stream Daisy again? I fancy a bit of Daisy. Do you fancy a bit?
Yeah.
Although I do want to play the new Oblivion. Elder Scrolls of Oblivion.
Yeah.
Loved that as a
so
kid.
much.
No, I was lost in the sauce with that. No, Alberto, we're not going to the desk. We're talking about video games here, mate. We're locked in. The people at home are loving this. Wait.
Issues resolved?
The chairs are coming up.
Wait, everybody, yeah.
Folks.
Postures have been fixed.
Folks, we've got a sideline reporter, which is actually our producer. Potential resolve of issue.
He didn't sound convinced.
Oh, no, he's... We're going back in. We're going back in.
Yeah, oh mein Gott.
You can't be dropping that.
There it is.
Filthy law. Daisy trolling Sideshow and Brent. I mean, that was literally the highlight of my, I want to say year. You friendly?
Are you friendly?
Yeah.
We should talk to Alberto as well about possibly bringing Jessica and Jackson back for a cast. For an entire cast.
Yeah, no, I think...
Give the people what they want.
I mean, the 10 people demand it. We must listen.
All 10 people that have watched that video on repeat. But
absolutely interesting.
Look at this, a third round.
Oh!
We have been blessed.
How long till the next tech pause? I was about to say pectors. I've lost it. Bowser Technica.
You've turned into me. Maybe a round or two.
Oh, you think we got like 2-3 rounds? All right. I'll go for 5. I think 5 rounds. We'll be taking predictions in chat. Away we go. They've been testing the C site a fair amount. This time around, obviously, with weapons. They got guns.
They've got guns, Lauren. They've over actually taken down to 45 HP already. Be conscious of that previously. So floor a little, I don't even want to say ahead of the curve, but spacing not quite there on the eco. Around though. Again, the pivot into B looking a little more enticing, but runner still posted pretty deep past rubble here. Actually, go and explore it.
Just got to be careful. They've removed, they removed the util on C. They're doing the checklist really well. I think that was a little bit too bold for runner. Maybe resting on the laurels a little too much as Floor's going to take his head off and then open up the opportunities here. Looking through towards B, see that deep smoke coming in. Now Floor going to spot out one and now just going to take side space.
Spike not making
any
his way in just yet, but Floor still. What?
It's all right. Apex have finally arrived. Apex are finally here. It's okay. Floor, just hold the site against 4, please. Thank you. We're going C now. The sacrifice has been made as Cloud left in the 1v4 here. He's certainly not pretty Valorant today, Mike.
No, not to kick things off here, but Molesy want to seal the deal here. Apex on the board.
Clean round.
Very clean round, yeah.
Beautiful.
But again, I didn't want to read too much into the eco example, but again, the spacing's just not there. Floor's cleared that. All the information gone.
Floor's done a job. I guess there was maybe but there was time before that, I feel.
I mean, even at the point where Floor's almost all the way up, almost into spawn to spot out. I can't even remember who it was on the other side. It might have been Cloud, I think. But around on the board regardless.
Yeah.
So the repurchase is pretty comfortable for Giant X.
Giant X. Do you remember that from the old days? I don't know if you're around. It was a quite popular video doing the rounds at like an I-series sort of area.
No.
It's solid. Oh, patience being shown. Looks like a little trap play. And there it is. Trap gets sprung and... Oh, look, I don't care if it's mud when Floor will still give me that. That's all I need. Cloud, though? Nah. Batu's on the other side. So, yeah, Avova goes down, but they've got the carpet rolled out towards A. And it is down to Aura and West Side, so going to have to over-deliver in some capacity. Aura's been good for a couple. Maybe a little bit of chance here.
So West Side previously, in fairly individual scenarios, looking good as well for Giant X. Got to be careful here, though, Floor.
Good.
Finally finding the third.
We edit that. Do you think that's kind of wraps now?
Yeah, West Side. I said you credit him previously in individual scenarios, but this is a lot to handle.
Yeah, especially without the util. Yeah, done for. You saw the cycle come back up for Apex. Nice enough in the end, gotta say. Feels like a broken record, but Floor giving them pretty much everything that they would require. Punishing, you saw Runner in the, earlier into this being punished, and then the trap play here being dealt with so easily.
But what I love is actually the extremity control here, how quickly they're able to pivot back over towards A. He's still getting into. Oh, they put up a stoppable object.
That's
Giant has the second highest deaths per round in VCT EMEA 2025.
Devious work from production after these tech pauses. That's...
What do we think the movable object is?
I can't
what
wait.
Do we think that's
I don't know, but I'm locked in for it, folks. Don't you let me down.
Kim somewhere is grinning ear to ear.
Cackling.
Yeah.
Okay, so not really a Shiko. Shades of Shiko. Run up. Ooh. Not much to do there, really, is there?
There's plenty of bodies on top of this. Absolutely clothesline coming out of the wall here. Two big openers. Flickless still up close and personal. Chance to do some damage here.
Okay. This is a nice little try. It's just not feeling like it's going too far.
But you never get more than one in that situation.
Yeah. I was hoping for some more maybe complementary positions. It feels quite individual. That's lovely from West Side, though. A couple more of those, and I'm on board.
They're desperate to police this weapon as well. So we'll get another shot at it, but Molesy sharp to it this time. Just Cloud left.
And also have to say, as much as, you know, we'll see kind of Floor and Batu kind of more towards the top when it comes about notable mentions, Molesy's had some mad games, by the way. He's had a couple of heaters where you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa, where's this come from? Molesy's been hitting a couple. I think Avova earlier on as well had a decent little outcome.
He said a big issue, really, I think, for the season has been just not seeing a cohesive unit.
Yeah.
I don't think that's unfair to say, really.
My sound is going, bro.
There's even between both of these teams, there's been, you know, I don't even want to say glimmers of hope, but there have been positives along the way. Certainly things to build upon, but I think for Apex, it's felt more like get everybody singing from the same hymn sheet, really, when you look at some of the games.
Seeing that breach ult. I think we see Floor played in here. Oof. Commits on the corner, takes a boatload of damage, but does take Runner down to 31. That's the early test, at least towards B. Get Governor on the ult.
Why have you said it? I think the desk hit it 3 times in the same segment. And then Magnum piled it as well.
Oh.
Getting a slow drift back away from Apex here. Still very cautious. Don't want to overcommit just yet. Again, a big thing, need to deal with some of this utility if you're going to force the adjustment. But there's confirmation here towards Ara. Still, yeah, I mean, already 3 players over towards C as well. Apex running out of options. They need to commit one way or the other here.
I guess this is their get out of jail free card, right? They can bank on the ult a little bit. Feels a bit awkward on the spacing, but Governor, Util King, takes away Aura. Now Avova trying to take some security on the site. It's Governor again doubling down now. And Icon online. And Governor is continuing this on 3 for him this round, but they're fighting back on the side. They're doing some serious damage. West Side out of his mind in this. But Batu, the young gun, still standing, still firing, and finds his man. Runner deleted with a Red Bull clutch.
What a beautiful exchange back and forth there. West Side nearly lining up 4 tucked into the corner. Beautiful closeout here, even with the paranoia connecting. Great read on the TP. Curious to see actually if he sees any sort of a glimpse of something up on the box here.
Clutch.
No, just a perfect read.
What are you doing, man?
Let's go, Abby.
Bah! Damn. I obviously heard our animal impressions before we went live.
He hit the sheep.
Yeah, that was the sheep, yeah.
We were... Mike can do an incredible cow impression is what we...
Not today.
No?
No.
Well, you've already hit it.
If there's a next... No. I was going to say if there was another tag pause.
Well. Pipson looks... I was going to say calm. It's building up.
Yeah, it's building up. You know, when it gets towards the last 10 seconds of a timeout, then it
kicks in.
Yeah. Just... You think they get like a beep, they get like a... Oh, okay, the color changes in the background. So yeah, you can see there immediately as the color changes. Like,
nailed it.
yeah. Just the mic drop moment.
Okay, so what does Giant X now do? Because I feel like they've been in the right place a couple of times. They were meeting those rotations quite well. You had Aura in the rotate, but it did feel like they lost a little bit of the track of the fact that Molzy still had that ult there, which gave them the get out of jail free card late round.
Yeah, and I think conversely, Apex have, I said cautious. Maybe there is an element of hesitation there, but they are winning out in some of these kind of audible calls. The kind of pendulum swing back and forth across the map has favoured them.
Runners.
A bit of a crunch here, to
Might
be
be
honest.
screwed again. Yeah. Runner's been punished. I mean, give me 4 POV right now. Observers. You know I'm actually biased. How dare you switch away to what might have been more relevant action. But for now, Flickless and Westside, you're a mile away. It's probably a safe.
Give this up, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you come out of a timeout.
Thank you, Observers, for making up for it now.
And the round's opened up by a 3K.
I mean, Runner, I feel for him, but he's been caught in that position now a couple of times, punished, trying to get out of there. It's just rough to try and deal with.
Was the previous on the anti-eco or on Giant X's lower buy? I actually can't remember, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Caught off guard in pretty similar circumstances, trying to TP away. And again, it's awkward if you commit towards the top of rubble. You can't TP behind this wall. You are kind of screwed. Yeah. If there is any commitment on the other side. It just so happens, it's 4 members of Apex, so. Unfortunate to see it happen once again, whether or not there will be any adjustment to address this issue early on.
Here we go, show me how to play. Rough for Runner there. And it looks like there was a priority coming out from Apex as well to kind of get those bodies behind that little box by kind of blue room. Play from it, because we've seen it being rewarded quite consistently in the last couple of weeks, kind of playing from that spot and kind of creating a crossfire through it, but it's really not having any effect that they'd imagine. And the problem is for Giant X, that was the round that they probably had a little timeout for, maybe leading into, maybe had a plan in mind, and that gets trashed with 3 kills from Floor, who's up to 11-4 currently, leading the way for pretty much everyone on the server, and it's broken the buy for Giant X.
Yeah, the response maybe at least here. The eco is to commit a little further. Arrow all the way up in here, but Molzy quickly moves ahead of the snake. Cloud to find a response, but no chance really of getting in there and retrieving the weapon. Yeah, it's Floor down to 14 HP. I saw the health bar just flashed up behind the wall there.
Yeah. So just pause for a minute. I guess they're well aware as well that Flickless and Westside will be the ones that still have the rifles. So there is still a bit of punch to this round. You want to try and maybe navigate away from that, around from that Cloud. A little more disposable, but numbers are pretty key here. The patience.
They're re-clearing though.
Might pay. Floor's low HP. Could be the death of her. She's got the ult. There's the pixel scene. Flicks. Oh, that's word. That's huge from Flickless. And Floor's just going to dive in for this one. Yeah, take herself out of the ult and just going to try and take the space herself instead. But this could be cut off. Looking at Westside's position, it looks like Avova's got some awareness there. Very doable for Westside. Has his ult as well.
Definitely a chance in a 1v2. Especially with Apex looking to split a little bit here. Floor tucking into the corner, but if Westside can get in here and dig Avova out quickly.
There's a window of chance. I feel like it's closing here. Nice try, but this should be Floor down swinging. Actually, he doesn't need it. Avova had that comfortably from tree in the end, navigating the threats well. I feel like there was a level of awareness from Avova during that, as you saw him kind of pinging it out by the door,
yeah.
Knowing where Westside's been playing as well. It's not all that surprising. But I quite like the commitment, at least, from Giant X for this, trying to pry players out, but I feel like you can't be doing this over and over again.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm curious to see what they pick up coming into the buy round, to be honest with you. Whether you see the same level of commitment to try and control rubble, because there's certainly an opportunity elsewhere on the map. So like I said, Apex have been kind of benefiting from swinging back and forth, but...
This is how we end.
Oh, right off the rip. Okay. I guess this encourages then a quick hit towards B, I imagine, yeah. But Flickless was solid in that last round. At least mechanically, he was very good. Now there's 3 players waiting on this.
It goes ult here as well.
Yeah, wait, but the TP into sight of Avova! That is mental! dives in, gets two. The answer's been made. Batu and Avova do go down, so now they've lost a spike on the B site itself. Any big ults here? West side still has his, that's playable. And Ara's position gonna turn the flash here, but beautifully handled. Giant X finally managing a round.
So it's up to 3 now. Start chipping away at the finances, but into round 10, maybe not even gonna be a factor here. Yeah, initially, liking what you see really with that early ultimate coming through, you almost feel like it's a very fast piece towards B. But there's just a moment where things slow down a little bit. Yeah, I mean, the TP's mad.
Audacious.
And then actually catches the backside of the setup, which is around Flickless's ult.
Nice! Come on, come on, come on!
Yeah, big play from Avova. Nobody committing forwards here from Apex towards Rubble, so let's say for Giant X, the expectation is going to be some presence outside C.
So we're not here this time. I'm just missing that. Oh, Flickless though. Again, Avova feels like he's very isolated.
Yeah.
Doing it once is fine. The second feels way too far. The ult gonna come in, but shorty in hand gonna be outdone. Ara patrolling the site and secures safety. I have the spike. Is back in Batu's hands.
Just saw it through the smoke. Yeah, I think the corner of it was sticking through. So spam comes through.
Yeah,
How are we gonna find it?
I'm not sure what Avova's plan was. I feel like he kind of got that false reward in the previous round.
Yeah, but again, who else is kind of clearing the space up to that TP?
True.
That's what felt more awkward about that exchange, that somebody's able to just shoot Avova in the back of the head.
I guess the util spacing on it maybe, because the thorns were there still. Regardless though. Yeah, a little uncomfortable on the timing it looks like. But credit to Giant X. Again, I gotta say, Ara to me has been a quietly very good addition to this team. Obviously we saw him debut, I think in the last game. It was the first time we really got to see him out. Looks really good. Like seeing him on the jet as well. Looking proficient in that. Beyond that, Flickless obviously mechanically looking very solid too. So again, overall, quite impressed with the 2 additions.
Yeah, and to be honest, to step into, I mean, let's call a spade, a roster that has underperformed and come out and try. Ultimately, you do become the focal point then. If, you don't see an upswing, it then becomes, you're part and parcel for the, I guess, being tarnished with the same brush almost. So massive positive to see both Flickless and Ara come out, look very impressive individually, and hopefully that's something that fix things for Giant X maybe going forwards.
Ara does have the ult as well this round. On the other side, Batu still got his and Avova as theirs. Nothing else, I mean, much on the horizon. Molesy not too far away, I guess, but certainly not in hand. And once again, we see this repetition from Giant X fighting out for that Rubble control. See how it goes this time around. No early challenges here. Passive in the hold for Batu.
Yeah, on the back of the, at least on the back of the stuns here, nobody's immediately swinging out here. West side potentially will be called upon early on in the round, but we'll concede the space. Flickless has been that support system for him. Left guessing a little bit. They're desperate to try and dig out whoever's outside Rubble here.
They go late B. This could be tough, though. You can see the adjustment on that Vice wall as well. It'd be hard if they try and go for this late look into B. Looks like Giant X are reading that quite well now. Are in the right place. Supported by Cloud. 45 seconds, though, still opportunities. Certainly no level of commitment here, seeing at least the spike trail around towards C. Plot. At least trying to trigger the wall, set that expectation, but we can see who's kind of checking behind that. It'll be Cloud. He can already see that no one's going to be pushing behind that
30
here.
seconds left.
So you've already got that rotation from Ara somewhere in between that BC site. And now they got to go. 25 seconds. It's going to get tough here. Stalled out already. Util coming in. And West side pouncing perfectly. Punishing the two right back to back. Governor and Batu go down. Now they're scrambling for options.
Here for Giant X.
Cloud's been here the whole time. He was the gatekeeper of this, not letting it slip at all. And Runner in support as well. This is perfect. There's not much more to do. They ran it too late, Mike.
Again, going through these protocols of credited previously looking very cautious in approach, but here allowing the round to just almost pass them by. Said the big ticket, oh, beautiful from West Side for the first two there.
Really nice.
And the big kind of checklist items here.
Bro, I was just aiming, bro, with you.
Dealing with the U2 outside B needs to happen earlier if that's the sort of thing that Apex wants to lean in. Like I said previously, earlier on in the half, winning out on those sorts of rounds. The push and pull back and forth. But seemingly now that Giant X have a firmer hold around Rubble, Apex have lost out I guess some of those repeatable successes towards that side of the map.
Well, it almost is encouraging this C take once they can clear at least some of the util, because they know that wall, at least in the last round, was placed towards B, right? So you've got to feel they're going to start trying to test this a little bit deeper, but once again, not fancying it. I guess they've got Molesey's ult if they do want to try and invest.
Yeah, sure. I mean, those are the two options, right? It's either commit ahead of it with the investment, but so there's been a couple of examples where we haven't seen either. Now wall's dealt with much earlier on, but this is that downtime where you really want to see something else happen on the map.
I put it on runner's plate here. And again, Ara right place. Cloud, right place. They are in the right position on this one, but there's ults to be thrown in. Batu trying to play it forward, but he's vulnerable. Cloud there to punish, and isolation, and we're once again 25 seconds. Melons come to mind. As we are running low on time here, 20 seconds, they're going in towards B, and once again, Ara right here, Cloud right there. We've been seeing the punish as well from Runner in that sort of spot, and now over towards C. They're losing bodies everywhere they go. We're all going to try and make it through, but 10 seconds, they've got to be playing towards that plant. They've got to try and hold back the flood back in, the store from the util. They're running out of options, they're running out of players, and Giant X with an in-zone flawless. The adjustment came in late, but it's certainly there.
Again, it's not even as if Apex really lost out in some of the early rounds. They just opted to play very slowly here in a couple of the later rounds. Maybe hoping Giant X were going to overstep and kind of give up some opens. It just didn't come, Lauren.
No, it didn't. So we'll be back after the break. Well, 6-6 at the half. It feels like very polarizing runs, though. We kind of had, what, the 6 in a row from Apex there, and then the flip as well. There was no back and forth, it felt like. It just very quickly flipped the other way.
No, and I can't remember if it was actually 6-2 or one of the timeouts came through, but that was when Apex were the ones to kind of switch up. Giant X get very proactive towards Rubble to try and address Runner falling early.
Yeah.
Then Apex kind of didn't go back there again for the duration. And
movable force.
Right, movable force. Apex only win 13.7% rounds when Fluorescent dies first.
Brother, that's Floor and Friends.
Another foul stat coming out of production.
Are chefing them up here. Well, let's see what the side looks like.
Let's test those percentages.
I picked up my pen like I'm going to be counting. Who am I fooling here?
Retrieval of the orb to kick things off here for Giant X. Initially, heavy focus towards B. Again, no confirmation on the back of the drone, but at least no information is information. Floor tasked with holding down the fort. Oh, she's actually going to be given an opportunity for an engagement here. Ginex, yeah, happy to progress here. You can always see this flank kind of building in the background here outside B.
Good approach though for Ginex here. Very clear-cut approach. We are going to be to a 5v5 post plant.
Yeah.
It's always going to be messy.
And a pistol as well towards A site with a deep position like this, but Arrow's actually going to fall. That's a huge kill.
Yeah, the one-way not working as intended, really. Floor able to use it, but eats the flash a little. Does. Oh, it's so good. Okay, more of that, please. No, okay, it's down to Avova and Molesy to try and work this back in, because Westside's tucked in a nice little position here. That's a freebie, and he's been on a bit of a heater as well. This is spot on for Westside, not feeling pressure just yet. We'll be able to check the spike, see it's clear, dips away, plays it calm. Avova starting to sweat, starting to get nervous. There's not much he can really do here. Westside played that so perfectly. Safe Red Bull clutch for him.
Great way to close out the pistol as well. Like I said, it can be a really, really awkward post plant there, especially with so many bodies on the pistol. Arrow falling like this. Actually, Floor doubling down here. Oh, okay, didn't see it. 2 kills from Cloud. Lining them up through the smoke.
Bro, where are you going?
Wow, he's got the Ryanair captain's mic as well.
Yes.
We go in. Now this round should be a throwaway. Batu opting for the Sheriff this time rather than the first. So, really, I want to see Ginex keep this quite clean. I want to see them see if they can get through this without suffering too many casualties, because it is quite invested. It's only really Westside that you'd be willing to lose if you're able to walk away with whatever option you fancied.
That's probably why we see these rifles trying to stick together. Governor just shouldering door here, but will be spotted. And I think there's going to be much pressure here towards the front lines, but Westside does have to be careful over the back lines. Will actually end up regrouping. Orb retrieved elsewhere for Apex. Once again, different situation, but a 5v5 over towards A site here.
Yeah, Protocolist looking solid for Ginex. They're not really taking too many risks. Path things securely. I guess that the post plant can get a little bit more dangerous because you are a bit closer range, but again, you're looking at the weaponry and the support coming out there between Molesy. Setting up Batu was pretty brilliant. Now Avova.
Big upgrade.
Yeah, gonna start be able to work his way through. Westside now in a bit more of a fair fight as he had the ghost, but still as clean as before. Westside impressive. But we're into a 2v2. This shouldn't go too far. Again! Westside, the hero that Ginex needed, has put on the cape and he is performing.
And losing that many rifles, but Westside the one with the pistol to deliver.
Yeah.
And finding the last 2, actually lining them up outside tree. Not sure if it was a 1 or 2 shots, but certainly looked like one. Yeah, it was, yeah. Beautifully done. Looking sharp, as I was saying earlier, in some of these individual situations where Westside has really shone. Continuing to do so. 15 and 7 now for Ginex.
Blinding prep. Blinding. Last trap destroyed.
Again, I mean, not looking awful. Well, actually, no, just spotted runner on a bucky. I'll say, considering the losses.
We going on this? Floor needs to get out of there. Yeah, it gets a bit too dangerous, but it leaves Ara to his own devices, takes away Batu, takes away Governor, and slices open B comfortably. Avova looking to send in the paranoia, but it looks irrelevant as that bucky even coming into play.
The cleanup is there for Ginex. Themselves 3 ahead now. So, well, Floor with the ultimate, but financially not looking too comfortable here. Ara just allowed to exist here for so long in the grand reveal. Finds 2 on the back of it.
This bucky is deadly, bro. This bucky is deadly.
Run it again, then.
I dare you. It's so good. Valor enjoyers now. Focused up. It's gonna be with Ara.
Big tag on to runner there, actually.
He actually gets out unscathed. I thought it'd be...
Yeah, now it feels a little more awkward to commit any further here.
Push that.
Well, Batu almost revealing his position, though. Not to get spammed through. A little desperation to return some damage on the back of runner. Conceding early on. Really, Sheriff's, I mean the SMG for Floor, but nothing else for Apex to really pin much hope to in this round. It's looking like Giant X will find double digits.
They've done really well to pull these players over. We can see that it's a fake. Obviously, Avova has been shouldering this, but they can disrespect pretty much all of his util anyway. Floor makes it over quickly, though. But again, the util layering really nice from Giant X so far. A bit of a stall out here, though, and Paranoia still in possession for Avova.
30 seconds left.
Can't deny that util and Floor's been cleared. Any chance of really threatening that back goes. Util stall, down low on time here, 20 seconds. Things could get dangerous. I'm not saying possible, but I'm saying dangerous. Batu, are you the one to do it now? We saw the runner was low earlier, still staying alive on 40. The Paranoia finally coming in, but Giant X with a fight back. Westside still breathing means there's still a solid chance. 6 seconds now. The time, the factor, but the bodies were there. Battered, bruised, and broken, yes, but 4 stand.
And actually much cleaner on the anti-eco this time around, maintaining some of that weaponry.
I thought you broke it.
I thought I broke it.
I thought that was you.
Yeah, I thought it was too.
Well, should use a telestrator more.
Well, I mean, it's better actually, because the other week I was pressing the wrong screen altogether. So. And then I was really confused about why it wasn't working.
10-6, we do have the timeout now coming in from the Apex side. And you can see the frustration there from Molesy. I don't really envy this position. It is going to get tough from this point forward because you do have the ult starting to come through as well for Giant X. And they've started to really get the ball rolling. I think we're starting to see the better side of, Westside closing out a lot of these rounds. We've seen Ara, right place, right time, more often than not. Looking very solid here, and that's, of course, without mentioning kind of the backbone to the team, which is your kind of your Clouds, your Runners, your Flicklesses. They've been all doing their job.
Yeah, and even, I mean, credit for the previous round as well. The exchange of utility, you even noted it during. Really, really well considered. I said in terms of what we saw on an earlier anti-eco, Giant X to come out the way they did previously here in round 16. Definitely the communications there, it's not really, frantic. To see now if Apex can make a stand here. That's how you do it.
Please.
Operator in play.
Telestrator now. But look at the pacing. Something that's quite tricky to deal with if you do have the operator who's going to be playing on that retake as well. If Giant X do directly focus towards maybe this A site or however they want to appeal to this, even pivoting towards B, I mean, it does get difficult. See how they want to go about this now, though. It's decent info.
One suppressed.
At least one noted here. You can run up. Maybe feeling like it's leaning towards a B.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost quite telling to see him up that deep early on. Really caused too much of an adjustment on the side of Apex here, but
comfortable.
No, it looks very strange here.
And he goes ahead of the util in the end, so Governor gets rewarded with 1, taking away Aura. Trade for Cloud, but it's right back in from Molesy. So player advantage towards Apex. Now, can they stay patient in this? Because Cloud's trying to creep a little closer. Molesy's position should be the checkmate, but he second guesses, and hesitation costs them everything. And once again, you're looking at this operator now in this position is very hard to utilize. Oh, especially now. Doubling down on it. Mikey using just about bloody everything. 2 ults, tailor-made to both sides. Batu gets thrown away on CT. Floor, the temptation to save will now be there.
Yeah.
I'm off. See you later.
As soon as Flickless finds that, maybe give it a chance at an exit. But again, if you look at some of the finances on the right side of your screen, it's very uncomfortable for the next few rounds for Apex. Some key ultimates, yes. I mean, even Molesy won away from the Rolling Thunder as well. Most notably, floors available on top of Governors.
And that's just a frustrating round to watch as well.
Yeah,
It felt like Apex were just a bit fumbly. I say Apex maybe too collectively. Molesy there looked like he was really on for a good spot here, but
yeah, goes to the fault line to try and maybe slow down, but I mean, it's a great read from Cloud to just re-swing onto that, identifying that there isn't a second person to bail him out. Yeah, that string of rounds now extended to 9 in succession for Giant X.
I've got to say as well, as much as I am the #1 fan, Floor's been quiet here. Unable to be in the right place for this. Feels like they've been able to navigate away from her impact, so not seeing the reward, been held on 15 kills for quite some time. So we do need to see someone else step up to the plate here. And that time is Batu, perfect. Gonna find one, but instantly traded. Good spacing from Runner to insta-swing back on it. But we've already got this exec on towards C. And okay, Molesy there to find Ara.
Balin of over out as well. He was dead to rights. Nearly caught inside the TP, but Flickless going exploring pretty deep here. Maybe a little unorthodox. It could catch Apex off guard.
This could be devastating.
Well, anyone's watching for it. Maybe Molesy.
Yeah, Cloud's already got Governor down. Is this where it falls apart? This shouldn't be the hard part, but there it is. Flickless on the flank makes it near on impossible, and Runner shuts down the account. It's 12, and it's been so oppressive. Giant X, the second they had that timeout, even into this second half now, it looks unstoppable from them.
It looks really, really composed here on the side of Giant X. They know what they want to do and how they want to approach each and every round here. There's a moment here, Molesy's looking back and forth towards spawn.
Let's go, Flick, insane! Insane, Flick.
And yeah, it was an insane flank, to be honest.
Yeah. It was perfectly done. Right back into things. The mood's got to be high in the camp as well. Trying to isolate. This actually could be pretty uncomfortable. Yeah, hold on. Floor right in their faces! 2 big picks this time. That was a set idea. That was a set piece, and they needed to bring something out. It worked here. Could be 7 for them, but they'd have to then run it back flawlessly, unless Westside wants to show us something miraculous.
The 1v5. Spike behind enemy lines. Governor will note his position, though. I mean, starts with maybe a couple of 1v1s being given away. Because dare I say it, this is when Westside looks best.
He does
on his own, doing his own thing.
Yeah. Let's just buddy up, guys. So it kind of looks like they've Governor. Whoa!
Not a great track record from that position, but
no, but job done.
In zone flawless.
You're welcome.
Yeah. It's not often you get one of those.
No. And I like this kind of combination of utility. As said, it feels like they pulled out a very set piece from the deck of cards, and they've run it here, which is probably the best way to do it, to try and buck the trend, really, because it's been very one-sided.
Well, yeah, can you really even call it stop the bleeding, but...
Trying.
Comes open.
Trying to. Need a couple more of those, though, to even rock the boat. Giant X still have so much to play with in these more traditional, standardized rounds. They have been at the helm.
Down.
Passing each other now. Ara gonna just get in from this. Yeah!
They know Governor's isolated there.
Identifying this flaw in the system. Play it to the good. This gets brutal once again, playing retake.
Chance on the way back in, but... And Batu and Avova have ultimates. Actually, the double flash looks good initially.
Oh,
well, Ara still finds 2!
Anything you throw at this guy, he seems to have an answer. So much util, but it seems to matter not as Floor gets found. And Giant X close out map 1 with the in-zone flawless. 13-7 in the end, Mike. It felt like there was a real stark turning point in that game, and it never came back after that.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, just noting back to the first half when Apex kind of drifted away from where they were finding success. After that, it just felt like the confidence was lacking a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly felt that way. We'll be back after this break, though, with map 2.
time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
It's a fantastic start for the side of Giant X. Apex out here picking up berries from that bowl. I wish I could join in and have some. Blueberry, raspberries, and what else is in there?
I don't know, but it looked very good, and everybody was taking some, so I bet they're very
their favorite, right? Yeah, they want to make sure they get it before it runs out. But I hope that gives them a boost for map 2. But before we get that, I've got Kukuka and Billy back here with me. It started out pretty even, you know. At one point, you know, I thought we were going to get a very competitive map, but Billy, what happened? What happened in that second half?
Honestly, you have to feel bad for Apex, right? Because we have a 6-6 half. We think, okay, nice, we got a nice little competitive game on our hands. And then as soon as they get onto that defensive side, they just struggle to do anything. And you look at these stats here, 13 first kills for Apex, and then just struggling to know what to do with it. And I think a large part of that was because, I mean, Westside was shutting them down a lot of the time.
I completely disagree. I think the Giant X found out their issue. In most of those kills, we were seeing an instant trade for them. We were seeing Ara on the other side. We were seeing that those duels were not favoring, even though it looked like at the beginning, because Apex did get that kill. It was actually on the favor of Giant X, and that is what happened on that second half mostly. We would see them opening. We're even having, I believe, like a 3v5 situation, and Giant X was able to bring it back, something that we have criticized them so much for. Somehow today they're doing differently.
Yeah, Pipson was only screamed, I think, one time. Just the one time.
He like shake for like, I would say 30 seconds.
There was no this. There was no this. Once that starts, you know, it never ends. Yeah, but I don't think he could have been mad at all at Westside. I think he's just been great. Magnum was not a fan of that comp, was not a fan of the Vice, but he was a very big fan of Westside for a reason.
Yeah, I think that Westside is having a very good performance in most of the matches. I do agree with you, Billy, in that he's a game changer. In many of these situations, I feel like the pressure does not get to him. I love the fact that he got that kill with the Bucky and he was like, yo, this gun is insane. I think that Mr. Fallen is inspiring a lot of people out there to pick up this gun.
Bucky FC is back.
Yeah, exactly. So it's so good to see that, especially when we had that question of, is the Vice good enough? Especially having Florin, we saw that they were, you know, TPing back, just triggering everything. I think that he is always able able to find impact, not only on the kills, but how he supports the rest of the team. Like, I saw a Giant that was playing more like a unit.
Yeah, and it's really nice, and it's funny to say that like we see them playing like a unit when they've had to have this introduction of two players that they've not played with before. So other than last week, of course. So yeah, no, I think Westside for me, standout performer. I said that going into the match that he has been one of the saving graces of Giant X so far this season.
I do want to take a look at Runner's Omen because we spoke about how there could be a danger of being too aggressive because when your smoke player goes down, the rest of your round is going to be a little bit difficult. And Billy is certainly in the first half, there were a lot of times he died first.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, right? Especially when he's starting on that defense. He doesn't, like, you're then relying on your Vise and your Teho utility to kind of slow that push down, and of course the stuns that they have available to them. But yeah, not having smokes available after that, it's tough because then if you're in a retake situation, you're not able to smoke any of those choke points off.
And I think those replays were very good because we see in two of them, he's completely alone.
Yeah.
In the third one, Cloud was already ulted, so he was also alone. So that's what I mean. I think that when the timeout happened was like, yo, help him out. Like, we're already putting him in a very dangerous position because you're going up against a team that is going to shoot back and always taking like rebel control. It's never going to be easy, right? But I think they changed that a lot. They reinforced that, and especially I think that gave him back the confidence that they were playing more like a Trident in that part of the map, and moving on to the attack, it was just a different story.
Do you reckon that's what Pipson was shouting about?
Absolutely.
Yeah, like a guy is like, why are you
he
not
was like,
helping
he was
him?
like, yo, like he's dying. Yes, you. First of all, yes, you are dying first. Why are you dying first? And maybe he's like, you know.
Yeah, I think after that though, like you say, we did start to see that support, especially on that A rubble push, right? We saw the Neon utility going down, we saw the Teho utility, and then we saw them actually follow up on it as well, which gave them a lot of information to be able to rotate whenever they needed to.
Let's talk about Ascent, because without the Pearl in this map pool, it still doesn't look that dire for Apex, despite what happened on Lotus. This is where we really loved what they brought on Ascent. I think we had some of the most fun watching them play this Ascent as well, and I really don't want them to end their season like this because it will be a very, very, very long time until we see them next.
Yeah, and think about it. The good thing is that they have not picked a map, so they can start on the defense. And that defense, as you were saying, it was so good. Mosey having an absolute life game. Everybody was very excited when they saw the phase that Apex was able to show on a map like this. But having Giant X speaking onto this, also with the performance that they had last week against Fnatic, shows that if one map is going to be ready, this is Ascent.
Yeah, it is Ascent. But I think as well, like you say, Apex choosing to start on that defense, I mean, we saw their attack previously. We saw it against Team Heretics. They were able to have a flawless attack against Team Heretics. And then when we saw them play it against Vitality last week, that attack side kind of fell apart. So I think them starting on the defense here, especially with this composition, sets them up to get that momentum going.
And I want this to be competitive. I want to see map 3. I don't want their season to end like this because neither of these teams will be making playoffs, and the next time we'll see them will be split 2. And you guys know the meta right now with these teams, they like to change players, they like to make all these changes, so who knows if this is even going to be the rosters we'll see.
Don't say it. I don't want to hear it. I do not want to hear it. Definitely Giants does not need to hear it. They've already been taking a lot of actions with that, but I think that it doesn't matter what players are there, quote unquote, because they are addressing the issues that they've had, and that is, doesn't matter with what players, you have to work towards something. So I like that goal is there. And do not worry, I think that there's a lot of chances that we get to that map 3. Now is when Apex has to show that resilience. That's what we're saying. They're starting on the defense. You're comfortable with this composition. You had a very, very good showing in the past. So you have all the ingredients.
I kind of want to see them run it down in like a let's have fun. Let's get the vibes up, Billy. You know, just hee-hee-ha.
Do you know what? I think Apex are such a good vibesy team though, and I think as well you have to consider the prep time that they had coming into this season, you know, waiting on Fluorescent, finishing Game Changers, of course, Batu coming in very late as well, like, and same with Governor as well, being the latest edition. So like they've not had as much time as these other teams to kind of find their footing and prepare. And to be honest, with them facing that relegation, it wouldn't be a complete shock to me if they did make changes going into stage 2. In saying that though, I don't want them to. I think they just need more time to merge and gel together because this team honestly is such a vibes team.
I completely agree. I don't want to see any of them not return for Split 2 either.
It's been enough, you know?
Absolutely. But let's talk about this Ascent as we take a look at Agent Select in just a moment, because I believe the last time we saw them here, the Deadlock ult was 100% kill rate. It was just so
clean.
Yeah, it was so impactful. It was so oppressive. And this time around, no surprises. and nothing changes. And of course, Runner running it back.
Yeah, running it back on the Omen, his second one. I think that if they go on the same in the same standing of, okay, you know, let's play with smokes this round, they could have a very good show. And I think that Adam and Flickless in this map, they proved to be absolutely amazing. Love to see that duelist head-to-head. I think that Lotus wasn't enough for me.
Yeah, no, I think that's completely valid. And, you know, Ascent is a map that's been around for such a long time, since the very beginning. So it is kind of one of those puggy maps for teams. So you would expect this to be comfortable for Ara and Flickless to be able to come in and slot in. They should know the fundamentals of how most teams would like to play this map. But Apex, I mean, I love this composition on Ascent, so I'm always looking forward to watching them play it.
And I really, really hope they can bring us to a map 3, because otherwise, Pansy and Hypog, we're not going to see Floor for so long. Nobody wants that.
Why would you bring that part up? Now I'm sad. Don't. You know that I'm sensitive. But the desk is right. Ascent is a map. Michael, how do we feel?
Haven is too. I think maybe there's a few, it's an age-old Manbot reference, isn't it? There's going to be a handful of people that
Once again, the 4 viewers.
Yes.
Shout out.
2 of them on the desk currently.
Oh, well. The timer has started. So do not fear. We are going into the map. I really like this song, the Quad Hell one for Vice's launch. I've loved this. It was like, actually really like it. Oh. There's some rocks.
There's some debris. Is that overlaid? That was actually overlaid.
Yes, it was. Look, don't. Production were really happy with that. Don't be mean about it.
I liked it.
Yeah? Yeah, gets you going. Gets the people going. Floor with a Sharif, Ara, similar scenes, a couple of ghosts, a couple of bits and bobs. But on the attack is Giant X, and of course on the defense is Apex.
Slow push into mid here. Nothing to agree on the other side, but Governor, you're getting a little curious, and Cloud got to be careful in his drone. Actually, they're close enough to punish him.
How is he alive?
I think maybe expecting a second player behind Cloud there.
Oh, and actually, they're kind of... I feel like you've got to really commit towards being main. Oh, they do have the get out of jail-ish card.
Definitely. Definitely going to slow things down the pistol at least.
More of that. More of that. Okay, Cloud has...
Somehow the one to come out on top of that,
fight. Like, Cloud's been waiting.
Sorry, Mosey somehow all the way on the backside of this towards attacker spawn. Oh, no, please get the kill, please get the kill.
No. He got him, and no one else turned around. What is going on?
It started weird from that too.
That's right. Floor's in a corner. All good.
Trip here as well.
Aura, better on the Sheriff.
Jumping in the tripwire.
Yeah, it feels good. That's got to feel great. And now Avova got a couple of smokes to play with. Ooh, and okay, still gets rewarded. This is a weird round. It's a really weird round, but actually Apex kind of coming out on top here. Runners should have been noted. Yeah. Oh, has a little sit down. Oh, it's the slow crouch death. It's undignified, but it is the way it goes.
You never want to see anybody fall like that.
Oh, man.
But yeah, weird and wonderful, I guess, to kick off map 2. What we want to see to the start of Ascent. Beautiful opening here from Floor. Not so beautiful on the other side of the map, unfortunately, outside B. No. I mean, there was a moment there. By the way, Cloud eventually fell to a wallbang with the classic, I think.
Oh. I don't know how Cloud survived so long.
No.
Honestly. Right. 2. Just classics for Giant X, so shouldn't be too worried here. Don't make him feel this one, because I feel like it could go weird. Okay, Floor's farming. Hates the Outlaw, still good with it.
Yeah, still good with it.
Notorious hater of Outlaws. But it is Governor who's going to have to deal with that.
Quick trade, though.
Quite enough there. It's given at least maybe the cycle. I've lied. Floor made it here fast enough. It's fine. Maybe spend more time on the Outlaw. Quite good with it. Hit good shot. Oh, God, what are we doing?
That's 3 for Cloud.
Cloud's on a heater. Oh, this round is going to get really weird. How do you feel about mud, Michael?
Not my favorite style of Valorant.
No?
Problem being, Runner is so disconnected from this. I think Floor reading the situation perfectly.
But it puts it in Avova's hands to have to deal with Cloud, right? It's like Floor can hold this as long as she wants, but
Runner's making a move now.
Timing. Oh, that feels awful. And the barrel
Avova's tagged up.
away. Cloud's on for this.
This is a disaster waiting to happen.
It is. You can feel it, right? You can see it. Oh, and Avova gets just caught with a classic. Floor gonna have to put on the cape and play this out like the hero. Oh.
Surely not.
Go on, Floor. I beg of you. Oh, NT. But what a turnaround there for Cloud. I mean, it feels like there were mistakes given, but Cloud then making absolute mountains out of molehills.
Yeah, Cloud runs away with those mistakes. Seals the deal here. I mean, beautiful trade on the first. This
One enemy remaining.
fantastic work from him. And Runner playing the timing to perfection.
Look, it's not flashy. It's not, you know, you're not going to get a clip of that when you're going to be Runner, but you want to be that safe pair of hands. Yes, mud. Thank you, observers. You found the trash mud. Thank you. Thank you. Don't think anything's accidental with our observers. They are fully aware of what they're doing, and we love them dearly. But yeah, again, like that from Runner, being the safe pair of hands at the end there, doesn't have to do anything flashy, leaves that over to Cloud pretty much. And Cloud's already got the ult as well. Brilliant progress from him. We can see if there's more to be found here. Halsey takes a glance towards middle, but opts again to back away.
GIANTX probably in a situation where they do want to just slow down the early round. Maybe establish some sort of normalcy here. The first half of Ascent.
Saw this to some degree in the pistol as well, this kind of 3-2 crunch.
Previously was Cloud solo, but this time around West Side to back him up, but Governor down to 9 HP already. He's going to be feeling the heat.
This. Nice stall out though, quite like that, but he might then get complacent towards the player on stairs, trying to replay it back in, but Cloud's already caught him. Cloud is having the time of his life, and look at the chip damage too. Can't ask for much more, but the flash is fantastic. Still makes something of it there. Aura will fall, but he sets up the rest to succeed.
30 seconds
so again,
left.
plants can be coming in. This was only classics. This shouldn't have been much to really write home about, and it isn't. Runner again closing down the round. A safe third round here.
Cloud and Runner wants to really put this 2-1 lead on their back so far. You already noted Hunter's Fury available for GIANTX. It's a big tool to effectively, slip up aside.
One enemy remaining.
Be the first buy round here. The normal regulation for Apex, and immediately the operator in the hands of Floor. Try and make something work here.
Doesn't feel like we've seen much pressure towards that A site yet, so this would have to be that kind of mid-explore and then check, but the cam already solid.
Very deep to find that.
That always felt like a frustrated push mid. I just want to get the player.
I'm curious of what angle was picked up here by Governor, because Governor was swinging bottom mid.
If we can get the POV of that, that'd be really nice, just to put the EVS team, obviously now hating me.
I said it.
My camera is destroyed.
But this time it's not Governor really to receive what looks like the bulk of this hit. It does look like he's got the support from Batu there, so that might help things. Operator has been recovered, juggling that one away, but GIANTX opting to peel off from this.
Run towards potentially the operator once again. Alongside that, it's Avova to shoulder for info. Now backing away, probably anticipating exactly what we're seeing.
Good knife too. Should kind of encourage this spring forward here. Smoke's going to go in.
Probably just spotted over there as well.
I feel like he has. Looking for it. Yeah, looking towards Dice, but a good reposition actually from Avova to at least catch Aura. Good trade though, so Westside going to keep things positive towards the site.
Part will come through as well. 3v4 now presented for Apex. Find a way back in here. Operator still singing from short.
He's hesitant to commit though. Time's going to start passing soon. You got to start working now. That's an opportunity. Trade for Westside again, though. Westside has been so influential for GIANTX. Really impressed with him. And Molesy, really, you want to be saving that up.
So there's not going to be much of a purchase around it. Hands of Floor, always a chance. A chance there to find something. for Molesy. Now actually revealing his position. Not sure on the timing here.
Molesy's in a bit of a pickle. I think
Can
it's going to
yeah. Comfortably. Another 3 or so seconds behind
Have a
that.
look at this. Okay.
Oh, so yeah, okay, so yeah, looking up towards the wrong side of mid, obviously the TP coming across. It's an unfortunate circumstance.
Thank you, EVS. Love you guys.
So yeah, rough. I mean, that's probably the reason you see Fluorescent digging so deep to find that.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it's punished very early on and things just crumble for Apex. So into a Shiko, full Shiko actually. First of the evening. See what's in it for Apex. Again, GIANTX happy to just sit back in the early round. Wait for maybe Apex to put together some sort of set piece, which you can see on the X-rays, maybe the intention here outside B. West side been good for it previously. Yeah, the reads have been beautiful from GIANTX in some of these anti-ecos.
In general, it feels like as well.
Yeah,
Considering
yeah.
Dealing with that operator when it came out to play, you know, good reposition for punishing the push-up if someone was going to go for it. Well handled. Westside actually down very low. Lucky to be living on 8 HP. If anything, though, encouraging Ara.
That's perfect.
To play forward. Back of the site, not safe. And Batu flashed up here, goes back in for seconds, and so far the only one to really draw blood in this round was Floor until then. Molesy going to claim Westside, but the site is fully under the GX banner. Molesy, though, does get that Vandal, so see them trying to tend to any weaponry left around.
Bova going to be across pretty late here, still just on a Sheriff.
Full kit, though.
Yeah, still got a Paranoia. That's going to be the only really influential tool at their disposal right now.
There you go. Well, and there it goes. Good trade from Molesy, but to find the other two on 29 HP with the ult on, that was bold.
Bold. Gotta respect it.
Yeah, it came down to the 1v1, somehow made it possible. And saving Flickless, so he keeps that Vandal going forward in the end. But I feel like Apex, once again, just not really getting a grip on this one.
Yeah, I'm curious of whether or not that set piece is actually designed to go on the trip being broken in mid to isolate that solo lurk outside B. Which again, on a round like that, you've got to make something work, and it was just Westside, previously knowing obviously Cloud was there to drone. So unfortunate for Apex, but
Runner. Yeah, not the same approach of the op this time, playing it towards kind of lower mid more than anything. Batu, he's been caught out here. They're suffering casualties so often, they're losing life so early.
unfortunately pinged out. I think he moves just before it expires, so rough timing for him. Drone will at least reveal the whereabouts. And the door will be closed as well here, so B site temporarily locked down. The next hurdle being the operator in the hands of Floor.
This is a vintage GIANTX fake off the owl drone.
Yeah.
Do they fall for it? Floor is here. Oh! Look at that trade timing for Flickless, though. So fast on it, but almost unfortunate as Ara is left alive only on 4 HP, but it is what it is. The site once again in GIANTX's hands. They are doing this exactly as prescribed, but
planted.
kind of over. Find maybe a springboard forward. I don't know.
Look at Cloud's position as well.
It's just a checkmate, isn't it?
Yeah. Just waiting for this cross from Avova.
Oh
my word.
But Barrel's been seen. So Cloud gonna get punished this time. That is so unlucky. The Valorant god smiling upon Avova until then. Runner gonna get a little bit of karma on his side. And now down to the last two. Not gonna happen. Ara firmly in control. Confident on 4, putting GX up to 5.
Yeah, beautiful trade onto the operator to open things up. And again, it's another round that they just look so composed.
Yep.
Reading the situation perfectly. There's no real element of surprise for anything that Apex are doing, to be honest.
Oh, here it was.
Oh, actually, no, it did expire. I thought maybe it was the last second they see that Batu's going to move, but it's just a perfect read on actually him not moving.
I know, Vova, hurry up, bro. It's too late, bro. Too late time. You need to defuse the spike, bro. Why destroyed?
Standard reaction to getting timinged.
Classic. So we go back in. Finance is waning for Apex as well. Still able to get a buy here, but it feels like they just can't be in the right place for it. A 1-3-1. As Giant X start exploring through middle. Floor not there this time, playing over towards that A side. But Apex trying to fight for that B main control. I kind of like this. Don't need to go too far on it, though.
As I said, not sure if they spotted the second, but you've got to assume somebody's on tiles here. Will be confirmed now with the drone from Cloud. And happy to just temporarily seal off B main, but it's going to be dealt with very quickly, so no real comfort on the back of that.
It's getting a little bit late in the round. This time we're not seeing Apex giving up these kind of first kills. These that had been working so well for Giant X, and they've been giving them, I don't want to say for free. Free is the wrong word. They've been fighting for it, but again, Governor going to give it up here. No trade potential. They're still eyeing up this A site now. This time around, Floor. Runner going to get punished. And Floor looking to find some more. It's always a treat. But how much can one player do? With 10 seconds, she has to hold this down. And she is! Heroics from one. Oh, she's reading them like a book. Only Aura can save them, but she's bought enough time. They get bailed out for their second round. While the player on the camera, Floor, saving them in this one.
Unfortunate not to find the ace there, to be honest with you. Beautiful work. Yeah, second on the board here. Runner removed very early ahead of this, so just becomes Floor just isolating players. From the back of Gen. Ultimate in handed, Governor now with the Hunter's Fury. Also the neural theft as well, so some positives potentially for Apex to build around. They've got to follow this up. Giant X had a string of unanswered rounds in map 1. It was Apex's demise ultimately.
And look, as one of the leading members of the Floor fan club.
Really?
Yeah, subtle.
Oh.
I get that is a round and it's fantastic. It's a lot to ask of that level of impact going forward. We need more of a resounding answer, right? We need these first kills to not be coming in. Governor just dropping like a sack of spuds. No trade, no nothing. It feels similar here again. Aura pressuring up middle.
Defensively, they're happy to kind of just sit back and let Giant X control the map as well. Very little in the format. I mean, maybe because of the operator. And we've seen them kind of push and prod towards whether it be West Side or Cloud outside B main, but not much else across the map, to be honest with you, Lauren.
And again, this second look back towards A. It feels like they're trying to feign this pressure through market, but they've got a real heavy stack of utility up here for Apex, so they don't need to be too panicked about it. They still have a trip here. They still have a lot of util to work off, but it was enough that's drawn Floor. So once again, you're looking at a very available site. Giant X painting a fantastic picture of Over. Look, he's a great player, but this is so much to ask for. And Runner's seen him not sharp enough to deny him early presence. Oh, gonna do a bit of chip damage there, actually, but Flickless will stay alive. Post-plant now.
It's not confirming a kill. Ascent gonna try and fish out some information here on a fact finder. Actually, the paranoia is perfect here for the backstab, but Giant X found 2 kills. Florescen's responded, though.
Yeah, she's found him right back. Good flash, but a good turn. This has opened up a chance for them to flood back to the site, but a paranoia primed from Runner. Stunning placement. Westside then succeeds, and Avova left so low. How is he alive? I don't know how those bullets went around him then, but time is of the essence. And actually, catching Westside, maybe thinking it was all but done. And I think it is now. The time has gone. As Avova needs to back away and just try and save what he can. As once... Yeah, Giant X, though, gotta say, the control on this map, Mike, they are pulling Apex around constantly. It feels like there's no comfort to be found.
That first from Ara is ridiculous as well.
So sharp.
But again, the timing on the paranoia, Fluorescent set in motion, but again, a very, very late paranoia put into play from Runner, actually, to completely derail that retake.
I am quite impressed by Giant here. I mean, it sounds silly to say that, but I like seeing their control on this map. I like how they're controlling the rotations, how they're feigning a lot, how they're keeping basically Apex on the whole time.
On the flip side, that's easy to sit here and credit Giant X, because like I said, we haven't really seen much in the form of commitment from Apex here on the defensive side.
True.
I mean, even in the rounds where, you know, they're happy to kind of let Giant X kind of shift walk around, push and prod on their own accord, Apex haven't looked great in terms of retakes either.
No, but again, you roll your mind to it. You had Apex trying to play for that B main control a couple of times, and it feels like it's been a bit coin flippy. We had that play towards Cat that got completely, I don't want to say antied, but Runner handling it really well with that reposition towards top middle. There's been a couple of rounds they've tried, and it's just, the checklist from Giant X is solid. I can't really discount them on that either.
No, you can't, but there needs to be
there needs to be more.
Yeah, there needs to be a few more things put in motion from Apex.
With you on that.
The rifle in the hands of Fluorescent here to maybe try and get a little active here in B main. I was going to say, if Molesy gets a glimpse of somebody, like I said previously, figuring out what the early kind of catalyst was for setting that B main aggression in motion, but completely conceding now. So TP to the other side of the map, Fluorescent, to now pick up the slack elsewhere. Cloud has dealt with Molesy though, seemingly for free.
They're still going towards that big site. Do they now cancel their plans? Do they now think of something else? No, they're headstrong in this. They don't really care about that on the A side of the map.
So the ping even coming out for the spy cam here, so again, no real secrets about it on the way in. Batu's going to know. What?
Yeah, it's a great shot, but Giant X, look, they don't really care. They got the numbers and they've got the sight, and they've got Fluorescent dead, so really the threat is gone. Avova, we knew where he was early on, and they know now. As he slowly works his way through. Runner's reposition should be, once again, the catch-all.
No timing this time for Avova.
There it is, lovely. And you kind of start getting into the habit of knowing that Avova's all disconnected.
Yeah,
You heard Cloud before, giving it. It starts to feel too readable here. As Apex once again stalling out, it's just not enough.
Flash in the pan in round 7.
Enemy remaining.
It would seem. Operator back in hand for Fluorescent, but like I said, this hasn't really felt like. It just doesn't make you feel very comfortable. This seems to be the plan for Apex, for Floor to find a pick with the operator.
And contextually, keep in mind that, hold on, this might be a bit pacey. I'll come back to this here. Floor is going to be forced off the angle, well handled early on, and they managed to clear. Who was it? Batu before. Too many targets. Does decide to pull the cord and get out of there, but Ara already clearing the site. Lovely from Ara. Very clean until then. Couldn't quite control it towards Governor, who's just trying to buy the time. Bounding west side, though, keeps that in check, and once again, the site is theirs.
A stark contrast. You can see the confidence brimming now for Giant X. Happy to fully commit behind that, all the way into backside. Actually, Hunter's Fury invested here. To boot, it's actually going to catch Floor. And once more, it's Avova. Stuck in a late flank. No say in this round. It'll be 8 on the board for Giant X. Not even going to have the time, they're not really cross-mapped to find something. Maybe no, west side. His third on the round. And looking very, very comfortable now.
And yeah, I do want to kind of give a little bit of, I guess, context historically. Keep in mind that Apex managed to beat Na'Vi on Lotus, 13-10. They bested Heretics here, 13-5.
I get you.
So it's not like they've been bad in these maps.
No.
But they just don't seem to be able to get a read on GX.
I was even going to say, in the first, what was it versus Vitality? They had a really, really impressive first half, and then I believe what was defensively, once again, they just struggled to get anything going in the second.
Yeah.
Both of these teams have shown us positives.
Absolutely.
They've not been able to string it, A, towards a series win,
yep,
and B, towards any sort of consistency, to be honest. Which is why I come back to the same point. It's why I'm quite relieved to see Giant X kind of make changes, coming into week 4, and then even using week 5 to say, actually, we've got even more leg room here to play about with runner stepping back in.
I genuinely do like it. I don't like the idea of like the 6th man, bring him in once every while, you know what I mean? I don't agree with that. I don't think that concept works, but I think it's like a trialing out a player within the new adjustment. I think that's perfect.
We're looking towards stage 2 here.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that, and I think anybody sitting here watching this series would be a little disingenuous to say otherwise. Giant X, so find everything they need here to open up round 11 as well. Batu, the last one standing for Apex. This time around, Guardian.
Spike planted.
Can he get? Yeah, I was going to say, he can get under that. Oh no, he's going to get it onto West Side. Full faith in the trip. And it comes to bite him.
Camera taken out.
Well, I feel that was kind of the start and end.
Yeah, well,
here.
Yeah. You've shown your hand.
Lovely knife skills, but that's about it, really. And for Giant X, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves because this could be the honeymoon period. I think only stage 2 can really provide the bigger results and the bigger answers as what the future looks like for this team. I like the addition of Ara, absolutely. He's been a bit of a standout. It's easier to see, obviously, on a duelist to see the value there.
Yeah, I mean, Flickless is in one of those positions where it's almost like the thankless task.
Absolutely.
Really. Especially now. I mean, you know, Agent Paul aside, we're not just talking roles here, but like I said, it's certainly been a positive.
Yeah.
And a roster that's needed a breath of fresh air.
Yes. Yeah.
But also, you come in at the stage of, you know, this part of stage 1, there's no pressure also. It's not as if you can come in and go, oh, Giant X look worse.
Hold on, we're off to the races here. Ara going to try and create that gap on the side. I think he's going to find his man. He does. The only one to take a stand is Floor, finding 3. Instantly, though, traded out by Cloud, but does the damage. Gives them the player advantage. Ara left to do it all with Flickless on the knees. Go for the res, but you can hear the ults getting popped here. Ara isolating and absolutely tearing them apart. This is getting scary.
Still got a brainstorm.
Mosey, you are brave to go into that. But hey, claiming a 3-9 on the half. I don't know if it's enough, Mike. I'm really not sure. I think we're going to find out after the break, as there's going to be a lot to ask for Apex. Can they claw this back? Or will this just peter out in the end and give us hope for Giant X in the future? To 9. Do you believe in the curse, Michael?
It's a blessing. It's a blessing.
He's lost his mind. Yeah, okay. So...
yeah, okay.
You're the analyst here. Sell it to me. Sell this to me. How do Apex close the gap? Or are Giant X just so unstoppable here, Mike, that this is going to be over?
I feel like that's the case, yes. Again tonight though, well, we have a contrast of two very different, I guess, ethos in terms of the approach to the team here. Apex haven't necessarily come out tonight and shown us anything drastically different. Which is, again, I come back to the same thing, crediting Giant X of making use of the last 2 weeks here. Rip the Band-Aid off, your stage is over.
Get to work.
You get to work, basically.
Yeah, I'm with you in that. And
it's almost like you want to see Apex just kind of toying with some really messy set pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, all right, Ara, that's nice. And look, when you got a lead like this, play like it, you got some freedom here to work with.
Spike's there as well, I didn't even spot that.
God, if Over might be screwed, he is. Yeah, Giant X just turning the screws here, making it hurt. And they've got the advantage to do it. They've only got to be able to trade in. There we are, Governor. Hello. All right, Governor.
All right, Governor. But it's West Side left in a 1v2.
I got the spike.
And he No.
Michael.
It's not. He knows as well. He's getting cleared.
Oh my God, Floor.
He's getting cleared. He's getting cleared.
He got cleared. You thought that was doomed, right? Like that felt like it was absolutely doomed. But
the crowd gave it away.
Ah.
Pesky crowd.
Look at him. Who's that? Yeah. That's why the security guy's having He's loving it. Oh, gosh.
Thank God for that, by the way. Thank God. I couldn't take.
I can't have another one.
I couldn't take West Side winning that round.
No, it'd be the end of me. I'll just walk away, headset down. It's over. Oh.
Governor, though, on the board.
He's cooking.
He's opened up the second half here for Apex.
Let's track that progress.
I guess the benefit being, that was a noise I just made, the benefit being we get maybe a chance to see the comparison here of what Giant X want to achieve on the defensive half. So like I said, we were waiting for Apex to put something in motion. Again, basically in a financial chokehold for most of the first half, but this sort of thing. Like
this is what we would have loved to have seen. Little trap play somewhere. I feel like this is good. I feel like it's going to work. The flash, the swing. Oh, it is working. Giant X coming away with 3. Okay, Molsey. He's the one to pick up the pieces this time. West side. Oh, my word. Okay, we've got a 1v1. Oh, and it's Runner.
And he's going to get a gun.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, he's got a Guardian. Oh, no. Oh, and a Vova's planted open. Oh, yeah, Vova's been tagged.
Oh! Oh, is this how it feels like he's decided? Oh, I'm over. Very ratty. I like it. I really like it. Extreme ratting.
Oh my God.
No.
What?
Oh.
That Guardian. Yeah, that's a rough response. A backhand in round 2.
But I love this from Giant X, as much as it kind of ended in what felt like a silly way to an extent. I do love what Giant X were up to, that lovely little trap play.
But this is the sort of thing I'm talking about.
So nice.
Bust out some of these little, some of the things you're trying to get working in scrims. You know, show us what you've been working on.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing else left here for stage 1. Show us it now.
The Outlaw with Ara. Everyone else locked in as well.
One suppressed.
Molsey feeling fruity on the other side as well. Boy.
A bold maneuver. Runner, the Guardian that cursed of Over in the end. Oh, easy.
I mean, lucky not to get run
there,
down by Molsey. And Floor, actually.
That's tough from this point onwards, isn't it, though? GX gonna be feeling the presence here. And Ara already taken away of Over. That's...
Smoke's down.
Yeah. Tough from this point out.
Really relying on a couple of free engagements. Don't expect Giant X to be giving too many of those away. I mean, the time for Cloud to concede actually here. He's got a nice gap, but Batu threading the needle.
Okay, but Westside. Westside is the
Oh! Governor!
Governor!
Keep this man on a pistol.
Yeah, honestly.
He's doing work in the second half.
He's nuts.
30 seconds
Okay, it's got them a plant. Floor's got one of the Vandals. Molsey still has his. And Governor apparently is in his final form. Sheriff locked in. Okay, Inara's going to have to play retake with the Outlaw. Not easy. 2 spotted. Nice info. Don't know if they spotted the one towards CT. I doubt it. But still, good info on this. Gonna know both of those pings.
Floor playing pretty disconnected here as well.
Checking for flank, nothing there. It's all coming through from main now. Smokes in, knives in. It's time to go here. Floor very late to the party, and Ronnie's already going to clear Governor. This is down to Molsey on the back of the side to keep some presence, keep some eyes on this, because Floor has to get back in here now. And that's Shorty ready to go. Spams in, very nice here. Floor gets traded out, but it's Runner again, left in the 1v1. The time, though, is conceded, and Molsey with the hero Vandal, and a couple of wayward shots working. Apex cling on for another.
Pay safe card, Thrifty here. In response once again. 10-5, at least a little gas left in the tank here for Apex.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, and a few players. Apex now actually starting to come alive a little bit.
Nice, guys.
He seems like he's got such a positive attitude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
W team, mate.
Yeah, he seems good. Let's see if they can do it back to him, though. Gen X got a couple Sheriffs. Cloud with one, Westside with the other, and Runner, of course, with the Vandal. So maybe an opportunity for them to answer back in kind.
Please, no.
But some ults on the horizon as well for Apex. Governor 2 away. Molsey 1 off, 1 away from Batu, 2 away from Floor. Focus, yeah, 2 off as well. Okay, Westside. Gonna have to fall away from that now. Be clear towards B main.
Nothing else for Apex to pick up on the other side of the map. See Runner still trying to command some of this space towards mid. It's really difficult though with Apex now looking for alternative approach. Spy cam goes up, that will reveal at least that there is a hero rifle.
I cannot use that.
Governor's drone denied as well.
Yeah, just a bit of a gamble stack. I don't mind this. You've got a round where you're trying to make something happen out of very little.
30 seconds left.
Why not go for it?
Well, I mean, the concern actually in a round like this is whether or not Apex kind of sit back and try and control site here, because then the exits really become concerning.
Governor.
That's a good pickup.
Yeah, and that was the Vandal, so it could be recovered. I think, yeah, it has been by Flickless, but still, you can see Governor can reposition quite safely, control this flank, force them through either market, through CT. It's a nice position.
Yeah, now the exits don't feel as feasible, especially with Governor holding so deep towards spawn now. So that is the intention here for Giant X. It's almost Shepherd Apex in towards the spike going off.
Cancelled.
Governor, though, a little overzealous. Maybe looking to actually break that apart. Oh, yeah, now Flicker's actually...
Time to dip. Floor hunting this, though. Yeah, the 3, obviously, with, I think it's... Ooh!
I was going to say, got to be careful there, Flickers. Those walls don't provide much safety.
No. Okay, so they don't get to keep the Vandal over, but I mean, they can still get a buy. It's certainly not the worst outcome.
Apex traded 70. That's interesting, actually. 17.5, yeah. Great trades.
Yeah, good stuff. Ult-wise, though, we were talking about it in just the round prior that they were coming online, and now they are hitting. So we've got Floors, Molseys, and Governors. On the other side, starting to build towards theirs, but still a little bit more to go here. So for Giant X, can they get this game back in hand? Because 6-10, it's not really, you know...
I mean, to be honest, yeah, you get concerned after this loss. It's within 3. Giant X then are back down on a rough purchase. Speaking of rough, Fluorescent.
Smoke?
Maybe... I guess through the flash, but I'm not sure if it was through the smoke. I thought Ara had swung out ahead, but don't know about that one either, but it's pretty much in exactly the same spot.
Yeah, no trades on that one. Simple stuff. And the stark contrast between the awareness from Giant X when that operator could have come out. And this moment, but Molzy, that should be a follow-up too. Yeah, okay, that's 2 from him. Avova even getting Aura. This has suddenly tilted things back into a possibility. Oh, the timing. Oh, just about getting it too. Cloud unable to save his captured teammate. His Westside and Cloud having to try and navigate their way back through, but look at Westside's
Yeah, I was
position.
going to say, look how far away he is, though.
And if there was
Cloud,
more...
he has to make so much noise to try and sell this. Put it in motion.
Governor's position, I feel like...
He's droning.
Oh, God.
Oh.
I don't think
Did he recheck?
Oh! Governor's getting a little bit spicy here. And Cloud, I think you know now the door is shutting. Still going to get one on the way out, though. But at this point, I think he knows it. Oh, nice work from him if he get away with this. Yeah, I think he does. Very good from Cloud trying to min-max even in the losses here. But, okay, Apex have started something, because that was off the back of 2 picks coming out for Giant X, right?
Yeah.
They've controlled middle, they take away 2 of the big hitters. Batu and Floor both going down. And then Molzy with some wonders. This was very impressive stuff. Okay, Governor. Not bad.
Yeah, and like I said, it's no surprise to see the timeout come here, because that's the concerning round to lose.
Yes. I
think we're about a 6 out of 10.
I'd say even a 5.
A tepid Pipson. We
Building
know
up,
it
building
built
up,
up.
building
We're
up,
still
building
30
up.
seconds. 30 seconds left of the timeout.
Calm.
Composed.
Still nodding.
Yeah, nodding.
Yeah.
Back to Pipson, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Like I said, it's about the 15 seconds. If he's running out of time...
You know. No, he's calm. He's calm today.
I feel like they're winning the 2v5, though. To be honest.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Last 10 seconds. Oh, he's
Now
taking a
this
break.
is
Okay.
very composed compared to normal.
Pipson's in control here.
He's been doing his breathing exercises, you know what I mean? He's been working on it. That hot yoga in the morning.
He's
really
hit
helped
that
him.
11 p.m. meditation.
Yep. His phone's got the reminder on it, you know. Time to do your breathing exercises. Apex went 81% of their anti-eco rounds. What? Okay, the VCT 84. Okay.
I'd be interested to know where Apex rank then.
Yeah, like what's the...
Yeah.
Okay.
That average feels high, actually.
Because we've seen
Am I
so many
crazy?
of those ecos
Am I
go...
crazy, or does the average for the Regency? Am I just kind of smack talking the whole region?
Well, because it has felt like we've seen so many ecos succeed.
I feel like, yeah.
I don't know. You know what?
Stats don't lie.
Stats don't lie. Okay, so now this is kind of where I feel like Apex
I
start.
was just going to make the point.
Uh-huh.
Map 1 felt weird after that one Giant X timeout.
That's
and then
true.
Apex were just like, they're going to do something, guys. They're going to do
out.
something.
Yep.
Don't do anything until they do something. The start of this round had whiffs of that.
Whiff?
Whiff.
What's that smell like?
Smells like hesitation.
Okay, I like the ult usage though, maybe just 'cause it feels so unknown. Gonna spot out at least Westside, and he's been caught here. Yeah! There's a flying Floor coming back in to check on you. Bounds in from heaven. I thought she was gonna take the space up there. Says, nah, I'll clear sight for you boys, don't worry. Supplants him, but there's an investment from Aura. Is there anything to set it in motion?
Still definitely, well actually.
Okay, the knife. I want to see a bit more. Here we go. Off to the races. Floor still standing. And it weren't pretty, but job done. Avova falls. Down to the 4v3. He can't quite get any more. And Floor's gone back in for more. Almost off for the ace again. But can't quite stand under the test of Cloud, who gets away with his life. And farming in these rounds, you take him though, as it's another step to gap closing the scoreline, as 8 will be on the board. As Cloud already conceding, and just wanted to keep that operator.
Now Apex have a little bit of a buffer, something we haven't been able to say in map 1. They actually have the finances behind to play some of these rounds out, look for trades. It can get a little messy. It's not going to matter as much. Not walking the tightrope in that regard. Governor starting to come alive, show signs of life.
4 POV of the 4 kills. More flippers.
I mean, you can see Aura desperately trying to deal with that trip with the shorty.
Wait, when did I kill a fourth guy?
losing count, apparently.
Light work.
Yeah.
Light work for Floor. Okay, so the operator was retained, right? Yeah, Cloud kept that, gives it over towards Zara, dropped down the Vandal. We have a couple of ults here as well. Flickless, notable one, really, in this run. Punished so swiftly.
Another ult, by
Flickless
the way.
might be dead.
Another
That's
ult, by the way.
ridiculous. Oh, hello. Bye-bye. Flickless, there's no escaping fate when Floor's after you. Can Aura turn the tides? Trying to. Governor's gone down. This time not got the safety on the site for so long. Flickless still on the knees here.
Tag comes through for Essence, very low.
Still alive, though. Still alive. Just about middle, though. Battle one out by Batu takes away Westside. So it feels quite indicative of, once again, this presence. And it feels like that poison chalice of this operator, because you want to keep keeping it, right?
Yeah.
You keep getting forced into these early saves. You don't go for these rounds. And they found a rhythm that works for Apex, Mike. And be off the back of Floor seeming to get their ace every round. However it happens, it seems to happen.
I mean, that's just ridiculous to face the ult once again in the follow-up, and then the way that Flickless falls. Batu.
My ult is ready.
Give away too many now. Got the finances, I guess, on all three to go for it if they want to.
Sure,
but
yeah, and that's exactly what I mean. In these sorts of rounds where Giant X are going to be playing catch-up, Apex are the ones that have the confidence to look for these sorts of kills. Still going to keep hold of the operator. Runner at 1,300, everybody else below 1,000, so...
Go.
It's not going to feel great. Runner just decapitated here. It's a victim of his own success, almost.
Okay, this is the one, though. This is the round, right? If you got the timeout building before that you had your check-in with, this should be the plan.
Coming out of this, Giant X have a better purchase than I was just anticipating.
Yeah. That's what I need, a Guardian, really, to be the part that suffers, and that's in the hands of Westside. Okay,
But it's the util, there's not too many gaps here.
Ooh. Now this didn't work out for Apex, but it works out for Giants. Already going to take away Molzy. Aura then, that got caught. Can't overextend now.
It's back here, we'll have to
take flight.
Sit back and wait for Apex to make a move. Actually, not dealing with either of the tripwires there. Maybe not getting close enough.
Oh, and I'm waiting for that peek. Zara, go for it. Walks the smoke, or does he respect it? Apex taking step by step, cautious though. Looking a little hesitant here. Those smokes won't hold him back for long, but Governor's got Aura, but there's a trade. Lovely for Cloud to work off, but Avova beats him to the punch. Cloud again still standing. Trades this in, and they're losing high numbers. And this is where it gets dangerous, where it gets dicey. Good swing from Flickless. Just about getting things back in the hands of Giant X here before it got too close.
Already close enough in my eyes, Lawrence, to be honest. Apex have done the hard work here. Like I said, they have the buffer. Not necessarily sealing their fate here with one response found from Giant X. Still have the Hunter's Fury, have the Neural Theft as well. On the other side of things, actually, mirrored ultimates. So we're into round 21. Can Giant X follow up on that, though?
Just want to see if Cloud keeps going as well. If he starts warming in now, starting to find that big impact, he's a scary player. And speaking of, pops the ult. Does he get a tag off this? So far, nothing. So if anything, maybe mis-selling the presence here slightly. But on the case will be Cloud still from CT. Over starting to show a little bit more presence towards A as well.
Operator up here, though, in the hands of Aura. Towards A site.
Is Westside getting interested here? He is. Westside just re-clearing towards B main, it looks like. To peek towards the smoke. Didn't see too much, though. And readjusting the setup maybe to allow for a rotation at some point, but Giantx unsure of where they want to be, but time will become a factor pretty soon.
They're funneling in towards the operator as well. It's an awkward angle for Aura because he's got to basically commit towards main.
It's timing on the smoke. Paranoia going to come out. Once again, hinder progress. We're down to 30 seconds. All this util can stall them out. This gets dangerous. It feels like they're getting more and more intentional. And there's the knife. That's 3. That feels like it's exactly where they're heading. Cloud gonna find the late lurk towards middle. The flash good, but Floor takes a little bit of cover towards the smoke. Needs to get going. 15 seconds. This time, Flickless holds the ground. Good trade from Molzy. 10 seconds now. They gotta keep moving. Runner still by Jen. Does so well, but outdone in the end. But Ara's operator was waiting in heaven and pushes them up to 12.
I mean, Ara just plays this so slow, so passively, allowing his teammates really to take the brunt of this hit. And it pays dividends. Now, unfortunately...
This is a hard timeout.
Yeah, that feels like the killing blow almost.
You can see it on the faces too, right? Like, as much as we know the stakes in this game aren't super high, you would like to walk away with a win.
I mean, either of these teams would, yeah, they want to get the series win on the board.
Yes.
Nice! Good job.
Giant X obviously would allow a lot more security in these changes they're making, gives them some positivity to work to for stage 2, and obviously for Apex, if you're facing the fact that you might go down.
Yeah, sure.
It is bitter to face this sort of round, so good for Giant X to be able to turn things back in their favor at this point, kind of propelled by Cloud in, not the 21st, but the 20th. But at this point, the final stand really for Apex here.
There's comfortable in the purchase at least. Still got ultimates to play with. Molzy's actually online as well. On the other side of things, Giant X is just west side with the neural theft. But that operator still in play for Ara. He's had a really good map 2 here, to be honest with you.
Yep. Like almost like a quiet 20 to some extent.
Yeah.
But still very present in these rounds. The key rounds, always finds a target, always finds his man. Really been... I can't stop singing the praises of Ara. I genuinely like this addition to the team. Again, Flickless kind of the, unsung hero of it. Certainly present some great flashes, great knives in that last round, that identifying the player. But we go back in, and the last stand for Apex here. Is there anything left in the tank? This is when we find out. And Cloud looking to be disruptive again. They're very good at reading into this, to playing to that tension. Cloud could be quick to get behind them.
Oh, no.
Oh, this could be over.
Gonna tuck in here. There hasn't been a single peek towards mid until now for Apex.
Portal closed.
And the chances of him being cleared.
I don't know if Runner's drop got heard, but it almost baits them in, right, to look to that left side to play
you almost,
Cloud.
exactly, you almost want him to make a step here to draw the attention. Drone definitely not going to be checking back this way.
Oh, this feels like it's going to be an absolute
Be
shutdown.
careful with Vova, though.
Oh. Well. Avova's got you.
Yeah.
That's taken 40 seconds, but they found a player to the good. And
Problem is, where it's happened, neural theft will pop up, but they're still so far away from either side. It gives Giant X so much time.
Still going this way, the paranoia once again. What? Runner! A gift comes in! Oh, that's a little labored, but still they're trying to fight this out. A 2v2. The young guns battle with Floor, trying to put it together, but the new man on Giant X looking sharp.
10 seconds
And the one that brought all the eyes to this Apex team, the last one alive is Floor, desperate to make a stand, and does the very best she can, but it's all over. West side gets them to 13 and gets them the first win.
And you got to give credit to Giant X, obviously, that, well, actually not just today, but last week as well. I noted earlier, a breath of fresh air is what it feels like, and much needed to close out stage 1.
I completely agree. Looking forward for the rest of Giant X to see how they keep moving forward here. I think there's a lot of potential with this revitalized looking side. I like what I'm seeing between Flickless and Ara especially. Ara looking very experienced. Again, not losing his head in some of these bigger situations. Very solid.
And actually talking about, Flickless being in that role that's almost very thankless to come into a struggling roster. Make no secrets about that. But to come in and deliver, also for Ara, to come in as the duelist. Be the one that ultimately has to be the one to, I guess, bear the weight of turning the tides for Giant X. Absolutely delivered for me.
Yeah, and on the flip side, of course, Apex, look, it felt like there have been moments throughout this. Maps gained off some of the big dogs out there. You look at some of the history to it, taking off maps from Liquid, Heretics, Na'Vi, but there was just never quite enough consistency there to get that win for them. And it's unfortunate because there's talent there for sure. but sadly unable to make it align at the right time for themselves.
Yeah, sure, and I think conversely to Aura and Flickless, it's you know, Battle and Floor are going to be the talking points on the other side, and those are definitely positives to build around going towards stage 2 for Apex. But I mean, yeah, credit to Giant X really. Like I said, of making the changes in week 4, knowing your stage 1 is basically right. How can we maximize what's productivity and efficiency here to close out stage 1? And actually gives you something to look forward to for stage 2. Because if this hadn't happened, there wouldn't be a lot to look forward to.
No, you're bang on, and I think it takes quite a bit of bravery to go for these choices. We see so many teams capitulate under the same rosters. Yeah. How many times do we see these teams just go, oh god, you know, they just, if only, you know, what more do they have to bring? And it never quite comes out. But actually seeing Giant X take those positive steps here, I'm super happy with. And I hope this isn't just a honeymoon period upswing. I'd love to see what more they can do going forward.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many people saying this, but, you know, I really, really hope that actually this can be the upswing for Giant X, because it's much needed.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think a lot of people have been waiting to see if this team can kind of activate all of those different pieces. For now, though, I do think we are ready to hear from the delightful Pipson and Aura and our wonderful Yinzu.
I am very happy we get to hear from Pipson and Aura today after that game. Congratulations on that win. I know, Pipson, probably not the split that you wanted because there was a couple times that you could have maybe got a few other wins, but we finished on a high. So that's all that matters, right? We finished on a high.
Could be better, yeah, but I will take it.
You can smile a little bit. And Aura, of course, your first win here too in VCT. I just want to ask you how you're doing this, because you played on Monday in Challengers, you played today, and then you play again this weekend at playoffs in Challengers. How are you balancing everything?
I mean, at this point, I just enjoy playing Valorant. Also, I play with my good teammates, both from Mukam, shout out to them, and both from Giant X, shout out to them as well. And yeah, at the end of the day, I just enjoy playing with both teams, and yeah.
And how do you like this stage?
I mean, stage is nice. I prefer it with spectators, but it's fine like this as well.
You'll get many, many opportunities. Now, now I have you here, Pipson, and also with the changes we're seeing, I have to ask you, the timing is what people are confused about, I guess, because you will get a break from tomorrow onwards to be able to make some adjustments. So why have you made these changes with Tomazi and Purpo on Runner and so on and so forth now?
I mean, it didn't really work out, and after we understood that we cannot make the playoffs anymore, so it's one of the best things you can do currently in Valorant, which you don't have the privilege, is to test how it will go, not in scrims, because on scrims we were really, really good with the previous roster, but how it will go on stage and during the official matches, to make sure that you can have good decisions for stage 2. So that's why we took this as potential for us to see how it can be like in different environment with different players and in different things.
What are you looking for in these tests? What were you looking for last week and this week?
I mean, it's mostly about like that we will not be able to choke on stage like we did during the first games, when we will lose some unlosable scenarios and everything feels that nothing is working like for everyone. So we just had to do it. Like, and we are just trying to look for different solutions also in terms of which type of player we need on a certain role and the stuff like that.
And Aura, of course, for you and Flickless, this is a unique situation that you've come into. So what led you to accept this opportunity, and how's your experience been so far?
I mean, I think everyone in my case will like accept this opportunity to play in Tier 1. Of course, me and Flickless were excited to get this opportunity. And yeah, we just accepted it, and yeah, we just grinded, and yeah.
Is this what you expected? Did you expect it to be different or harder or easier?
I mean, to be honest, I expected to be like more nervous while playing and like, yeah, being more emotional, but at the end, yeah, it just felt like another Valorant game played.
I mean, you caused one of the best teams we have in the league a lot of problems last week. You guys probably could have won that match as well, so what was that like?
I mean, winning the first map was nice. Losing the second was like not the best, but I feel like on the third map we could have won it. But yeah, it's just the nerves got the best of me, and yeah.
And how did you feel? Because Pipson, I feel like the story of you and your team a lot of the times is you could have won. So many times you could have won. So what were you kind of feeling and thinking after the result last week?
I mean, for Fnatic, it's 100% like a deserved win, but it was definitely a much better gameplay from us, which is the most important part, like compared to the way we played before and how we played versus Fnatic game. We didn't practice a lot, so Lotus was really hard in terms of we didn't know how to move on defense because the newcom had a little bit different system, so it was really rough compared to today, for example, defense. But it was just much better in terms of gameplay and in terms of what we are showing on the server rather than it was during the stage 1.
Does the role, I guess, I don't know if I would call it an issue, but it certainly looks like something when it comes to the smokes. You know, we had Tomazi, then we had Purpo trying it, now we have Runner trying it. Is this an issue? Is this something that you're kind of dedicating your time into fixing?
Yeah, we are definitely looking to fix it, but the thing is that it was never a problem of a smoker. Like, it was other problems which we tried to fix by switching roles, and they didn't work out in the end. So, like, that's why we bring the Ara and Flickless. And it works better right now in terms of what we are showing on the server. But definitely we need to look for solutions and talk about what to do.
Can you play smokes, Ara? You know, just on the off chance he's going to ask you to do it?
I mean, I played smokes in ranked. I can say I'm the best, but I mean, yeah.
Prepare yourself. You never know. You never know. Because I never thought I would be seeing Runner on smokes today, and that's happened.
But he actually did good, no? Like
He did,
on Ascent, he did really good. He did his job,
good.
and everything was working out for him.
And lastly, of course, Ara, when you come into a team like Giant X, sometimes you might get shouted at by Pipson. Has he been shouting at you in timeouts?
Unfortunately, not.
Ooh.
Not. Pipson is a great coach. Since I started, he started like coaching me and stuff. And yeah, but yeah, unfortunately, not yet.
No, I love the not yet. Is it coming? Or will we see that day? And
For sure, we will see it, for sure.
Oh, also, is it fair? Because we have this tell on the desk that, you know, we don't think you're actually mad or angry until this comes out. The two-handed chest press. Do you agree? Is that the tell?
No. Like,
okay, what's the tell?
This is mostly like emotions. So it can be positive emotions as well.
Oh, so you're being really happy at them,
yes.
like, yes, let's go,
so
guys.
It can be different scenarios.
Oh, okay. We're going to have to talk about this a little bit more on another time. But for now, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on your win. And I look forward to seeing what, I guess, version of Giant X we're going to see in Split 2. All right, thank you very much, guys. Today has been a crazy day. It's been a long day and records have been broken, but who knows? We might have a similar one tomorrow. Make sure you come back and join us for Koi versus Gentlemates, followed by Na'Vi versus Vitality. We also have a very special guest in the pre-show, so have a good night and we'll see you then.
This will equal the longest map in Valorant history in that tier 1. In the partnership era, BBL are victors in the Turkish derby.
bro. This Bucky is deadly.
13-7 in the end, Mike. It felt like there was a real stark turning point in that game, and it never came back after that. There's some rocks.
There's some debris. Is that overlaid? That was actually overlaid.
Yes, it was.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Ready.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Ooh, let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated on focus. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it though.